Production by Liang Gu, Hongxing Comes Out of the Wall, written by Lu Yunrua. Chapter 1, Hongxing Comes Out of the Wall. It is said that that night, the special car headed by Supervisor Li from Shanhaiguan to Tianjin passed through Junliang City. It was already 2 o'clock in the night. The last one is in the team captain's office car. There were 2 teenagers sitting across from each other and talking. The captain flicked the ashes from his cigar, smiled and called to the young man wearing a railway inspection uniform, Xiao Lin. The young man did not answer, but opened the window and looked out. The captain of the car called again, "Bai Ping, I'm sending you home again." Lin Bai Ping turned around and said with a smile, "I won't bother you. People on the railway take the train on the railway, do you need to give them to them?" The captain of the train pointed at him with a cigar and said, "Things that offend your conscience, I should be there. Shanhaiguan didn't teach you how to get on the bus, but now I've brought you here, get there soon." The mouth is hard again. Lin Bai Ping pushed up the window, turned around and sat down and said, "Don't worry, I will bring you something to eat when you go back tomorrow." The captain smiled and said, "You are quite smart, but I don't know if your wife is covered in honey. It will cause you to rush home within 10.5 days. Lin Bai Ping smiled and said, "Everyone has been here before, so why do you only laugh at me?" The captain said, "It's no wonder that you have been married for less than a year and you are in the heat of the moment. I have been married for 7 or 8 years. Take love lightly." The wife also became a common occurrence. "Nothing tastes good to me." Lin Bai Ping said, "You must not have a good relationship at the beginning, otherwise it would never become cold." The captain smiled and said, "I won't argue with you. You are falling into the furnace now. After a few years, you will know that my words are good." Therefore, Westerners often cannot be happy because a couple has been married for a long time. When they think of the secretly sweet time when they were lovers, they have to relive it through aftertaste. She made her husband pretend to be her lover, jump over the wall and break into the house in the middle of the night. The wife pretends to be a girl and entertains her indoors in order to earn her own happiness. The wife pretends to be a girl and entertains her indoors in order to earn her own happiness. This kind of thing sounds ridiculous to say, but it has profound meaning when thinking about it. Lin Bai Ping was about to speak after hearing this. She only heard a long whistle from the locomotive. The captain said. The car entered Yangqi. He hurried out. After a while, the car had stopped at the station. Lin Bai Ping got out of the car by herself. Amid the commotion, he went out of the station and hired a rickshaw. He hired a rickshaw and went to the house of Chang Qinli in the French concession. He sat down in the car. I thought to myself, this time I am at home. Zai Waiting has fallen asleep. What I like most is seeing her sleepy-eyed and smiling at people. This was definitely the first thing I saw today. Just this one glance is worthy of my return, Dai Pixing. Then I thought of what the team leader Gao Gizi said just now. I don't think it's nonsense after all. How can everything in the world be generalized? Like the love between Jihua and I, it will never become cold even if it lasts not only 10 years to 8 years, but also thousands and hundreds of years. But the foreigner's tricks he mentioned were really fun. I think that when Jihua and I were not married, the sneaky situation was really interesting. Once I went to a movie with her and secretly kissed her in the dark. I didn't want to be seen by the bad guy sitting next to me and coughed. We were so embarrassed that we ran out of the shadows. Jihua ignored me on the way. Although I was ashamed on my face, I felt unspeakably interesting in my heart. But after getting married, they have become an upright couple and can no longer enjoy such fun. Thinking of this, I suddenly had a sudden impulse, thinking that I would go back today. Why not follow the Western method and sneak upstairs to her room without waking her up? He just sat by the bed and watched her sleep. When she woke up on her own and saw me sitting next to her, she might have some evil look on her face that I could appreciate. At that time she hid on the bed. Thinking of this, I felt overjoyed. It seemed that he had encountered some adventure, so he urged the driver to go quickly. In a moment, we have arrived at the mouth of Changqian. Lin Baiping stopped, paid the money, and walked into the alley. I saw silence all around. All lights were turned off. There were only street lights outside the alley, and their light illuminated several buildings at the entrance of the alley. The head of his family is dark. He stepped forward and pushed the door, but it was closed tightly. I thought that if I asked the old lady to open the door, Zhihua would be awakened and the trick would not work. Then he took a few steps back. Measure the terrain upward. I saw that the back window of the building where Zhihua lived facing the street was directly facing the door wall of the neighbor's house. It's just that the wall is very high and cannot be climbed up. Think about it. So I moved an empty box containing garbage from the bottom of the alley to use as a stepping stone. It was May weather at this time. Wearing thin and neat clothes, he climbed up the wall without any effort, and reached out to touch the sill of the back window. I secretly prayed in my heart that the back window should not be bolted, otherwise I would be going back and forth in vain and climbing up the wall in vain. Unexpectedly, he pushed the window gently with his finger. A crack has actually been opened. I was secretly happy. He grabbed the sleeper under the window with his hand, lifted his body up, and climbed up to the window edge. Turn around and sit on the window edge, breathing for a while. He turned back and slowly pushed the window wide open. A crack has actually been opened. I was secretly happy. He grabbed the sleeper under the window with his hand, lifted his body up, and climbed up to the window edge. Turn around and sit on the window edge, breathing for a while. He turned back and slowly pushed the window wide open. When he looked inside, he could see nothing in the darkness. I only smelled a faint fragrance, and my heart moved a little. Then he turned over again, knelt on the window sill, and got into the room. He knew that there was a writing desk inside the window. I reached out and touched it, but there was nothing that made a sound. Then he climbed in slowly. He sat on the stage and touched the ground with his feet. He stood on the ground, straightened his back, and when he looked intently at the bed, he saw only a white patch with no dark spots. I know the tent is kept tightly. I sighed secretly that Zhihua was originally a timid person who had no room for herself. I really made her suffer by leaving her behind. Then he approached the tent again. The aroma in my nose is stronger, and I feel like it has the smell of jasmine and orchid perfume. Listen carefully to the bed and hear gentle breathing. Bai Ping felt confused and almost forgot her original plan. Then he gently opened the curtain, reached in and touched it with his hand. It was touching her fragrant shoulder under the quilt. He took his position in the darkness and kissed her gently on the cheek. When the mouth was connected to the lips, I only felt something furry touching my mouth. I was still wondering if I kissed the wrong place, so I reached out to touch it again. This furry thing was not born on a human's mouth, it was clearly a mouth with a beard. He couldn't help but let out a sigh, and then reached out to touch the switch hanging on the bed rail. Touch it all at once. Suddenly the light in the bed came on brightly, and I looked carefully at the cross-embroidered pillow. There are two human faces lying flat. The first thing he saw was his beloved wife Jihua sleeping soundly inside. There was a sweet smile on her pink face, and her lips were painted scarlet. It was obvious that it had been carefully decorated before going to bed. It's just that the powder on her cheeks has faded in some places. But it was slightly stained with a light red color, clearly the remnants of a kiss. A jade arm stretches outward from the pillow, pressing under the neck of the person sleeping outside. Bai Ping looked back along her arms and saw that it was no one else sleeping outside. It was Bian Zhongying, his classmate who had worked together for 7 years and 4 years, and a close friend of the Jin Lan brothers. He and Jihua were covered with a plum-red silk quilt, and the Jia Bolan-style mustache on his face was stained with traces of fat. Jihua lies on her side. He was lying on his back, just in Jihua's arms. When Bai Ping saw the light first coming on, the two of them seemed to be stung by the light, and they both turned slightly and fell asleep again. Bai Ping felt indescribably sad and angry for a while, gritted her teeth, glared and clenched her fists. Then he hit Bian Zhongying in the face. Stretching out his hand, he looked at his fist and saw Jihua's charming face. I felt sad in my heart, thinking to myself, what should I hit? Now is the time to fight. He retracted his fist. Look at Jihua, who can't help but shed tears. He put his hands behind his back and stared into the bed. I saw 2 jasmine balls hanging on the top of the tent, so I picked one off. I accidentally saw the word love arranged by flowers, and I felt so miserable. Secretly thinking back to the second day of my wedding to Jihua last year. She also inserted jasmine into the English word love and hung it on my chest. We went out to visit the Russian park together. On the way, I was so proud that my waist straightened up. Who would have thought that this blind sky would teach me to see this kind of scene again today? I thought about it for a while. Then she gave the flower ball in her hand a long kiss, dipped the flower ball into the tears on her face, and gently placed the flower ball between the 2 faces on the pillow. He took half a step back, then turned his hands behind his back and looked at the bed for a while, with a smile on his face. Suddenly he frowned and made up his mind. He wanted to speak to wake them up, but he opened his mouth several times and never had the courage to make a sound. Then he stopped again, still lowering his head and thinking. It seemed like both body and mind were numb. After a while, only Jihua snorted. Bai Ping was so scared that she calmed down, fearing that she would wake up. On the contrary, he seemed to feel guilty and almost wanted to run away. But Jihua just snorted and raised his left arm, seeming to stretch. Then the body turned outward and the quilt bulged. One leg has been draped over Zhongying's body, and his left arm is also placed across Zhongying's chest and abdomen. At this time, Bai Ping felt a bang in her head and suddenly became confused. If he hadn't been holding on to the bedpost, he would have fainted. After another moment, my nerves recovered. I feel like this. I really can't bear to watch it anymore. But he couldn't help but take a closer look, then reached out and gently turned the switch on the bedside. Immediately it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. At this moment, his heart suddenly felt cool. Then he put down the tent, took a few steps back, and touched a small sofa. Ian gently groped his way to sit down, then took a deep breath. I sighed to myself. I always thought that no matter what happened to the world, this loving wife and good friend would always be mine. It's such a pity that now, I realize that I have no share in this beloved wife and good friend. I am the only one left in the world. Stop it. I had no choice but to leave this environment behind and find a new world. Then I thought that I was going to put aside my pride and look for such a loving wife and good friend. The rest of your life will turn into sad years. What's the fun in living? It's better to die. Even if I die, these two people who can't stand me will know about me. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and stood up slowly, trying to find a tool to commit suicide. I also wonder what I will do if I die here. It's better to leave them a random message to express my feelings for them. Then go out and find a beautiful way to die. Thinking of this, he gently moved to the window he had just entered, touched the paper and pencil on the desk, and slowly leaned half of his body out of the window. I spread the paper on the window sill and wrote in the dim light reflected by the street lamp, Zhongying, my friend Jihua and my wife share the same lesson. I did not deliberately pry into people's secrets, but actually entered the house through the window, and unintentionally gained the love between you two. There is God's will in this. God's will is to make me die. I leave this world for your enjoyment. Even if they have a meager harvest, they will also give it to each other. You can't stay in Jinzhong for a long time, so I leave this world for your enjoyment. Even if they have a meager harvest, they will also give it to each other. You can't stay in Jinzhong for a long time, so you should return to Zhongying's hometown and hold the wedding. The spirit of Yu Yin is not lost, and I am willing to be the host of the marriage and the person who witnesses the marriage. By Ping. After writing. Looking at the piece of paper, he smiled with tears in his eyes, and then stepped back. He touched a copper paperweight with his hand and pressed the note on the desk. Then he moved a few steps towards the bed tent. I could only smell the hot fragrance coming from the tent, penetrated through the nose and entered the brain, and felt that my nerves were shaking. I knew I couldn't stay in this room for a moment longer. Then he went back and climbed onto the desk. I want to go out the way I came. But when I climbed out of the window, I smelled the earthy fragrance of night air, and felt sad again. I secretly thought that this time I would say goodbye to my home, my people, and my friends forever. Look back again. It felt so dark in this room that I couldn't miss it. I also imagined that when I just returned home, I passed the bridge and the water in the river seemed to shine coldly in front of me. He immediately decided in his mind that the best way to die was to jump into the river, and to jump into the river was the best way to walk quickly, so he hesitated. Fortunately, I am still a man. Thinking about it, he slowly pressed his hand on the window edge and moved one leg out. The leg was only halfway extended and then stopped. He couldn't help but look back. Suddenly I thought that although there is a lot of sadness in this room now, there was a lot of happiness in the past. Reminiscent of Jihua's tenderness and affection towards him in the past few years, Zhongying's kindness towards him has reached its peak. Neither of them are heartless people. Now that they are doing this kind of thing, reminiscent of Jihua's tenderness and affection towards him in the past few years, Zhongying's kindness towards him has reached its peak. Neither of them are heartless people. Now that they are doing this kind of thing, there may be something unspeakable about them. Now I let them. Even if you repay their favors. After pondering like this for a while, Do had an idea and complained to himself, my method is too cruel. If they only care about my death, they are both thoughtful people, and they might also commit suicide. Otherwise, Jihua would also hate Zhongying because of the condemnation of conscience, and Zhongying would also look down on Jihua because of regret. Do they still have time to laugh in this life? Wouldn't that kill me in vain and harm them both? This approach will never work. Thinking of this, I immediately felt confused. I can only go back to the house and think about it again. Then he shrunk down and climbed down from the desk, still sitting down on the sofa. After lowering his head and thinking for a while, he suddenly heard Jihua coughing on the bed. After a short while, I stretched my nose and hummed again. Then Jihua laughed again. Zhongying took the fresh paste in his mouth and said, "You are naughty, why are you pinching my nose?" Jihua giggled and said, "Let's see if you're still asleep." "I'm awake." "Let's see if you can still sleep." Zhongying said, I'm awake. Don't deal with me yet." Jihua laughed, and the light in the bed immediately turned on. Then Jihua laughed and said, "You are not honest at all when you sleep." My hands and feet were moving around and I woke up. "You want to sleep, can you?" Zhongying spoke in a breathy voice. "You see, your arms and legs all fell on me, and you still said that I was not honest in my sleep? You are still reasonable." At this time, the shadow of Jihua sitting up was reflected on the tent. She said, "I just like to be unreasonable and leave if you don't like it." Zhongying smiled and said, "Just leave." Then there was a sound on the bed rail and a figure shaking. It seemed as if Zhongying was about to get out of bed. Bai Ping was so frightened that her heart jumped, but she immediately saw Jihua's shadow reaching down and holding him down. He heard Jihua squeaking, "No." Then he saw a hand raised from below to wrap around Jihua's neck, and Jihua also took advantage of the situation and lowered his head. Then the sound of extremely passionate and prolonged kissing. He heard Jihua squeaking, "No." Then he saw a hand raised from below to wrap around Jihua's neck, and Jihua also took advantage of the situation and lowered his head. Then the sound of extremely passionate and prolonged kissing was heard. The sound lasted for a long time before falling silent. It sank for a while. Seeing Zhongying and Jihua both sitting up, their lower bodies were close together, but their upper bodies were separated, as if two trunks branched out from one tree root, or like a herringbone willow growing toward the sky, swaying unsteadily in the wind. After a while, Jihua fell into Zhongying's arms again. There was no sound for a while. The curtains are heavy, the small building is silent, the lights are dim, and there are both figures. It's really a fairyland poetry. But Bai Ping couldn't understand it as she sat there. She just felt heartbroken and secretly hated her parents for creating 2 extra eyes and ears when she was born. But he couldn't stop listening or watching, and his body was indescribably numb, and he couldn't move even if he wanted to. At this moment, she suddenly heard Zhongying whispering, "My little sister was fine just now, why wasn't she happy?" But he couldn't stop listening or watching, and his body was indescribably numb, and he couldn't move even if he wanted to. At this moment, she suddenly heard Zhongying whispering, "My little sister was fine just now, why wasn't she happy?" Jihua sighed, "I feel sad when I think of Bai Ping. Who of us can live up to him?" Zhongying was silent for a long time, and then said, "Why are we still talking about this now? Come to think of it, who of us can live? Since we have committed evil, we can't talk about it. It's just a day to be happy. In this tent, it's just a day. Just pretend there is no such thing in the world. Hey! Why are you still pouting?" Jihua said, "I can't laugh now." Zhongying said, "You have to laugh even if you can't laugh. If you don't laugh, I'll tickle you." Jihua laughed loudly and said, you dare. Zhongying said he also smiled and said, why don't I dare? As he said that, he saw the shadow of his hand move. Jihua held it up and said with a smile, look at your face, I'm hiding from you. As she said that, she heard the sound of the tent hook, and Jihua walked out of bed naked. Bai Ping was sitting on the sofa, and it was too late to hide in a hurry. Jihua ran out of bed in a daze. The lights were on inside the tent, but it was dark outside. Not seeing Bai Ping, she ran to the sofa, wanting to sit there and be naughty with Zhongying. She didn't want to reach out to hold the back of the sofa, but it happened to touch Bai Ping's head. He was so frightened that he screamed in a loud voice. Zhongying was in the tent and heard her shouting in a strange voice. He raised the tent to take a look. Suddenly the lights came out and the three of them met at the same time. Jihua looked at Bai Ping and groaned again, then fainted at Bai Ping's feet. Bai Ping wanted to reach. Suddenly the lights came out and the three of them met at the same time. Jihua looked at Bai Ping and groaned again, then fainted at Bai Ping's feet. Bai Ping wanted to reach out to help her, then lowered her head. She felt a nervous turmoil, a buzzing sound in her head, and she immediately fell back on the sofa. Zhong Yingho was on the bed, holding up the curtain with his hands. He could no longer put it down, and he appeared there as if he had lost consciousness. After a while, Bai Ping woke up first, struggled to stand up, picked up Jihua, and carried her to the bed. At this time Zhongying was putting down his hands to open the curtain. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, not daring to look at anyone. I can't wait to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. Bai Ping gently tightened the tent and shut the two of them inside. But he stood outside the tent. He said kindly, you don't need to be shy, let alone be afraid, put your clothes on quickly. I have something to say. After saying that, he still retreated and sat on the sofa to wait. Immediately, he saw a trembling light in the tent and a swaying figure. After a while, the silence subsided. I knew that they had put on their clothes, but they did not get out of bed. At this time there were 3 people in the room. But no one dared to take a breath. Only the clock ticked on the table, as if there was a sneer there. The electric light flickered in the tent, as if he knew a storm was coming soon, and he was trembling with fear. Bai Ping has been waiting for a long time. He couldn't help but said again, come out quickly. I've seen them all just now. What are you hiding from now? As he spoke, he stood up, looked for the switch on the wall, and turned on the light. Suddenly, the 4 walls of the room were brightly lit. It turned into a world again. He tapped his fingers on the table and said, please come out and talk, quick. Quick. At this time, Jihua could only be heard crying in the bed. Bai Ping walked forward and hooked up the tent. I saw that Jihua had put on her pajamas, still with her 6-inch round skin and fluffy temples, leaning sideways on the bed rail. The fragrant shoulders heaved and sobbed. But Zhongying was leaning on the corner of the bed, wearing tights, holding his knees with his hands, and placing his chin on his knees. I was lost in thought there like a fool. The cotton quilts and fragrant quilts were all crowded in the middle of the bed, bulging like a small foo. A jasmine flower ball was also crushed into pieces, scattered on the side of Jihua's feet. Bai Ping felt very sad when she saw this scene. I secretly thought that I had forced them into such a pitiful state. Only now do we know that the husband's power under Chinese customs has such great power invisibly. But if the love between a couple disappears, What's the point of maintaining the status quo by relying solely on husband's power? Then he thought that Jihua and himself could never talk about this level. What's the point of maintaining the status quo by relying solely on husband's power? Then he thought that Jihua and himself could never talk about this level. Now she has no fear, only shame and anger. She is ashamed that she is sorry for me, and she is angry that Zhongying has harmed her. It's probably worse than... I don't know how many pieces a heart will break into. Just looking at her without saying a word was worse than killing her. That's too cruel. It's better to solve it quickly. I also found peace before my eyes and peace in my heart. After thinking about it, I don't know how many pieces a heart will break into. Just looking at her without saying a word was worse than killing her. That's too cruel. It's better to solve it quickly. She snuggled into Bai Ping's arms as softly as if she were boneless, and let him carry her to the sofa and lay her down. One hand was covering her tearful eyes, and the other was still hugging Bai Ping's neck. Bai Ping looked at her timid appearance, and couldn't help but sigh softly. She snuggled into Bai Ping's arms as softly as if she were boneless, and let him carry her to the sofa and lay her down. One hand was covering her tearful eyes, and the other was still hugging Bai Ping's neck. Bai Ping looked at her timid appearance, and couldn't help but sigh softly. My heart softened. He gritted his teeth even harder, then took her hand off his neck and put it down gently. Suddenly he stood up proudly, walked between the bed and the sofa, coughed, and then said in a loud voice, I came back today not to pry into your secret sincerely. But unfortunately it happened. I regret it to death. I believe this will never be revealed and I will be happy throughout my life. Because I dare to conclude that you too have a secret, and your love for me will never diminish. You can fool me like this for the rest of my life. Just to maintain my happiness for the rest of my life. But since today is unfortunate, what happens in the future is another matter. I had been in this room for more than 1 hour before you woke up. At first I wanted to commit suicide and leave the world to you, so I wrote a letter and put it on the desk. I'll leave it to you to see. At this point, Jihua groaned. She hurriedly ran over and knelt at Bai Ping's feet, hugged Bai Ping's thigh tightly, and cried, You don't do this. At this time, Zhongying also ran out of bed and said to Bai Ping with tears in his eyes, Why did you die? I deserve to die. When I die, you just think that I was never born in the world, and eliminate Jihua's faults. As for why I did such a sorry thing to you, even I still don't understand. It can only be blamed on God playing tricks on people. Jihua is the same as me. There is not much to say now. I'm leaving. After saying that, he walked out. Bai Ping pulled him back and said, Don't be ridiculous. Wait until I finish talking. He helped Jihua up again and said, Get up, listen to me. After saying that, he sighed again, Ahem. In fact, I have nothing to say. He held them both with his hands, with tears in his eyes, biting his lower lip with his teeth, and was stunned for a long time. Suddenly he stamped his feet and said, Why should I endure it? Let's finish talking and leave. It's a shame that I'm still a man if I linger like this. After saying that, he let go of Zhongying and Jihua, and said with his hands behind his back, I later thought that my life was suffering. I died to harm you. Because even though you have done such sorry things to me, I still believe that you are not heartless. If I die, you may even be so tired that you don't want to live anymore. Wouldn't this be harmful to others and not to your own benefit? Now I decide to give everything I have to you. My Jihua is given to Zhongning. My Zhongning was also given to Jihua. As for these family properties, they all belong to you. I just hope that you will always love each other like this in the future, even if you live up to my good intentions. I rejoice for you from all over the world. At this point, Jihua cried until her voice choked. She hugged Bai Ping's neck and sobbed, You. Bai Ping suddenly felt that the hot tears rolling down her eyes were full. Own neck. The hot air from Sakura's mouth hit her cheeks, seeming to penetrate her flesh and heat her heart. Immediately, I felt a warmth in my heart like a spring breeze blowing through me. It felt like my heart, which had just been cast into iron, immediately softened. I secretly think about the kindness between Jihua Suri and me. The hot air from Sakura's mouth hit her cheeks, seeming to penetrate her flesh and heat her heart. Immediately, I felt a warmth in my heart like a spring breeze blowing through me. It felt like my heart, which had just been cast into iron, immediately softened. I secretly think about the kindness between Jihua Suri and me. Occasionally she did something bad out of ignorance. Should I abandon her like this? I often call her my little sister. Could it be that I still refuse to forgive my little sister when she cries like this? This brother is too cruel. But Zhongning is standing here. Occasionally she did something bad out of ignorance. Should I abandon her like this? I often call her my little sister. Could it be that I still refuse to forgive my little sister when she cries like this? This brother is too cruel. But Zhongning is standing here. I want to forgive her now, but how can I say it? It's better to let Zhongning go. Thinking of this, I wanted to teach Zhongning how to walk using hand gestures. But when he looked up at Zhongning, he also saw the sloping pillows on the bed, the random quilts, broken flowers, and crepe quilts, which were all traces of old times, and he couldn't help but think of what he had heard and seen just now. I felt a sudden chill in my chest, as if it was winter again, freezing my heart to the core again. Then he gritted his teeth, lightly stomped his feet a few more times, slowly pushed Jihua forward 2 steps, and suddenly hugged her into Zhongying's arms. He quickly ducked and took a few steps away. At this moment, Zhongying seemed to be stupid. Jihua bumped into his arms, but he still stood stupidly, neither avoiding nor reaching out to support her. Jihua felt as if she was waking up from a dream when she touched Zhongying. Suddenly there was a cry. He turned around and raised his hands towards Bai Ping, shouting like crazy, "You are so cruel. I will die." As he said that, he fell to the ground, his pink face kissed on the carpet, and his lower leg was fisted in his pajamas. A pair of the legs and even half of the jade snow-like buttocks were exposed to the silvery light. Bai Ping only glanced at it twice. She didn't dare to look at it anymore, and she couldn't bear to look at it anymore. Over there, Zhongying was in a state of despair. When he saw Jihua suddenly fainting, he hurriedly tried to help her with his hands. When I looked up and saw Bai Ping still standing still with a lonely look on her face, I immediately felt trembling in my heart. He retracted his outstretched hand. Bai Ping rubbed her hands and said, "Help her up. She is yours, you don't care who cares." When Zhongying heard this, he lowered his head even more and did not dare to do anything. Bai Ping said, "It's best to teach her to sleep for a while. I want to take advantage of this couple's time to grab something and leave." After saying that, he ran to the small glass cabinet next to the bed. I opened the cabinet door, rummaged around for a while, and found a half-worn vest made of sand-green silk with a wide edge of gauze. She held it in her hand and said, "This is the most flattering one for her." After saying that, he ran to the small glass cabinet next to the bed. I opened the cabinet door, rummaged around for a while, and found a half-worn vest made of sand-green silk with a wide edge of gauze. She held it in her hand and said, "This is the most flattering one for her waist." Then she looked for a women's slipper with a blue ground and self-flowered flowers, and said to herself, "This is what we put under our bed on our first wedding day." Then he took a small powder box with a mirror from the small table next to the cabinet and said, there was her face in it. At this point, he sighed again, "Enough, enough, this is ridiculous enough." As he spoke, he stuffed all 3 items into the pockets of his uniform. He came over and said to Zhong Ying, "Brother Ying, I'm leaving. Let's see you in the next life. You have to treat Jihua well. It's a pity that she is still like a child. You should be kind to her. I will never bear it when I go. Not guilty, but not coming back." After saying that, he looked at Jihua on the ground, then bowed down, and immediately straightened up. He stamped his feet and climbed up to the desk. At this time, Zhong Ying hurriedly stepped forward to hold his legs and begged, "Good brother, good ancestor, don't leave. Let's discuss it slowly." Bai Ping didn't answer again. He only used his legs to push back hard, knocking Zhong Ying backwards. At this time, Jihua had woken up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Bai Ping's head sticking out of the window. Knowing that it was too late to pull her away, she rolled on the ground and cried, "Don't leave. Ping, my dear brother, don't." At this time, Bai Ping had already walked out of the window. By the time Zhong Ying and Jihua stood up from the ground, no one was seen outside the window. They hurried to the window and looked down, only to see Bai Ping's dark shadow still standing downstairs. His snow-white face could still be seen secretly. He was holding a white towel in his hand. When he saw the 2 of them sticking their heads out, he raised the towel twice and shouted, "Take care, I'm going." Then he ran out of the alley, and in a flash not see. Jihua called Bai Ping in a sharp voice, then leaned out and wanted to jump down. Zhong Ying was in a state of confusion, and when he saw something was not going well, he hurriedly pulled her back. Jihua looked back at Zhong Ying, still struggling hard to get out of the building, shouting, "Let go. You've hurt me enough." After hearing this, Zhong Ying felt like he was on a knife's end, but he still fought hard. She hugged. After all, men are powerful. They rolled back from the window to the desk. Then he rolled from the desk to the floor. They both fell dizzy, holding each other and panting. After sinking for a while, Jihua woke up first, and immediately released her hold on Zhong Ying's shoulders, trying to sit up. But it was because we had just made a fuss. He only moved tremblingly a few times, gasped, and still lay down. At this time Zhong Ying also opened his closed eyes. The 2 people looked at each other and sighed. Jihua rolled over hard, left Zhong Ying's arms, and turned her back to him. It was silent for a long time. The 2 electric lamps of different colors on the roof of the tent still illuminate the room like a charming spring painting. The scenery in the bed still displays the enchanting scenery, and the fragrance of jasmine still lingers in the air. It's just that a couple who were in the bed before 2 o'clock are now lying like dead people. Just a long sigh. After a while, Zhong Ying saw Jihua's shoulders trembling up and down, and knew that she was crying, but he did not dare to speak to her. Unexpectedly, she burst into tears. Zhong Ying couldn't help it, so he persuaded in a low voice, "Don't be sad, I will always get Bai Ping back. Don't cry yet. Are you crying because you want me to die? Jihua didn't answer and suddenly turned over. I sat up and spit on the ground. He looked at Zhong Ying with tears in his eyes and expressed hatred. Just when he was about to speak, he gritted his teeth and swallowed. Zhong Ying continued to persuade him for another 20 days. Jihua wiped her tears with her hands and said with sobs, "This goes with your heart and makes Bai Ping angry. How rare do you have the nerve to persuade me? I shouldn't be alive anymore. I want to die, but I'm afraid Bai Ping will come back again. Without me, wouldn't it be a trap for him? How can I survive if I want to live? I shouldn't be alive anymore. I want to die, but I'm afraid Bai Ping will come back again. Without me, wouldn't it be a trap for him? How can I survive if I want to live?" As he spoke, he suddenly frowned, pointed at Zhong Ying and said, "I see you like an enemy now, which really makes me suffer. You want me to marry you? Then give up this hope as soon as possible." Zhong Ying pulled his hair hard and said with a sad face, "Don't accuse me wrongly. Do you know how sad I am? I also want to die in my own heart. But Bai Ping is gone. What will you do if I die?" Jihua stood up and said, "I don't want you to die either, and I don't need your protection. This family property will be yours to enjoy according to Bai Ping's words. I am going to find Bai Ping, no matter where I am in the world. I will look for him and explain my difficulties to him. If he doesn't forgive me, I will die in his presence. Also a safe ghost." Hearing the pain in his heart, Zhong Ying pulled off a lock of hair with all his strength, threw it to the ground and said, "Why do you think I am so bad? Might as well kill me with a knife. Did I deliberately force Bai Ping away? You should leave some room for me when you speak." Jihua's eyes that had just been wiped were filled with tears again. "I know that I am too cruel to you. But now, I can't say anything. Now I just say, go. What do you want? I don't care." "Not much." Zhong Ying stood up suddenly, blushing and rubbing his chest with his hands. He only looked at Jihua, then started circling in the room, and suddenly stopped again after a while. He went to the writing desk and picked up the calligraphy note left by Bai Ping and looked at it. After reading it, he sighed deeply. The ground tilted and he fell on the sofa. The sofa creaked under the pressure. At this time, Jihua was sitting on the bed, leaning against the bed rail, lost in thought. She heard a sudden noise, raised her head and saw Zhong Ying's pitiful look. Her heart moved, and she immediately lowered her head again. A very sad voice called Zhong Ying. Zhong Ying just didn't speak. Look at her to show acceptance. Jihua still looked down at her crumpled pajamas. Weakly said, "Zhong Ying, I'm really sorry for you. When we got married, it wasn't you who came to seduce me. Now I almost put all the blame on you. You don't know how to be sad. But when I said that just now, I didn't hate you, but I hated God. Since I gave birth to Bai Ping, why did you give birth to me again and hurt me like this? I understand that it's all my own fault that I'm in this situation, and it's not anyone else's fault. At most, I can only complain about it, let alone make trouble with you. Now that I think about it, I have wronged you. Just forgive me for being a stupid woman who can't stand the trouble." As he said this, he looked at Zhong Ying with eyes full of eyes, showing infinite pity. Zhong Ying saw her in such a condition. My heart felt hot and cold again. He lingered for a long time, then slowly stood up, walked to her, held on to the bedpost, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Shen Huikai whispered again, ahem. Everyone is wrong, no one needs to ask for forgiveness. Now let's put Bai Ping aside and talk about us first. How have I always treated you, sister? Zhihua looked at Zhongying, her teary eyes glowed with strange emotion, and said, love, of course it is love. I see. Zhongying continued, because I love you so much, that's why I did such a sorry thing to Bai Ping, which makes you unable to see him. It is indeed my fault. But you have to forgive me, I am not a ridiculous person, but if I can only control my love with reason, I will not be where I am today. But I can't say this to Bai Ping, I can only tell you. At this time, Zhihua gently rubbed her two delicate hands, raised her head and said, we are about to say goodbye, and I am determined to find Bai Ping, or maybe we can come back together. Otherwise, he might die in a foreign country. This is the time when we finally break up, but I hope that in the future you will think of me and only think of me as a friend. You should try your best to forget everything you should not think about. Zhongying listened without saying a word and started pacing back and forth again. Suddenly he smiled bitterly at Zhihua in a very excited mood. After smiling, he said seriously, do you really think that I will inherit Bai Ping's family fortune? Go enjoy that boring life by yourself? I'm leaving too. As for what I am going to do, I won't tell you yet. Anyway, I will have the opportunity to teach Bai Ping in the future that I, Bian Zhongying, was just a temporary mistake and not a born bastard. But I can't go with you. I'm afraid that looking for Bai Ping may lead to unexplained misunderstandings. Zhihua sighed even more and said, Bai Ping Ding didn't call us bad people before he left. He also knew that we made a temporary mistake. But the more he can forgive, the more sorry we will be to him. We can no longer talk for a long time now. You can leave quickly. I want to rest and think about my own affairs, pack up my things, and set off tomorrow. We can no longer talk for a long time now. You can leave quickly. I want to rest and think about my own affairs, pack up my things, and set off tomorrow. As he said that, he leaned back on the bed and covered his face with his sleeves. Zhongying was pacing when he quietly stopped and sat on the other end of the bed, looking at her. I could see her pink face, which could not be covered by her sleeves, and against the scattered dark clouds, she looked more like a misty hairdresser. I sighed secretly that such a beautiful girl seemed to have been destroyed by the wind and rain invisibly. Then he looked down at her pair of white and plump thighs and natural thin feet, which were reflected in the light and were as crystal clear as snow. At the same time, I remembered the feeling of having our faces pressed against each other, legs pressed against each other, and arms pressed against each other for the past few months. I also thought that I would never be close to her again. Feeling more sentimental in my heart, I looked at her thighs in trance again. Suddenly I remembered that in the first month of the lunar month, her feet suddenly froze, so I kissed the injured area with my mouth all night long. I don't want to compete the next day. She smiled and knelt in my arms and asked me why I loved her so much. He was actually willing to perform this mental healing technique on her without any obscenity. I don't know what spiritual therapy is, but I just feel that when the emotions are too intense, the spirit becomes connected. She suddenly looked at me and cried again, and I fainted holding her in my arms. Now that I think about it, it is a once-in-a-lifetime event. It's such a fleeting pastime, and it's always pitiful to think about it later. At this moment, the house was still the same house as before, and the people were still her and me. However, the situation was completely different, and my mood changed drastically. no matter who the mistake is cast on. But now that we have reached such a situation, we are about to see the shrike and the flying swallow fly to the east and west. The years to come will teach me how to survive. It's really not as good as Bai Ping just shooting me to death and saving me for the rest of my life. Now he has drifted away, clearly giving me everything. In fact, it only gave me the cruelest punishment in the world. It seems that although Bai Ping lost Jihua's body, she has not lost Jihua's heart. But my friendship and love were shattered, and I was the only one who suffered the greatest loss. Think of this. Then he looked at Jihua's delicate body in her pajamas. The more she lay down, the slimmer and slimmer she became, and the shape became shorter and fitter. The thin pajamas clung to her body softly, and the beauty of her curves was vaguely revealed. I also thought that such a peerless beauty would soon leave me behind. From now on we can no longer stay together for even a moment. I couldn't help but feel empty in my chest, as if I had lost my heart. I sat and meditated on all the sweet scenes with Jihua in the past few months, and my heart was filled with riots, sometimes hot and then cold. Several times he reached out to hug her, but he only extended his hand halfway and then stopped. Finally, he suddenly bit his lip, stood up tremblingly, held Jihua's thighs, and knelt down. Jihua was lying with her face hidden, crying in a daze. Suddenly he felt someone's hand on his bare thigh, and he sat up in shock. Starry eyes looked straight at Zhongying and said, "What's wrong with you?" Zhongying couldn't answer, he just tilted his cheek and stared at her calf, watching her tears rolling down. Jihua just sighed towards him and gently moved her legs away. Zhongying's face seemed to be electrically attracted and refused to leave, and he moved accordingly. But he said softly, "Sister, you are leaving soon. If we break up now, we have to wait until we meet again in the next life. If you hate me, you will hate me to the extreme. There should also be some pity. In this hot farewell, can't you? There should also be some pity. In this hot farewell, can't you?" Zhongying did not dare to say any more. Jihua lay down again, her eyes still closed, but her chest rose and fell violently. It was obvious that his emotions had reached the extreme. Zhongying also stayed close to her and remained silent for a while. It was past 5 o'clock in the morning. The glass window has turned white. The sound of chickens was heard intermittently everywhere. The morning breeze blew in from the unclosed window, and I felt a slight chill. The lights in the room also became dimmer. The two people lying on the bed and kneeling under the bed were in a very miserable state. Jihua shivered because of the morning breeze and stretched out her hand to rub her nose. Suddenly he sat upright, opened his arms to Zhongying, looked at the powdered noodles, and his eyes glowed with love. Zhongying stood up gently when he saw it. Looking at her blankly, he suddenly threw himself into her arms. Jihua also reached out and hugged him tightly, kissing his hair deeply and long. Zhongying also kissed her breasts. It takes about 6 or 7 minutes. Jihua's face turned cold again, so she pushed him away, pointed at the door and said, "Let's go, you would be very unwise if you continue to be in love here." Zhongying stood in front of her and sighed, "I already knew I should leave, but in the future." Jihua hurriedly waved her hands and said, "Let's get over it now. What else can we talk about in the future? Please put down the tent. Come down. I'm going to take a break." Zhongying was confused, so he put down the curtain for her as instructed. The curtains that were originally covered unfolded fold by fold. Zhong Ying's heart tightened as the curtains folded and folded. When the tent was put in place, it seemed like a red wall had been erected in the middle to separate the two people. Zhong Ying sighed secretly. Why, there is only one string of window paper and a few sparse lattice. This layer of brocade tent weighs tens of thousands of yunshan. I also thought that there was nothing left to cherish at this point, so it was better to leave quickly. Just when I was about to move, I felt a pity in my heart, as if another suction force came from the tent, making it difficult to move. Even his hands and feet seemed to be driven by his will. Zhong Ying frowned, secretly wondering what was wrong with him. As long as you are in love, what else can you do to fall in love? Suddenly something moved in his heart, and he sighed softly. I don't think it's cute here. I really think it's scary outside. After leaving this building, I feel sad anytime, anywhere, anywhere. How could I want to go out? But if I didn't have this undeserved love with Zhihua, why would I suffer this kind of pain? There is no way to escape the punishment you have caused. I can bear it with my eyes closed. I thought about giving it a good meal before leaving. I looked back at the tent and felt sad. I wanted to look at Zhihua again, but I didn't have the courage to open the tent anymore. So I lowered my head and shouted, Zhihua, I'm leaving. Zhihua seemed to be holding her breath in the tent and said in a small voice, Goodbye. Zhong Ying said again, Please leave me something as a souvenir. As he spoke, Zhihua hummed in agreement. Zhong Ying thought that she would get up and get it for him, but Zhihua continued, You can pick up the things in the cabinet. I don't want any of them. Zhong Ying listened. I don't feel as if I'm lost. No more taking anything. Then he shook his head and tiptoed to walk out. After moving 2 steps, Zhihua was heard calling from inside the tent again, and Zhong Ying hurriedly walked back. Zhihua weakly shouted twice, and Zhong Ying agreed. Zhihua seemed to speak with a nasal voice again. You put your hand in. Zhong Ying put his hand in through the slit, and felt that he immediately touched Zhihua's soft hand, and then her wet and hot lips pressed into his palm. Immediately, a feeling of passion shot through his arm. My whole body will feel soft inside. After a while. Then I felt the warm lips on my palm leave and be replaced by something both wet and cool. She bent Zhong Ying's fingers and pushed them out of the tent. Zhong Ying looked at the object in his hand, and it turned out to be a handkerchief like a bell. I understood in my heart. He didn't even say anything anymore. Holding the handkerchief tightly in his hand, he gently opened the door to the building and left without looking back. The room was immediately as silent as a tomb. The sky is already bright. Because no one had turned it off, the electric light was still shining with its miserable yellow light. The sun didn't seem to know that such a tragedy happened in the house last night, and pushed his cheerful red face to the window again. The clock on the table has stopped again, and there is almost no sound. At this time, the curtain moved, and Zhihua poked her head out from the tent, with fluffy hair on her temples. Xingyan was red from crying. He looked around, stretched, and then gently got out of bed. When I walked to the standing mirror and looked at myself, I saw that my face was pale and my eyes were sunken, as if I was much thinner than yesterday. It looks rather pitiful. He held his cheeks in his hands, secretly resenting that this handsome appearance is really not a good thing. He had unintentionally killed 2 people and turned himself into a lonely ghost. She is not as good as other ugly women, who can still live in peace and quiet for the rest of their lives. I looked back and saw that the window and door were still open. I thought one of them went out through the window and the other through the door. Who doesn't feel extremely sad? But the culprit is me. Where do I get out? Logically speaking, I shouldn't go out. I feel so comfortable dying in this room. But there are two of them alive in the world. How could I bear to die? I decided to restore this broken thing to its original state, and restored the love between Bai Ping and me, and the friendship with Zhou Ying. But only God knows whether my wish will be fulfilled in the future. But now that Bai Ping is gone, I can't still live in Tianjin. Of course I will travel far and wide. Please tell me where to look for it. Thinking of this, I suddenly had an idea and thought of Bai Ping working at Beijing Station. Of course, he first went to Beijing to resign his post, and then went elsewhere. Now I will go to Beijing as soon as possible. If the weather is merciful, I may be able to meet him. After thinking about it, I looked at my watch. It was past 6 o'clock, and I knew that the first express train was about to arrive. He hurriedly walked to the dressing table and turned on the hot water pipe in the wash basin to wash his face. Halfway through washing, suddenly I heard footsteps on the stairs, like someone walking upstairs. With a thought in my heart, I thought to myself that one of them might be back. Bai Ping? Was he persuaded by God to come back? That really saved my life. Thinking about it, I ran out to greet him. Suddenly I thought about it again. What if Zhou Ying bumped into me again? Then I'd better not see him, so I wanted to hide in the tent again. As soon as he hesitated like this, his mind immediately became confused and he stood on his head, unable to turn. At this time, the people who went upstairs had entered the room. It's neither Bai Ping nor Zhou Ying. It turns out to be my old servant Huma. I felt relieved in my heart. He wiped his face casually again and threw down the towel. When Huma saw the chaos in the house, Jihua looked strange again. He said, "Grandma got up so early. Uncle Bien." Jihua frowned and waved her hand to her and said, "Stop talking and pick out some of the clothes I'm wearing." Placed in a wicker box. Quick, quick. I'm about to go out. Whose mother didn't dare to say anything when she saw that she looked wrong, so she went to clean it up. Jihua opened the safe and saw that there were still 1,000 or 2,000 yuan in banknotes. She stuffed them all into a leather bag. She also packed some practical things and then he said to Huma, "You go out and hire 2 foreign cars and go to the station." Mama Hu rolled her eyes, but didn't dare to ask, so she went out to hire a car as she was told. Jihua then went to bed again, changed her clothes, and looked around the room, feeling very miserable. She secretly sighed that she had spent so much time. The high-rise building of my sweet life for a year. I was about to leave it behind. I don't know what year or day I came back. If this house still loves me, please bless me to find Bai Ping soon and come back here to stay together. Otherwise, I have to wait for me to die in a foreign land, and my soul will fly back to take a look. I was feeling sad and embarrassed just thinking about it. Huma has come back to report that the car has been hired. Jihua then told her, "Keep an eye on the house. I will go to Beijing to stay for a few days and then come back." Hu's mother still said in a confused way, "Is Grandma going to Beijing to see the young master?" Her words were unintentional and she didn't want to offend her. To Jihua's heart, almost bursting into tears, he forced himself to nod. Taught Huma to carry the wicker box, took the leather bag herself, went downstairs, and got in the car. The coachman picked up and drove off. Jihua didn't dare to look back. She just closed her eyes and arrived at the station in a daze. Just as the car was about to start, I quickly bought a ticket and got on the bus. After another 3 or 4 drowsy hours, we arrived at Beijing Tianmen Station. Get off the car and ask the porter to guard your suitcase. He found Duan Chang's office, met with Duan Chang, and asked about Bai Ping's whereabouts. Duan Long replied, Lin Baiping left me a letter of resignation to the general administration before 2 o'clock and left. At this moment, she may still be in the apartment of their team leader. Jihua's heart was beating wildly, and she didn't care what to say, so she left the Duan chief's office and found the team leader's apartment. When asking people there, it is said that Bai Ping took advantage of the truck's return from Tianjin in the morning, immediately quit her job, packed her luggage and left before 2 o'clock, without saying where she was going. After hearing this, Jihua felt her heart buzzing and turning into gas, flying into the sky, her delicate body shaking and about to collapse. Fortunately, I struggled against the wall and didn't faint. Tears had already fallen down, and he didn't care about people's whispers, so he slowly moved back to the platform. At this time, the cars and pedestrians dispersed, and the platform was much quieter. In Jihua's eyes, it was even more desolate. Look up at the sky. The world feels so wide, where should I go? The ownerless heart felt as if it had been cut out with a knife and was so painful that it almost burst into tears. Leaning against the red wall of the box office, my whole body trembled slightly. Secretly resenting Bai Ping, I only care about you ruthlessly leaving. I don't care about hurting your sister Jihua. Now I am all alone, where should I go? I have no shame in going back to my home in Tianjin. Bai Ping disappeared again. Teach me where to find my roots? Thinking of this, I felt confused. He leaned against the wall and remained motionless for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, I suddenly heard someone calling my wife in my ear. When I looked at it carefully, I found that the porter was impatient and asked where to move the luggage. Jihua had no idea in her heart and couldn't think of where to go. After an unknown amount of time, I suddenly heard someone calling my wife in my ear. When I looked at it carefully, I found that the porter was impatient and asked where to move the luggage. Jihua had no idea in her heart and couldn't think of where to go. She panicked and pointed towards the station door. The porter carried the luggage outside the station and put it down. He reached out to Jihua and asked for money. Immediately, many rickshaw drivers rushed to take seats, and Jihua's heart became even more confused. Thinking that it wouldn't be a problem to be dazed at the station, I called 2 cars and loaded my luggage into one. Get on one yourself. The driver pulled her up and walked for more than 10 steps before turning around and asking, "Where are you going?" Jihua was even more stunned by the question. Fortunately, an idea struck me, and I suddenly remembered that when I was in normal school, I had a classmate named Fang Shumin. He lives at number 88, Hachiho, Chaochang. He lives at number 88, Hachiho, Chaochang. Because there are 3 horoscopes that are easy to remember, they will never be forgotten. Now I have no choice but to settle down with her first. He ordered the coachman to pull him to the 8th section of the grass field. The coachman agreed and ran away. Not much effort. Got to the place. Looking at the house number, it turned out to be a very tall gatehouse. There is a bright pot sign posted on the door, which says Zhejiang House Apartment. Then he went up and knocked on the door. When an errand came out, Jihua called her by name and explained that he was visiting Miss Fang Shumin. Then send someone in. Less than a minute later, I heard the sound of leather shoes in the courtyard, and a very lively girl ran out from inside, shouting, "Is this Sister Jihua?" She grabbed Jihua at the door and shouted, "Good sister, what kind of wind has brought you here? Come and sit in the room." As he said that, he pulled hard towards the courtyard. Jihua said, "Wait a minute, I still have something with me." The girl said, "Don't worry about it, leave it to them." After saying this, she gave instructions to the attendant and dragged Jihua into the courtyard. Enter the upper room, pass through the hall, go to the backyard, and go straight into the east wing. Entered the inner room. Just let go. He pushed Jihua to sit down on the bed, then held her hand and said, "Sister, I really didn't expect you to come. Among our classmates, I only miss you. And you came. Why did you think of coming to me? You are too many. Are you coming to Beijing? Have you eaten? Are you tired? We haven't seen each other in the past 2 years. Do you want me or not?" Jihua couldn't help but smile when she saw that Xu Min was still as innocent as before, talking like a barrage of words. "You should take a breath and let me interrupt." Xu Min also smiled, "Sister, you don't know how much I miss you. About the time you married Mr. I had long forgotten that my sister had gone to Java. Otherwise, why haven't you received a letter in 2 years? Jihua said, "Don't chew your tongue first, let me take a break." I was in a state of confusion and sadness. Xu Min looked at her face and said, "Are you feeling uncomfortable? My brother is a doctor, please ask him to take a look." As he spoke, he called his brother and wanted to run out. Jihua hurriedly grabbed her and said, "Look at your ridiculous temper. When you hear the wind, it's rain. Who's uncomfortable? I just want to rest for a while. Just don't make trouble with me." Xu Min smiled and said, "Okay. Just rest." He put the pillow away, pushed Jihua down on the bed and covered her with a quilt. He sat by the bed and told Jihua a lot about the situation after farewell. Jihua agreed casually, paying attention to her dormitory, which was carefully tidied. Her expression was no less happy than when she was a student. I couldn't help but sigh secretly. We were classmates and sisters back then, and she is still a pure virgin today. Unfortunately, I was beaten by the wind and waves to the deep and turbid place of love, and I was afraid that I would never see the light of day again. Xu Min also told Jihua that her father went to the eastern province to become an official, and her mother followed. Only myself and my brother were left at home, and we were extremely lonely. If you are fine, you must stay here for a while. Then he laughed to himself and said, "I'm so confused. You have a husband, and you still have time to accompany me. Really, does your husband treat you well?" Jihua felt anxious for a while. Unable to answer, he just nodded. Xu Min said again, "Who cannot love someone like you? The husband who is so embarrassed for you is willing to go to such lengths to let you out. If it were me, I wouldn't worry." When he looked at Jihua, she saw her clothes caught up. His face looked very ugly. He just thought that she didn't like hearing his jokes, so he changed his tone and said, "Sister, if you are tired, take a rest. I will teach them how to prepare food." Jihua only closed her eyes and shook her head, her face getting more and more ugly. Xu Min wanted to speak, but she shut her mouth tightly. As if he was trying hard to hold his breath, his chest and diaphragm bulged twice. He suddenly opened his mouth, and with a loud sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the bedding and bed tents like peach blossoms. Even Xu Min has it. At this time, Jihua's face was as pale as white paper. The nose was stained red with blood. Xiumin screamed in fright. In a panic, she covered Jihua's mouth with her hand and spilled 2 handfuls of blood. Even more frightened. Then he jumped on his feet and called for his brother. Immediately, a young man in a suit jumped in and saw the situation in the room. Also shocked. She even asked, "Sister, who is this? What's wrong?" Xiumin also raised a bloody hand, pointed at the bed tremblingly and said, "Brother, is he dead? Can't die. What should I do? He vomited blood and vomited these things, please help." Seeing Xiumin so frightened, the young man lost his temper. He held her shoulders and said, "Sister, don't be afraid, it doesn't matter. I can treat vomiting blood." After hearing this, Xiumin calmed down and only waved her hands without smearing the blood. At this time, 2 or 3 male servants and mothers outside had heard the sound and came in. They all screamed when they saw a bloody man lying on the bed. The young man frowned and waved his hand to them before suppressing his voice. My mother had already handed Xiumin a handkerchief and dried her hands haphazardly. Then he wiped the blood on Jihua's face and around him. The young man ran out, brought a bottle of potion, and taught Xiumin to drink some for Jihua. Xiumin called her twice softly first, but Jihua just fell unconscious. You can only pry up the teeth and pour the potion down. The young man took out the instrument and listened for the pulse, then asked Xiumin about Jihua's vomiting of blood. Xiumin told everything in detail. The young man nodded and said, "She was vomiting blood strangely, it must have been a particularly intense stimulus. Because there is nothing wrong with her lungs, they are as healthy as ordinary people." After saying that, he asked Xiumin, "How come I never knew you had this classmate?" Xiumin said, "This was my classmate when I was in school in Tianjin. I haven't seen him for 2 or 3 years after graduation. I heard that she has been married for a year and has a very good relationship with her husband. Today he suddenly came to me with his luggage. As soon as I entered the house, I noticed that she had something wrong with her expression. After staying there for a short time, I told her a joke. When talking about her husband, she closed her eyes and ignored me, not wanting to vomit blood suddenly." The young man listened, rolled his eyes a few times, then walked out of the main room, took a pen and wrote a prescription, and sent a servant to prepare it. Here Xiumin called in a servant to remove the blood stains on the bed and floor. "Clean up." Then he sat by the bed. "Guard Jihua." Occasionally, he saw Jihua's eyelids move and her mouth slightly opened, so she called softly. "Jihua is still in a coma." After more than 1 o'clock, the potion was prepared. Xiumin drank it again. After a while, Jihua's breathing gradually became louder, her face became slightly moisturized, and she looked like she had slept well. Xiumin was relieved. She ran to the yard and called her brother. Her brother came in from the front yard and asked with a smile, "How's it going?" Xiumin said, "It looks like it's okay. She slept well. Just unconscious. She looks scary, but I can't leave her to the mothers. Brother, you have to cure her, I thank you first. Are you sure you can treat it well?" Her brother smiled and said, "Of course I'm sure. Don't worry." Xiumin smiled and nodded. "Who doesn't know that you are a young doctor of medicine? Where can I not start to become a spring? You are famous outside, but you don't want to be looked down upon by your sister at home." Shu smiled and was about to leave, but Shu Min grabbed him and said, I'm seeing patients in the room by myself, and I'm very bored. Come and play chess with me. Shu always knew that Shu Min was naive and difficult to deal with, and she would not let anyone disobey her when she came up with an idea. He could only follow her into the room, and the brother and sister started playing chess on the table. Whenever Shu Min was indecisive and thinking carefully, Shu has nothing to do. I couldn't help but look at the patient on the bed. I saw Jihua lying there. Although her skin was dull and her fragrance was heavy, there was only a beautiful fetus lying there. I can't see her eyes, I can't hear her smiles, I can't see her behavior. But only in terms of appearance. She was already obviously handsome and extraordinary, not like an ordinary woman. And she was panting slightly, as if a famous flower was about to wither, and I felt that she was not only cute, but also pitiful. Looking at it one by one, I became more and more fascinated. Gradually, I can no longer control my mind. After only playing 2 games of chess, she had already developed inexplicable feelings and unexpected concern for the patient on the bed, but he also lost 2 games in a row. After arriving, Shu Min saw his scene and just smiled and said nothing. Suddenly he patted the chess piece gently and smiled quietly. Pity. Shu was looking at Jihua on the bed. When he heard the sound of the chess pieces, he turned around and asked Shu Min, "What's the pity?" Shu Min smiled and said, "I want to take your piece of cake, which is a good idea, but it's a pity that I have a wife to look after, and I have a master. I'm not delusional yet." Shu was confused and didn't understand what she said. After thinking about it, I realized that there was more to it than what I said. Sipping the food carefully, she couldn't help but blush, and Shu Min smiled at him again. At this time, the twilight outside the window was dark, and it was almost dusk. Shu Min turned on the light. The brother and sister played a game of chess again. Shu is about to lose again and is supporting the endgame. Suddenly there was a loud sound on the bed, and everyone turned to look. I saw Jihua's left arm stretched upward, then fell down again. But he mumbled a few words. Nothing could be heard. Shu quietly said to Shu Min, "Wake up." Shu Min ignored the chess game and moved closer to the bed to take a look. Jihua, however, remained silent. For a moment, she raised her 2 jade arms at the same time, making a gesture into the air, like a hug or a summons. He murmured again, and then pronounced through his nose, "Ping, brother, come. If you don't leave, let me leave my little sister, no." Shu Min looked scared. She called Shu to stand next to her. Shu said to Shu Min, "Listen, sister, the reason why she vomited blood is probably because of this ping." Shu Min nodded and called Sister Jihua twice softly. Jihua could almost hear her. He agreed vaguely, but still kept mumbling. After another moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked directly at the top of the bed, but his eyes were very unfocused. When Shu Min saw her waking up, she felt happy and lowered her head to get closer to her. He whispered, "Sister Jihua, are you feeling well?" Jihua did not answer. Shu Min asked again, and Jihua suddenly said, "Where is he?" "Thank you. Take me there, and I will give you 1,000 yuan." Seeing that she was still confused, Shu Min did not dare to talk to her anymore. Unexpectedly, Jihua had already seen Shu Min at this time, so he waved his hand towards her and said, "Zhongying, you are so shameless. Why did you come to my house again? Go. Go. Go ahead." The words "go" were shouted louder and louder. Shu Min was confused and still stood there in a daze. Seeing that she didn't leave, Zhihua seemed to get up and get out of bed to chase her away. But her body was weak, and she lay on her side again after a little movement. Panting. Shu Min was so scared that she couldn't help it. Then he turned to Shu and said, "What do you think of her? Please think of a way to treat her." Shu said, "Of course it's because her nerves have been overly stimulated that she became like this. We can only take care of her body first, and then slowly cure her heart disease." After saying that, he walked towards the bed and took a closer look at Zhihua. Unexpectedly, Zhihua also saw him. She suddenly gritted her teeth and struggled. She raised her body with her right arm and shouted to Shu with straight eyes, "Ping! Ping, you are here. I have pity on my sister, save my sister. Life. Come on." Then he moved his left hand randomly, and when Shu didn't move, he shouted, "Ping! Sister, you are still cruel like this, and you want to leave again. I will never let you go again." After speaking, her body flung outwards and seemed to fall under the bed. Fortunately, Shu Min stood very close and hurriedly supported her. Zhihua didn't know where. "Sister, you are still cruel like this, and you want to leave again. I will never let you go again." After speaking, her body flung outwards and seemed to fall under the bed. Fortunately, Shu Min stood very close and hurriedly supported her. Zhihua didn't know where the strength came from at this time, and she and Shu Min struggled to get off the ground. They only shouted, "Don't pull me, go pull Ping, he's leaving again." Later, Shu Min forced her to the bed. She rolled on the ground and cried, but her eyes were only fixed on Shu. Shu Min said to Shu, "She recognized the wrong person while she was in a coma, and she became violent when she saw you. Why don't you go out? I'll call my mother to help me look after her." Shu Yiyan stepped out and walked out. Zhihua on the bed screamed even more frantically and wanted to jump up, banging her head against Shu Min. Shu Min had no choice but to tell Shu to stop again. Zhihua also shouted, "I'll call my mother to help me look after her." Shu Yiyan stepped out and walked out. Zhihua on the bed screamed even more frantically and wanted to jump up, banging her head against Shu Min. Shu Min had no choice but to tell Shu to stop again. Zhihua also shouted for Shu to get on. Before, Shu Min was anxious and frightened. She shed 2 lines of tears and supported her. It was noisy from 7 o'clock until after 9 o'clock. Zhihua still kept making trouble. Shu Min didn't dare to leave for a moment. Shu was just pacing back and forth underground. Shu Min suddenly said to Shu, "She makes such a fuss, and it doesn't matter if we get hurt." But with such a delicate body, she had just vomited blood, how could she resist it? Shu frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly stamped his foot and said, "Sister, we are saving people. Maybe you still trust me. Sister, get out of the way and let me try." After saying that, he walked to the bed, took Zhihua's hand and said, "Sister, don't make trouble. Your Ping is here." Shu Min looked at it, blushing deeply, tapping her toes and shouting, "Brother, what are you doing?" Shu waved his hand to her. "Sister, don't make trouble. Your Ping is here." Shu Min looked at it, blushing deeply, tapping her toes and shouting, "Brother, what are you doing?" Shu waved his hand to her. He put his other hand on Zhihua's shoulder and said in a loud voice, "Little sister, please sleep. Your brother Ping looks at you." One of Zhihua's hands was held by Shu, and the other grabbed the corner of Shu's clothes and pulled him to sit down. He smiled with tears streaming down his face. Brother Ping, I'm looking for you. Will you spare me? If you do, come back with me. If you don't, I will die. Brother, don't be cruel. I am your sister. As he spoke, tears fell on Shi's hands. Shi-O knew that there must be a love affair involved, and he felt very miserable. Then he vaguely agreed, I don't blame you for anything. Go to sleep. When we wake up, we can go home. Jihua seemed to be still confused. After listening to what he said. When he started crying, he said, You won't let me go, I must leave. Wait 10 minutes, wait 10 minutes. Let me die, cry for a while before leaving. Don't you teach me to die in your arms. After shouting, he tilted his head into Shi's arms and held his neck tightly with both hands. Shi quickly stopped him. He put his mouth to her ear and shouted, I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you. After shouting more than a dozen times, Jihua seemed to hear her. Suddenly he cried again, Brother, if you have the energy to hit me and scold me, don't leave me alone. Crying, he took Shi's hand and beat him on his pink cheeks, and Shi took his hand back. Jihua rolled on his lap again and cried, If you don't hit me, you still won't spare me. Shi looked at her and was helpless. Jihua cried more and more fiercely. Shi could only hand his hand to her, and she pulled it over and slapped her cheeks red. Then she stopped, closed her eyes and said nothing. Xiumin watched beside her, speechless and flustered, as if she was stupid. Shi also regretted that he had made a mistake. He couldn't deal with the situation, so he wanted to hide away secretly. Jihua suddenly opened her eyes again, raised her jade arms, hugged Shi's neck, and laughed miserably for a while. Yingying's lips moved a few times before she said, Brother, do you dislike me? I'm dirty. Do you dislike me? Brother, tell me. Shi could only reply, Why do I dislike you? Jihua cried and rolled around again. After all, you still dislike me. My mother. If you try to persuade him, he doesn't want me anymore. Xiumin looked on anxiously. He came over and shouted into Jihua's ear, I want you, I want you. Jihua seemed unable to hear. After a while, he stopped crying, still holding Shi's neck, looking up at him and saying, Thank you, brother, for saving my sister's life. You said you would never dream of what happened before, and you would never leave me again in this life. Good brother. Good. As he spoke, his voice gradually became softer, and his scattered eyes seemed to be slightly condensed. You said you would never dream of what happened before, and you would never leave me again in this life. Good brother. Good. As he spoke, his voice gradually became softer, and her cherry lips also trembled. Shi looked at her look, indicating that he wanted to kiss her, and he panicked. She secretly thought that she was getting better now. As long as the Ping she had mistakenly recognized in her confusion could try her best to be gentle and comfort her, she might be able to recover quickly. If she was further stimulated during this dangerous period, she might cause a big disaster. But how can I be too gentle with her? Even if I have no other intentions, it would not be good for my sister to watch. As he said this, he looked towards Xiumin and saw that she was turning her face away, as if to avoid him. I feel even more embarrassed. But suddenly I thought about it. I am a doctor by profession, and I just want to live up to my conscience when dealing with patients. Even if I have the power to change, my behavior towards her that seems to be out of scope can only be regarded as diagnosis and treatment. Think of this. His face immediately changed to a kind smile, and he gradually lowered his head towards Zhihua. At this time, Zhihua's eyes suddenly focused on him, and she seemed to be conscious, and she also raised her head slightly. Seeing that their mouths were less than 2 inches apart, they were about to touch. Shu only heard Shu Min cough slightly. He knew clearly that she was warning him to act with caution. But he had made up his mind and had no regrets in his heart, so he ignored it and still bowed his head. Jihua's hand was originally pressing on his neck, but now she pressed it down again. Shu immediately felt that Jihua's 2 cherry lips were so wet and hot. All the emotions she had accumulated in her coma seemed to rush here. Jihua's eyes were closed at this time, and her breathing was short and violent. All the breath exhaled from his throat was sprayed into Shu's mouth. His arms held Shu tightly. Shu couldn't help but feel shaken in his heart. He quickly calmed down and secretly called God. After touching her like this for about 10 minutes, a smile suddenly appeared on Jihua's face. The pair dimples on her cheeks also appeared, and she moved her lips away. His face twisted. He snuggled under Shu's side. He muttered a few words to go home and stopped moving. Shu listened carefully as her breathing gradually became evener, and it turned out that she had fallen into a deep sleep. Shu raised his head and saw that Shu Min was no longer in the room. He understood the situation just now and taught her that she had to hide out. When I think about it, I feel a little embarrassed. Then he stood up and looked at Jihua on the bed, and his face felt hot again. Suddenly, there was a tremor in my mind, and I thought to myself, I was treating her illness, and I didn't have any evil thoughts. You feel upright and upright, why do you feel coy again? Could it be that it was mixed with emotions for no reason? After thinking about it carefully, I couldn't even tell for myself. She couldn't help but lightly stamp her feet and said, "How can this not make sense? How can this not make sense?" At this moment, Shu Min walked in gently. His face remained expressionless. Xiang Shu said, "How?" Shu said quietly, "Sleep." No matter what happens after she wakes up, she has to hire another doctor for diagnosis and treatment. I would like to thank you. And don't ask me to come in again. Sister, please forgive me. After saying that, she opened the curtain and walked out. Seeing him like this, Shu Min couldn't figure out why, and didn't bother to stop and ask. When I first walked to Jihua's bed and took a look, I saw her tilted smiling face, sleeping soundly. His complexion has also improved a lot, which is very different from how he looked just now. It feels comforting in my heart. But she felt confused, wondering if Shu could make her do this just by kissing her. This is so weird. So he sat on the side of the bed and called Sister Jihua twice. She still didn't agree, so she walked out again. Wanting to ask Shu for details, I found him in his room. There was no one to be seen. When I asked the servant woman, she said that the young master had gone out in a hurry. This is so weird. So he sat on the side of the bed and called Sister Jihua twice. She still didn't agree, so she walked out again. Wanting to ask Shu for details, I found him in his room. There was no one to be seen. When I asked the servant woman, she said that the young master had gone out in a hurry. Shu Min couldn't. He had no choice but to go back to his room to look after Jihua. It was more than half an hour later before Jihua woke up. He opened his eyes no longer distracted. He looked around. Seeing Shu Min sitting next to him, he was stunned for a moment, as if he was thinking about the past, and then he stretched out his hand to pull Shu Min. He said weakly, Sister Shu, when are you now? Seeing that her mind was clear, Shumin couldn't help but said with joy, Oh my God! Sister Jihua, you're awake. Chapter 2 Living in a foreign country. Speaking of Barrister Qian Wei first, gently close the newly completed submission in front of you. Then he raised his head. He asked the young guest opposite, What's your surname? The guest bowed and said, My surname is Lin. He handed over a business card. When Qian Wei first saw the words, Lin Bai Ping, printed on the business card, he put it on the table and said, Of course Mr. Lin came to see his brother about the lawsuit. According to my lawyer's old practice, the interview fee was 10 yuan per hour, with 8 deductions at that time. According to the regulations, I have to pay it first. Please forgive me for this. Of course Mr. Lin came to see his brother about the lawsuit. According to my lawyer's old practice, the interview fee was 10 yuan per hour, with 8 deductions at that time. According to the regulations, I have to pay it first. Please forgive me for this. As she spoke, she raised her face, as if she wanted to wait for the visitor to tell her what to say before opening the golden sun again. Bai Ping was startled. He quickly took out a newspaper from his pocket. Putting it in front of Wei Xian, he said, I am not here because of the lawsuit, but I saw an advertisement in the newspaper today. Sir, we are looking for an English teacher here. So? He quickly took out a newspaper from his pocket. Putting it in front of Wei Xian, he said, I am not here because of the lawsuit, but I saw an advertisement in the newspaper today. Sir, we are looking for an English teacher here. So? When he said this, Wei Xian glanced at him and his expression became even brighter. Obviously feeling cold, he rushed to say, This advertisement has been posted for almost a month. Did you just see it today? Then he rolled his eyes and said, But I don't think your elegant clothes are suitable for this position. Even discussing it is in vain. Not as good as. When Bai Ping heard this, she knew that he meant to refuse. Then he asked again, Sir, when recruiting teachers, the first thing you should talk about is knowledge. Why can't you tell me that I am a good person when you see my stylish clothes? Does my style of clothes mean that my knowledge is not good? Wei Xian is very strict. He smiled coldly and said, Your Excellency, you have misunderstood me. Now that we're at this point, let's just talk about it. However, before you, 80 or 90 people applied for the job, which wasted a lot of my time. After talking, they all frowned and left. I think you may not be the same as them if you give it another 10 minutes. Now that we're at this point, let's just talk about it. However, before you, 80 or 90 people applied for the job, which wasted a lot of my time. After talking, they all frowned and left. I think you may not be the same as them if you give it another 10 minutes. Bai Ping smiled and said, That's not necessarily the case. Because my current environment and mood are completely different from ordinary people. Wei Xian glanced at him again, and then said after a moment, I am recruiting a teacher to teach a female student English. Bai Ping said, Is it your beloved? Wei Xian shook his head, and then continued, We can't talk about this now. But teaching happens after dinner, and I have other work during the day. You want to be my secretary, and all the copying and transcripts are your business. I want you to follow me when I appear in court and get me some useful items. From 7 to 10 o'clock every night, there are 3 hours of classes. You can rest later. After saying that, she looked at Bai Ping, as if hoping that he would express his gratitude and stand up to leave. But Bai Ping nodded and said, I can do all these things. A look of surprise appeared on Wei Xian's face. He scratched his bald head and said, "There are still things to do." "Where are you based?" Bai Ping said, "Tianjin. Just arrived in Beijing today. Staying temporarily in a hotel along the West River." Wei Xian said, "Then you came here specifically to apply for a job with me?" Bai Ping suddenly felt sad after hearing this, and said with a bitter smile, "That's not true. I read the newspaper after arriving in Beijing. I just thought of coming to you." Wei Xian raised his head and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. I think you should come live with me. Because I only employ one mother, she has to take care of the children sooner or later. I have to help you clean the yard every morning. This is also a kind of exercise, which is extremely beneficial to the body. Also, I often go to night shows with my wife, and I have to ask you to wait for me at home. Fortunately, while you are waiting for the door, you can also read and practice calligraphy by yourself. It is better than going to bed early and wasting time." Bai Ping felt amused when she heard this, but she said seriously, "These are all things I can do and hope to do. I don't know what else is there." Wei Xian said, "Then we have to talk about salary. Originally, I could only contribute 15 yuan per month, but since you said that I could endure the hard work, you gave me a special preferential treatment of 20 yuan. But you moved here to live. To occupy a room, you should be charged 6 yuan for accommodation. As for food, if you have an average appetite, it's 8 yuan per month. If you eat a lot, you can only pay 10 yuan a month. Anyway, I can still save a few yuan for pocket money. You have to know that young people have too much money. It is easy to get into all kinds of bad habits. This is how I protect you. Now all the issues have been discussed. Whether it works or not depends on what you say." Bai Ping thought to herself, "I am already separated from the world, and now I am still in this world with breath lice. Just for fun. Anyway, either I have played with the world, or the world has played with me. Just keep playing like this." Then Xiang Weixian said, "Sir, I am completely satisfied with the work and remuneration in this position. Don't know when to take office?" Wei Xian didn't expect that a handsome young man like Bai Ping would actually accept this position. He hesitated again and said, "I hope you can find a sponsor." Bai Ping was suddenly startled and said, "But there is no such thing. In Beijing, there is no such thing. The place and the people are unfamiliar to us, so you should be more cautious. Otherwise there is really no way." Wei Xian thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. But this is my special sentiment. You have to teach me to be more at ease when doing things in the future, so just get your luggage and get to work immediately." Bai Ping agreed. Suddenly he remembered something and asked Wei Xian, "We should also talk about teaching students. Or ask students to meet. I am not sure yet whether I can teach." Wei Xian smiled and said, "There is nothing that cannot be done." She was enlightened. Bai Ping said, "Are the students in their teens?" Wei Xian said, 24. Bai Ping was suddenly startled, thinking to herself that I was desperately trying to escape from the woman. Why did he bump into a crowd of women again? This is very inappropriate. I'm not afraid of what he said about being a teacher, secretary, and errand boy. This 24-year-old female student wanted to scare me away. After thinking about it, he said to Wei Xian, "I am only 23 years old this year." How can you teach a 24-year-old female student? And it's not very convenient either. I really don't dare to take the responsibility. Please. How can you teach a 24-year-old female student? And it's not very convenient either. I really don't dare to take the responsibility. Please. Wei Xian was drinking a glass of cold water. After listening to Bai Ping's words, he suddenly sprayed the water all over the desk. He could no longer pretend to be solemn. It seemed that he had seen something so ridiculous that he choked and coughed for a long time. Then he straightened up and held back his laughter, waved to Bai Ping and said, "This is no problem at all. Go get your luggage quickly." Bai Ping could only retreat. I thought Qian Weixian was weirdly mean and had a weird smile. There may be some novel stuff among them. I could have come and hung out for a couple of days. Fortunately, I am now homeless and living as a guest. I am neither seeking fame nor profit. I just want to hang out with him wherever he goes. Thinking about it, he left Xinzhai. When I went to the hotel to settle my accounts, took out my luggage, and then returned to Qianzhai. It's time to turn on the lights. When she entered the house, there was a maid carrying a child who led Bai Ping to a newly furnished hut in the backyard. Bai Ping saw that although the walls of the house were desolate, it was not very dirty. Knowing that it was his bedroom, he tidied it up a little. Sitting on the bed, he lit a cigarette and smoked it. Quietly looking at a small, half-lit 10-candlelight electric lamp hanging from the roof, I recalled Shudai, who lived with Zhihua in Tianjin. I feel like I can't bear to look back. After a while, the door suddenly opened, and the servant woman walked in again and said, "Our master invites you to the dining room." Bai Pingxiao found it was time to have dinner, but she came here to hold many responsibilities. It was ridiculous that she started eating before she could finish one thing. But she could only go out with the servant girl. We arrived at the front door of a west room in the front yard. The maid opened the curtain very politely. Bai Ping walked in. I felt dazzled under the light. It turned out that the walls of this room were also empty, with a dining table in the middle, a few chairs around it, and 3 people sitting around the table. Except for fear of being ahead of others. There are also 2 women, both dressed in colorful clothes, which are a bit eye-catching. When Nowixian saw Bai Ping come in, he only leaned forward and said, "Mr. Lin is here, please sit down." Bai Ping bowed and said politely. After looking at the empty chairs, they were all around the 2 women, and realized that they didn't cover their buttocks. Wei Xian saw his awkward look and said, "Sit anywhere you want, no one else. Sit anywhere you want." Bai Ping could only pull the chair on the right outward and sit down with her body leaning forward. At this time, I could hear the 2 women whispering, and one of them was giggling. I'm afraid to show off my bald head first. Immediately it was like another electric light shining in the room. He stretched his body on the chair and spoke as if he could not stand. "This is our newly invited Mr. Lin, Longzhen, come here. Meet your teacher." The woman sitting next to Bai Ping. Then he stood up and nodded to Bai Ping. Bai Ping quickly returned the gift. He had no intention of looking at the female student. She was immediately startled, feeling that she was the last ugly woman she had ever seen in her life. But he didn't dare to look at it in a hurry. He then heard Wei Xian say, "This is Zhu Jing." Bai Ping turned her eyes to the opposite side and saw the woman sitting opposite her nodding to her with a smile. Although this one is nearly 30 years old, she is very charming. The 2 watery eyes showed that he was very dishonest. Wearing a light purple top, the thick makeup on her face is highlighted. At first glance, she hardly looks like a housewife. At this time, Bai Ping could only say a few words to ask for help. The Mrs. Wei Xian opened her mouth with a smile, revealing her 2 golden-laid front teeth, and said, "Don't be so polite. We won't be able to live with you." Bai Ping only listened to these 2 words of hers. The voice of a shrew in the gate of Weixiang, Tianjin, has been revealed, and it is even more concluded that she is not of a serious background. At this time, Wei Xian said a few words to Bai Ping, and then ordered everyone to start eating. Then he said to Bai Ping, "We will be together for a long time in the future. You're welcome. I won't support you anymore." Before Bai Ping could answer, the female student Longjun suddenly smiled and said to Wei Xian's wife, "Sister, you and your brother-in-law will listen to the show later. I have to go to school with Mr. Lin." Wei Xian's wife sighed. He laughed and looked at Longjun and glanced at Bai Ping again. Longjun suddenly picked up a rice ball and threw it towards her, right into Mrs. Wei Xian's face. Mrs. Wei Xian smiled and scolded, "You little lang." Before the bottom words were spoken, she suddenly felt that there was a stranger here, so she was embarrassed and held back. He just curled his lips at Longjun. But Longjun scolded her with a playful smile. Wei Xian was just eating and didn't stop him, as if he was used to seeing this kind of ugly behavior. But Bai Ping felt very dirty when she saw it, and she felt filled up from the bottom of her heart. But Longjun scolded her with a playful smile. Wei Xian was just eating and didn't stop him, as if he was used to seeing this kind of ugly behavior. But Bai Ping felt very dirty when she saw it, and she felt filled up from the bottom of her heart. He could only hold a small half bowl of rice and chew it slowly with them. At this time, a strange smell suddenly hit my nose, which made me almost vomit. I quickly put down my rice bowl and took a deep breath. Only then did he realize that the smell was the fox armpit odor emanating from Longjun's fat, short cuffs mixed with the fragrance of Jilan water, and his heart immediately became excited. Looking at the remaining rice in the bowl, I can only feel worried that I can't swallow it anymore. When Longjun saw Bai Ping suddenly stop eating her rice, she called out, "Mr. Lin, you're welcome, I'll give you some more rice." As she said that, she pushed a full bowl of rice next to her in front of Bai Ping. Ping Tui couldn't give in. Unexpectedly, when she brushed her sleeve next to Bai Ping's face, the unpleasant smell became even stronger. Bai Ping couldn't bear it any longer, so she stood up from the table and said to Xiang Wei, "I'm very rude. I suddenly have severe chest pain. Eat slowly." She walked out. Wei Xian didn't speak yet. Longjun and Mrs. Wei Xian asked what was wrong. Bai Ping could only nod her head, caress her chest, pretend to be in unbearable pain, and slowly exit the dining room. He ran back to his room in 3 steps and fell on the bed, feeling angry and laughing. I secretly thought about what time is like, and this is simply a case of bad luck chasing ghosts. I just left my sad and miserable home and came across this messy place. What is the relationship between Miss Longjun and Wei Xian? And how come a person like her, who is half ghost and half beast, suddenly wants to learn English at such an old age? And how come a person like her, who is half ghost and half beast, suddenly wants to learn English at such an old age? Besides, Wei Xian is a solemn lawyer on the outside, so why is there such a monster in his family? He doesn't look like a serious person at all. While thinking about it, the maid came in again, put a small paper bag on the table, and said with a smile, "This is cardamom. Our Miss Jin taught you to bring it to your husband. Just take a few pills for chest pain." Bai Ping did not expect that this had not happened yet. The employed female student was flattered that her teacher was so caring. But she absolutely didn't want to bear the long ceremony, so she said, "Thank you. The pain is better now and there is no need to take medicine. Please take it back and thank me for me." The servant girl had gone out with a smile, still gurgling. Bai Ping only heard some kind-hearted words, and she felt neither embarrassed nor embarrassed. I secretly thought that this place was somewhat dirty, and I felt really uneasy living here. Come to think of it, I don't know if there will be any unexpected jokes in the future, so why should I bother myself? Just leave tomorrow. Thinking back again, it was like the scene I saw Jihua and Zhongying in my home yesterday. There is probably nothing in the world that is more troublesome than this. I have experienced all such tragedies, and everything I watch from now on should be comedies. Is there anything else that can teach me about haunting? This pioneer-fearing family might as well be an interesting place to visit. It can always kill my sad years. It's better to hang around and wait until it's time to leave in the future. Think of this. I feel relieved, and because I haven't had a good night's sleep since yesterday, I am very tired. Then he closed his eyes and lay down to rest. Although I hope I can take a nap, my heart is churning with thousands of thoughts. The sweetness when he and Jihua first met after marriage, and the desolation when he jumped out of the window and ran away last night, replayed in his mind several times like a movie. I don't know how long it was. Later, my mind seemed to be a little numb, as if falling into a deep sleep. Bai Ping was startled when she suddenly heard someone knocking on the glass outside the window. Turning over and sitting up, Bai Ping asked, "Who?" A woman's voice outside answered, "Teacher, it's me." Bai Ping recognized the voice of Miss Longzhen. Then he went out and said, "Is this Miss Qian?" Longzhen was standing in front of the window. After hearing Bai Ping's words, she smiled. "Whose surname is Qian?" "The surname Qian is my brother-in-law." "My surname is Lao." "My surname is Lao." "Teacher, you are wrong." Bai Ping was very mean after hearing her tone. But he had no choice but to agree. "I'm sorry. Miss Law. Very guilty." Now Longzhen came up to Bai Ping and said, "My sister and brother-in-law have gone to listen to the play. Now please come to my room." While speaking, he smiled at Bai Ping again. Bai Ping's heart skipped a beat and her face immediately turned red. Then Longzhen continued, "Please teach me how to read." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand towards Bai Ping, as if to pull his sleeve. Bai Ping quickly dodged back, but had no choice but to follow her. While hesitating, Longzhen urged again, "Teacher, let's go." Bai Ping had to follow her to the front yard. When we entered the main room of the east wing, we could already smell a strong fragrance. It's like being in a spice shop. The fragrance was so strong that it seemed to turn into a stink, giving people a headache. Longzhen lifted the inner curtain and let Bai Ping walk in. That room was furnished like a bridal chamber. The bed tents and bedding are both bright red. Even the tablecloth on the table has red and green patterns, and the red satin chair cushions are embroidered with water-red flowers. All the rest of the presentation is also very splendid, but also extremely tacky. The aroma was so strong that it took one's breath away. Longzhen asked Bai Ping to sit on the chair. Then he poured a cup of tea from a red pot cover and gave it to her. He also sat on the bed, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and then said with a sweet smile, "My brother-in-law originally wanted to use the dining room as our study room. I thought it was too deserted and unclean, so I argued with him for a long time. It's better to set up the study room in my room. As soon as. Bai Ping hurriedly interjected, it's more convenient in the dining room. Why bother coming to your place? Longjun smiled and said, what's the inconvenience here? As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. There are seniors in charge, what are you afraid of? I don't treat teachers as outsiders either. I can lie down and sit around wherever I want. Don't be constrained. Bai Ping listened to this young lady's words, although she was wild, but she was also straightforward and generous. She thought to herself that I shouldn't just cast suspicion on evil sources and live up to her good intentions. She couldn't help but raise her head and glance at this student. Only then did I feel that there was no need to avoid getting along with her because she was too ugly. His face was covered with dark pockmarks, and the recesses were covered with black oil. The oil is covered with white powder and red fat, and the pockmarks at the corners of the eyebrows and eyes are particularly deep, and the eyebrows are obviously very vicious. Those eyes looked like they were looking forward and affectionate, which made them look particularly ugly. The nose has no bridge, but a round protrusion at the tip. Against the blood-filled mouth covered with thick rouge, it looks like a mountain with a huge ravine descending. This face is really scary, but the figure is very slender. In fact, if she dresses up properly, she is just an ugly person. Just because she wears heavy makeup and poses like this, she is obviously ugly and weird. Bai Ping only looked at it and quickly looked away, feeling more at ease. He then thought that it would be useless to talk for a long time in the female student's room, so he asked, Ms. Lau, have you ever studied English? Longjun shook his head. Bai Ping asked again, is there any English book in this house? Longjun said, then I have to wait until tomorrow to buy it. Bai Ping finally found this opportunity, so she stood up and said, then come back to class tomorrow. Seeing that he was about to leave, Longjun quickly stood up and stood in front of the table to block him. He opened his arms and said, teacher, don't leave. Let's talk again. I feel bored sitting alone when there is no one at home. Bai Ping could only sit down again. She secretly laughed to herself that except for the 3 errands of the teacher, secretary, and secretary Si Yen, I also have to work part-time as the ladies' housekeeper. This is so busy. I also have to work part-time as the ladies' housekeeper. This is so busy. At this time, Longjun poured another bowl of tea for Bai Ping and sat on the chair opposite, looking at Bai Ping intently. There was a lot of questions and answers in his mouth. Bai Ping felt embarrassed by her. He could only lower his head and agree to her words. The more Longjun talked, the more intimate she became, as if she and Bai Ping had been acquaintances for many years. Bai Ping couldn't help but say a few words to her. As they gradually talked about being afraid of the enemy, Longjun's face suddenly turned very gloomy. He sighed and immediately stopped talking. He lowered his head and only looked at his feet. Shen looked up again after a while. Looking at Bai Ping, her lips moved slightly, as if she was about to speak but then swallowed. Then I saw a blush on her black and pockmarked face, like black clouds reflecting the setting sun, or like a layer of red oil smeared on the ebony cabinet. When Bai Ping saw her in this state, she didn't know whether she was deliberately showing off her coquettishness or for some other reason. But it was hard to ask, so I could only stare blankly at her. Longjun coughed, spit, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and then said with a red face, the theory teacher is here for the first time. I shouldn't say such thoughtful things to you and make you think I'm half crazy. But it took a long time for the teacher to teach me. You are a nice person, but you also have my temper. I am a person who cannot hold a word in my stomach, so sooner or later I have to tell you. It's better to say it earlier. No need to keep it in your belly. After saying that, he poked his head toward Bai Ping. Bai Ping listened to her talk for a long time, feeling confused. I was sitting here asking about the red room, but now I feel uneasy facing this ugly man. Plus there was an overly strong aroma in my nose. Hearing these strange words without any reason, I couldn't help but feel confused. Longjun continued, I'm going to swear, I really like the teacher. I want to treat the teacher as an outsider, as if I was raised by the kiln sister. Do you believe it, teacher? Bai Ping became more and more speechless as she listened to her talk. I can't even guess what it means, and I feel very sad. But he couldn't avoid it, and he had no words to answer, so he could only nod. Longjun sank deeply, tears were about to well up in his eyes. He said with a sour nose, Teacher, don't make fun of me. I have to start from the beginning. At first, my sister and I were not good people. My sister lived in Tianjin. I followed her to take care of some other things. Xian Weixian was originally a servant in Tianjin Foreign Trade Company, Limited. I met my sister, but I don't know how. My sister became a good friend with him and brought over tens of thousands of wives. He used this money to go to school and get a diploma. Now he has become an individual. This kid looks like he is blessed by the heavenly officials, but he is full of men stealing and women prostitutes. Teacher, you couldn't see through it when you first came here, but you'll know it later. At this point, he suddenly stopped talking. The big, dull, yellow eyes rolled in their sockets, his brows furrowed, and he raised his fist to hit his head hard. Xiang Bai Ping said sincerely, but although my brother-in-law is not good, your students must not treat you wrong. Teacher, please don't feel cold and want to leave just because you listened to my words. If anything goes wrong in the future, just tell me and I will teach you how to make it happy. The monthly money he gave me was not enough, so I asked for it. I have a deposit. No matter what I do, I just want the teacher to teach me as a student. Bai Ping secretly thought that this young lady was strangely sincere and suspiciously generous. In order to scold his brother-in-law in front of strangers, he did not hesitate to reveal his own scandal. It's so weird to be intimate with a teacher who hasn't taught me a word yet, it's almost unreasonable. She is probably a bit crazy, and she doesn't know what kind of trouble she will cause in the future. Feeling a little scared, he stood up and said, It's getting late, and I won't study tonight. Miss, please rest in peace. I won't. She is probably a bit crazy, and she doesn't know what kind of trouble she will cause in the future. Feeling a little scared, he stood up and said, It's getting late, and I won't study tonight. Miss, please rest in peace. I won't. Unexpectedly, before the words below were spoken, Longjun rushed over earlier, and this time you're even more welcome. He actually pushed him to sit on the chair. She said in a very delicate and childish voice, Teacher, don't leave. You won't leave. When Bai Ping saw her attitude and tone at this moment, she felt like Jihua when she was teasing her in her boudoir. But look at her appearance. He almost vomited out all the dinner he had in his stomach. I thought that this kind of sentiment was so touching to Jihua, but to her it turned out to be something ugly. He almost vomited out all the dinner he had in his stomach. I thought that this kind of sentiment was so touching to Jihua, but to her it turned out to be something ugly. I couldn't help but feel sad and funny in my heart. But she felt that it was inappropriate for her to. I won't leave yet. Miss, please sit down too. Longjun stopped sitting. She stood in front of Bai Ping with her hands folded around her shoulders. Bai Ping saw a white mark suddenly appeared on her sleeve. She knew it was because she accidentally touched her forehead just now, and couldn't help but feel the thick powder on her forehead. I want to laugh, but I have to endure it. Then Longjun spoke again. Look at you, teacher, you are really good at blackmailing people. Even if I beg you, ask me, who am I talking to like this? Who taught you? As he spoke, his face turned red again. Z immediately added another sentence. You are the teacher again. Bai Ping sounded a little disgusted. He said, I am not in a hurry, but I am afraid that you want to rest. Longjun chuckled and said, where do you get these fears? Now let me continue. When my sister had not married yet and was afraid of marrying first, he made so many wishes to me, but I didn't expect that all of them would count now. My sister is facing me openly, but she is not facing him secretly. Just as he said this, he suddenly opened his nostrils and said to Bai Ping, Ping Wei Xian, why are you so happy to spend money for me to study with you? Bai Ping felt that this question was exactly what she suspected and wanted to understand. He shook his head at her. Longjun stamped her feet and said, I'm not afraid of jokes either. Let me tell you. They both don't want to support me, and they won't find me someone. As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Ping with a red face. His throat he seemed to swallow a few words vaguely. Then he continued. Teach me skills so that I can be independent in the future. I think they have a bad conscience and have not made any serious plans for me, and have sincerely delayed me until now. He also tried to think of ways to deal with me, hoping to make things worse for them. Then I thought again, why do I have no one I want anymore? You have to be self-reliant. I want to show it to them. Now let's see how they manipulate me. When Bai Ping heard what she said about how I am the one no one wants, she felt funny in her heart, but she felt sorry for her. A woman was born so ugly. Although it may not mean that there is no need, happiness in this life may not be very abundant. Hearing that she misunderstood the words self-reliance, she explained, the word self-reliance does not mean that people like you who have nothing to do need to be self-reliant. For example, a couple both have careers and can make money. Although they help each other, they are not dependent on each other. This is also self-reliance. Longjun hurriedly said, how do women make money? For example, when my sister was in this world, she was really able to make money on her own, so she was naturally considered independent. But now why did Wei Xian keep her at home? Why don't you teach her to go out and be independent? Bai Ping held back her laughter before she spoke. Longjun interrupted again, these lines don't care about her. Let's talk about our business first. Today, Tian Shiwei first told me that I have invited Mr. the gentleman I only treat as teachers are all old men with coughs and phlegm. I saw you for dinner later. Only then did I realize that he was a well-behaved and beautiful person. After dinner, my sister asked me if the gentleman I invited was good. Of course I said yes. My sister said that although she is good, she has a very aggressive temper and likes to hit others. I said that I would be happy to just teach you how to type a word. Just as he was talking, Wei Xian came in and heard it, and the couple started laughing. I thought there was something funny about it. So he walked out angrily, went to the window and heard them chattering, guessing they were talking about me, so he stopped. Just listen to what my sister said. This gentleman is too beautiful for fear of being inappropriate. When Longjun said this, she looked at Bai Ping with a mixture of anger and laughter. She bit her lips for a while and said again, "Don't laugh at my big face. I really give my heart to you, teacher." Guess what? Wei Xian listened to what my sister said. He said you are still afraid of being inappropriate. When I thought about it again, I wasn't afraid anymore. After a while, my sister vomited and said, "I really didn't think of it." As expected, something went wrong, which cost me a lot of attention. Wei Xian said again that looking at Longjun's appearance just now, he looked at the husband's thoughts. At this time, my sister went on to say, "But if the husband is not blind, she is not interesting." Wei Xian said again, "Anyway, we have done our best. It would be better if she made her husband run away. It might as well be that she ran away with her husband." The couple talked and laughed. Later I heard Wei Xian say it again. "This Mr. Lin is a poor man, or he is poor and has short ambitions. We don't know what is happening to our hearts." From now on, my sister's words will become even more unpleasant. I was so angry that I couldn't stand any longer, so I ran to my room and cried for a while. I thought they were really like monkeys having diarrhea and their intestines were damaged. "Why don't you ask your husband to study for me? It seems that my own sister is also unreliable. I only regret that my life has been miserable since I was a child. I lost my parents, and after living so long, I have no one who knows me. It's so sad. Why don't you ask your husband to study for me? It seems that my own sister is also unreliable. I only regret that my life has been miserable since I was a child. I lost my parents, and after living so long, I have no one who knows me. It's so sad to think about it. While I was eating, I saw that you are a good person, teacher. So wait until they leave. I just came to you to talk and relieve the suffocation in my stomach." After he finished speaking, he looked at Bai Ping and leaned forward again. His legs touched Bai Ping's knees. After hearing what he said, Bai Ping suddenly realized. I secretly thought that the family structure of Wei Xian was really weird. Wei first got a wife from Pinkangli, and then brought a wife and sister. Now, because this sister-in-law is too ugly to get married, she feels tired, so she tries to teach her to study and become independent. Now a teacher has been invited. She fell in love with the teacher instantly and wished she would marry the teacher or run away with him. Even if you give them a piece of their disease. No wonder Wei Xian and I told him during the day that it was inconvenient for the teachers and students to be of the same age. But Wei Xian didn't take it seriously and instead laughed wildly. "But this Miss Longjun, I don't think she is dumb or stupid. Why did she say these words to me? Which sentence should a woman say? What words can you say to a stranger? This is too shameless. But when I think about it, I can't help but feel horrified." She secretly thought that Longjun looked like an old maid. She must have never been loved by anyone, but her love for her was not necessarily shallower than ordinary people's. Now that she heard what Wei Xian and his wife said, she might have been sincerely moved, and half of them were fulfilling her own selfish desires. Half of my son was angry with Mr. Wei and his wife, so he focused all his attention on me and actually wanted to have sex with me. This was just what he wanted. Besides, she once lived in a prostitute, and she only knows how to love animals. So they started making out like this out of thin air, and it happened fiercely. How can I avoid this? Thinking about it, I felt anxious. When he looked at Longjun, he saw her getting closer to him. The pockmarked face was lowered to his forehead, the pink fragrance had blocked his nose, and the yellow eyes, reflected by the white eyes surrounded by red threads, were staring at him. It seemed as if love was about to burst out. Bai Ping seemed to no longer regard her as a woman at this moment, so there was no talk of being attracted to her. Only in the middle of the night, the red window in the deep courtyard seemed to be accompanied by a demon. Somewhat scared. What's also worrying is that in this situation, she might still be stalked. But he could only comfort her and said, "There is no need to talk about other things. As long as the lady can study and stand on her own feet, she will not be angry with others for a long time. Since my brother-in-law talks about me like that, it is not convenient for me to stay here for a long time. I will leave tomorrow. Miss, please hire an experienced gentleman." When Longjun heard this, her face suddenly changed color, as if she was too anxious to care, so she held Bai Ping's hand tightly and said, "I know what I'm afraid of, and I've told you all the truth. You want to leave. It's so easy for me to meet you. What will I do if you leave? Oh my God. Why is my life so miserable?" As she said this, she seemed about to cry. When Bai Ping heard what she said, it was even more nondescript. Suddenly, she had an idea. She felt that after meeting her at dinner, in just over an hour, she had already made a big plan for herself. Nowadays, people who have no choice but to say things are said out loud. It is really stupid. But also very pitiful. I just blame myself for not knowing what crime I have committed. Nowadays, people who have no choice but to say things are said out loud. It is really stupid. But also very pitiful. I just blame myself for not knowing what crime I have committed. Last night and tonight, I had these adventures one after another. Then he had to retract his hand from Longjun's grasp. Longjun was willing to let go. He added a hand and stroked Bai Ping's fan. With tears in his eyes, he said, "I've tried my best too. To tell you the truth, the Qian family couldn't recruit me, so I was forced to find a way by myself. Tianyuan happened to meet you today, and you are my solution. Ahem. I'm a big girl. I can't show my face to say these things to you. You are a conscientious person." As he spoke, he suddenly stopped, and his body was almost close to Bai Ping's arms. Bai Ping almost trembled when she heard this. Although she had noticed that the weather was not good before, she did not expect that the storm would come so quickly. "I really can't handle it." But he didn't dare to refuse harshly, for fear that she would become angry and make other tricks. We can only pretend to be conceited for the time being, block this moment first, and worry about it later. He stood up slowly, avoided Longjun's leaning, and said to her, "I understand what the lady means. Please sit down first. Talk slowly." Longjun leaned close to Bai Ping's waist and sat softly on the chair that Bai Ping had just left, but still held Bai Ping's hand. Bai Ping was so anxious that she felt angry. He still had a fake smile on his face and said, "I never imagined that your situation, miss, is so pitiful. But I am also a lonely person. We might as well make friends in the future and comfort each other. As for..." Longjun only heard this and hurriedly interjected, "Does that mean you won't leave?" Bai Ping hesitated for a moment. Longjun asked again. Bai Ping only nodded slightly. Longjun saw his vague expression and felt uneasy. Pulling Bai Ping to act coquettishly. "This won't work. You still coax me, maybe you can sneak away tomorrow. If you leave me behind, you might as well put me to death now. Save me from suffering piecemeal. As he said this, he just rubbed his head into Bai Ping's arms. Bai Ping was angry and resentful. She secretly thought about what relationship I have with you, why are you so entangled? But she was embarrassed to say it. At this time, Long Zhen's ugly face was hidden in Bai Ping's arms. Bai Ping only saw her black hair and slanted shoulders and waist, and she was actually slender and cute. Bai Ping is usually a person who respects women. Suddenly I felt a poor woman crying tenderly in my arms, and I wanted to make her sad too much. It's too inhumane. Besides, she was born ugly not because she wanted to be so. Although it is unreasonable to court me for no reason, it is also because she has no knowledge. Coupled with living a lonely life for many years, I was forced to act in such a perverse way. It's too inhumane. Besides, she was born ugly not because she wanted to be so. Although it is unreasonable to court me for no reason, it is also because she has no knowledge. Coupled with living a lonely life for many years, I was forced to act in such a perverse way. Look at it with forgiveness. She is just pitiful. Who can say that ugly people are not human beings? Since I met her today, it can be regarded as a kind of encounter in life. She should be given some comfort wherever possible. Not to mention since I left home last night. I no longer regard this body as my own. The joys and sorrows of life and death are all at a loss. Just give my dead love to this poor man. Thinking of this, she lowered her head and said to Long Zhen, "Don't worry, I won't leave." After hearing this, Long Zhen looked up at Bai Ping, with a miserable smile on her face and said, "Really? You make a bet." Bai Ping saw her ugly pockmarked face again, and her scorched teeth showed when she smiled, which aroused her disgust. She felt that sacrificing herself to comfort her was such a huge sacrifice. Then she thought about it again, and now she realizes that even though she abandoned her after Jihua, if I fall in love with another woman again. Still sorry for Jihua. Now that he is socializing with this ugly lady, even if Jiao Jihua is watching from the side, he may not be jealous. By doing this, Jihua's conscience was right and Long Zhen was comforted. As for my own pain and happiness, I can only ignore them. Thinking about it, she felt sympathy for Long Zhen again and said, "I said I won't leave, so of course I won't leave. But do you agree with what I say?" Long Zhen said hurriedly, "I can agree with everything." "You tell me." Bai Ping pointed to the bed opposite and said, "Sit there first so I can speak slowly." Only then did Long Zhen let go of his hand, walked to the bed and sat down. Bai Ping said to her, "I understand exactly what you mean. But everything must be done step by step. If you mess around like you, it will not look good to everyone in the future. Now that I am a teacher, we get along as half teacher and half friend. If you have any sadness, I will definitely comfort you. The days ahead will be long. You understand this?" Long Zhen thought for a moment and said, "Who dares to mess around with you? Now that I am a teacher, we get along as half teacher and half friend. If you have any sadness, I will definitely comfort you. The days ahead will be long. You understand this?" Long Zhen thought for a moment and said, "Who dares to mess around with you? But as soon as I heard you were leaving, I was anxious. As long as you don't leave, I will serve you properly. What you say is what it is." Bai Ping said with a smile. "I don't dare to take it seriously. I was anxious. As long as you don't leave, I will serve you properly. What you say is what it is. Bai Ping said with a smile. I don't dare to take it seriously. Long Zhen sighed and said, ahem. Anyway, you understand what I mean. Even though I have known you for less than half a day, my heart is firmly with you. Do you think if I don't serve you, who will I serve? Bai Ping thought to herself that the more I push her further away, the closer she pulls me. It's really difficult to deal with. But for a stupid and wild person like her, when it comes to love, she immediately becomes so submissive. It seems that the mysterious temperament of women, regardless of beauty or ugliness. Everyone is the same. Then he continued, I have one more thing to say to you, please don't be upset. I came here to accept that you think highly of me and to be friends with me. But in my mind, we didn't have deep feelings when we first met. When Long Zhen heard this, he suddenly stood up. He walked up to Bai Ping, waved his hands and said, You have wronged me. How do you know I don't have feelings for you? Why would I say these things to you if I don't have feelings? I've given my heart to you, and you still say this. Oh. I understand, you just have no feelings for me. Bai Ping nodded and said, That's true. I really have no feelings for you at this time. After hearing this, Long Zhen's face felt numb, but her eye circles were red, as if she was about to cry. Bai Ping said hurriedly, Listen to what I have to say first. This feeling doesn't just happen when two people meet. You need to get along for a long time and love each other before you can have feelings. Please tell me, how can I have feelings after talking to you for a while? If I don't have you in my heart and say that I want to be better with you, would you be willing? Long Zhen was silent as she listened. The tears had already flowed down, turning the thick powder on her face into shallow grooves. Bai Ping said again. I'll ask you again. Do you want your relationship with me to last forever? Or just focus on the present? Long Zhen pinched her nose with her hands, and after she had runny nose, she replied with a sore nose, Believe it or not, I've been counting on you my whole life. Could it be that? Bai Ping hurriedly continued, You have been friends with me for a long time. Naturally, he doesn't care at this moment. So from now on, your most important thing is to gain my true feelings, so that things can go as you wish. Otherwise, I will be forced to have no choice but to look at the present first with false feelings and make you happy. I will leave you behind in the future. Aren't you suffering even more? Long Zhen shrugged his shoulders and seemed to shiver. He looked straight at Bai Ping and was startled. After a long while, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Bai Ping's shoulders and said, I understand what you mean, and your words are true. I am good to you, and it is in vain if you are not good to me. But how can I teach you to love me? My good teacher. Little teacher. Tell me, what do you usually like? I will definitely do what you want. You like fashion, I'll get a haircut tomorrow. What color clothes do you like? I will, tomorrow. Bai Ping felt really sorry for her, she was so stupid. But seeing how she obeyed the command, I knew that she could be easily subdued and would not cause any unexpected jokes. Quite relieved. He stopped her and said, I don't pay attention to your decorations. As long as your knowledge and temperament can teach me to understand, I will feel at ease. Long Zhen put her face in front of Bai Ping and said, Don't worry about my temperament. If I want to blush with you from now on, I will be struck by lightning. I have no knowledge at all. Bai Ping said, That doesn't matter. So you want me to teach you? From now on, you must behave yourself and teach me to respect and love you in everything you do. You have lived in a bad place in the past, and the bad habits you learned have made people look down upon you in many places. You will have to change them in the future. Longjun couldn't help but agreed. I will change it, I will change it. If there is anything wrong with me in the future, just tell me. If I don't listen, I won't blame you if you throw it away. Bai Ping thought to herself, I really didn't expect that love has such magic power, subduing this mad dog like a sheep. If only I could really change her into a woman with noble personality. It was a good thing I did unintentionally. Besides, although she is stupid, her nature is not necessarily evil. In the future, if I can pull myself together and look good, I will sacrifice myself for her to the end. It won't be a bad plan. Because I sacrificed myself for this ugly girl. It seems that he has no regrets towards Jihua. But it can be regarded as a very frivolous revenge on Jihua. But as for Longjun, he received a lot of favors. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt a very hot hand placed between his shoulder and neck. He looked up and saw Longjun staring blankly at him. Suddenly he blushed again. Bai Ping was wondering what she meant, when Longjun suddenly moved her lips a few times, and then whispered again. I also want to ask you something. Bai Ping said, you tell me. Longjun hesitated for a while, and her face became even redder and purple. Chi-Chi said honestly, I don't dare to mess around with you. But you have to pity me. I have lived so long without a close person. It is so easy to meet you. You should stop acting like a teacher all the time and teach me to relax a little. Bai Ping was very moved after hearing these words. He knew that this old maid was so impressed by him that she didn't dare to ask for anything unexpected, and now she just wanted some spiritual comfort. Then he nodded and said, I said before, we are half teachers and half friends. Who wants to pretend to be a teacher? Longjun liked it and said with a smile. Then give me a smile too, don't make others feel uncomfortable with the coldness in your face, eyes, and nose. Bai Ping said with a smile, why am I so cold? But who can smile all the time for no reason? Longjun suddenly saw Bai Ping's attitude become so amiable. My heart felt so happy that something happy had happened to me. Standing in front of Bai Ping, she shook her head and hands, not knowing what to do. It seems that he wants to throw himself into Bai Ping's arms and share her charm, but he hesitates. Desire and retreat. Bai Ping also saw her itchy expression. Afraid of causing another ugly situation, without thinking, he stopped her and said, didn't you just ask me what I like? I like women to know the truth. The first thing you should know now is how to treat teachers. You know what? You are treating me too intimately and disrespectfully. Although I treat you as a student and a friend, you should treat me as your complete teacher. This is the truth. Longjun was taking out a small toothbrush from the small drawer to comb the messy hair on Bai Ping's left temple. After hearing these words, it seemed as if something hit my hand, and I immediately lowered my hand. After hearing these words, it seemed as if something hit my hand, and I immediately lowered my hand. He lowered his head and walked to the bed and sat down. After thinking for a while, he sighed. He leaned on the bed rail and started sobbing. Bai Ping knew that speaking hurt her heart. At this time, her face was covered by the half-covered curtain, and only her playful figure could be seen. It was clearly a slender girl hidden in this brocade-embroidered quilt, crying with sadness. This momentary scene is also very touching. Bai Ping felt self-conscious about this poor woman. It's really painful for me to be manipulated by myself. The hearts of all women are equally tender. She has such great love for me, why should I put so many scars on her heart? And since I have given up everything and sacrificed for her, why should I be so stingy? It can be given to her. Just give her as much as possible. Thinking of this, I feel as if I am a great philanthropist walking into the slums with a money bag. We should not watch the poor cry out for hunger without clearing their own pockets. Moreover, even if you don't give charity to the poor, your own money will have nowhere to spend it. Just treasure it. He is nothing but a miser. After thinking about it, she stood up, walked to the bed, held her shoulders and said, "If you stop crying, I can teach you to like it immediately." Long Zhen wiped her tears with her sleeves, and held Bai Ping's hand tightly. He held his hand and said in his mouth, "Go ahead. I also know that you don't love me. No matter what, my efforts are in vain. You don't have to teach me here anymore. After you leave Qian's house, pay attention to reading the newspaper within 3 days. You will know me, Long Zhen, then." Bai Ping felt chills running down her spine as she listened. She knew that in this moment, she had completely defeated herself. In the past, he used to hold her hostage by walking away, but now she is no longer afraid of walking away by herself, and is fighting for her life to get entangled with him. She knew that in this moment, she had completely defeated herself. In the past, he used to hold her hostage by walking away, but now she is no longer afraid of walking away by herself, and is fighting for her life to get entangled with him. If she hadn't been exposed to the culture of a prostitute, she would never have fallen in love with him so passionately at first sight. But now I want to be more reserved and not let her know that I have admitted defeat. Otherwise, if she sees my weakness and demands gradually, it will really make a joke. At this time, Long Zhen looked up at Bai Ping with tearful eyes, waiting for him to speak. Bai Ping calmly said, "I just realized that you treat me like this, and I can't leave in conscience. Unless you wait until you use a big stick to drive me out. It's not too late to leave." Bai Ping calmly said, "I just realized that you treat me like this, and I can't leave in conscience. Unless you wait until you use a big stick to drive me out. It's not too late to leave." Long Zhen's face showed a slight smile. "Can I chase you?" As he spoke, he sighed again, bumped Bai Ping lightly with his elbow and said, "There's no need for you to always unjustly accuse people like this. Cough. I have a sky above my head, a light in my house, and a conscience in my belly. I will tell you." At this point, he choked back. He just looked down at Bai Ping's leather boots in trance. Bai Ping was silent for a while and then called out, "Long Zhen." When Long Zhen heard Bai Ping suddenly change her voice and call her by her first name, she realized that she was no longer cold as before, so she felt happy and agreed tenderly. The body couldn't help but move closer to Bai Ping by more than 2 inches. Bai Ping continued, "Don't think that I am deliberately alienating you. Regarding your future affairs, I will first make a charter for you. As long as you can abide by it, what you want can be realized slowly. Keep on reaching your expectations. If you are impatient, I have to ask you to find someone else to mess around with. Leave me alone." Long Zhen bumped her toes against Bai Ping's boots and said, "Tell me what's going on. Don't try to be funny by relaxing or tightening. You see, I haven't had enough." Bai Ping smiled and said, "You first asked me to teach English only, but now I have to fulfill my obligation in vain and teach you everything you need to know about being a human being. All language and behavior knowledge and Chinese and English will gradually be taught to you in general. But you also have to be careful, change what needs to be changed, and do what needs to be done. Think about what you should think about. I will take a small test once a week, a major test once a month, and summarize your results once a year. This kind of test means watching with cold eyes and testing at any time. When Longjun heard this, he frowned slightly and said, "It won't bother anyone." The whole sky was covered with splints. How can I get even 1 star of happiness? Bai Ping said, "It's a pleasure, but it's better if you are sincere. After each test, if you do well, I, as a teacher, will give you some reward." As he said this, he smiled at Longjun, who also smiled and said, "We are not outsiders, so don't feel bad about what I say." How much money can a person like Wei Xian give you per month? I still have the heart to ask for your things. Bai Ping smiled and said, "What I give you is not something, but what you want most in your heart." Longjun thought for a moment and said, "What? I don't understand." Bai Ping looked at her and said, "I am so poor that I have taught school. What else can I have?" Longjun, all I can give you is love. Longjun jumped up in excitement, stretched out her hands as if to hug Bai Ping, hurriedly gathered herself and sat down, trembling all over, and then said to Bai Ping with raised eyebrows and eyes, "That's it. That's all. I'll make it later and you can see. But don't let me obviously be good. But you keep it secret and find fault with others, hey hey. You see, I am willing to die from exhaustion. But you keep it secret and find fault with others, hey hey. You see, I am willing to die from exhaustion. Whether you go out to have fun or chat at home, it's up to you. But it's not allowed to go beyond the scope of good friends, and once this time passes, I will be a teacher again." Longjun said, "If I go out, can I hold hands and walk like Wei Xian and my sister?" Bai Ping said, "As long as your achievements deserve this kind of reward, you can do it." Longjun bit her lip with a smile and said, "Oh my God. It's so difficult for me." Bai Ping smiled and said, "In another month, I see you have changed a lot, then I will give you a lot of true happiness invisibly." Longjun said, "What is it again?" Bai Ping said, "You are allowed to enjoy all the fun that male and female friends in the world can enjoy. And except when we are studying, we are completely friends." Longjun rubbed his hair and said, "It's so difficult to make friends. There are no friends like this in the world. I'm afraid you don't have any friends." "Is this how you make all your friends?" Bai Ping also felt that it was funny, and said with force, "Only if I am like this with you, who else would be willing to endure this? After 3 months, if you are still good as before, I will treat you as my lover." Longjun squeezed Bai Ping's shoulders. Looking at the month plate on the wall, he muttered to himself, 3 months, 90 days. Today is May 16th, June 16th, to August 16th. After saying that, he smiled at Bai Ping, and his whole body seemed to be full of emotions. All added to the anger. Bai Ping continued hurriedly, "But you are not allowed to treat me as your lover yet." Longjun was slightly surprised, and slowly relaxed her hand and said, "So what?" Bai Ping said, "At this time, you can only be regarded as a passive one, but you are not allowed to abuse your love for me." Longjun grabbed it. He said, "You should be reasonable. How can you prevent someone from loving someone if you want to love him sincerely?" Bai Ping felt that her words really blocked her. How can love be limited? But for an unlearned person like her, she could still argue with strong arguments, so she added, of course love cannot be restricted, but I want to force you to make progress, so I put some restrictions on it. Bai Ping felt that her words really blocked her. How can love be limited? But for an unlearned person like her, she could still argue with strong arguments, so she added, of course love cannot be restricted, but I want to force you to make progress, so I put some restrictions on it. You just love me. It can only be kept in the heart and cannot be vented outside. Longzhen flapped her nose and said, if you want to suffocate people to death, won't you get sick from the suffocation in your heart? Bai Ping smiled and said, whenever you are not bored, after 3 months, you will be qualified to be a lover. I will allow you to take me as your lover. But as soon as Longzhen liked it, she immediately puffed up her mouth and said, it's awesome again. But what? Bai Ping said, I want to make it clear to you that lovers are not husband and wife. It's just that we are closer than our friends, so we can be more informal. Don't make the mistake of thinking this. After saying that, he sank deeply. When he saw Longzhen lowered her head and said nothing, he took her hand again and said, after a year, you have really become a good woman. As long as you don't dislike me, then I will be my best friend for the rest of my life. I won't leave you. Longzhen was stunned for a moment after hearing her words, and then asked, won't leave? Why don't you leave? Bai Ping smiled and said, who do you think can always stay with whom forever? Longzhen's heart felt itchy at this moment, and she looked at Bai Ping sitting next to her. With his handsome demeanor, he is truly a good man that is rarely seen easily. Unexpectedly, it will be 1 year later. He can actually be her husband. I felt so happy that I wanted to cry. I couldn't help but have red eyes and a sore nose. I couldn't help but fall into Bai Ping's arms, hugging Bai Ping tightly, and my boss only rubbed his chest. Bai Ping struggled to avoid it, but she shouted, look at you like this. You didn't abide by my rules and regulations on the first day and just acted like crazy. If you make trouble again, I'll leave. Longzhen still didn't move. His whole body was shaking even more, and he said intermittently, like moaning and murmuring, you accumulate virtue. Don't worry. I am this moment. Good man, please make me feel comfortable. I'll just make some rules with you later, okay? Bai Ping saw that she was so emotional that she was crazy, and felt pitiful, so he stroked her shoulders and let her nestle in his arms for a while. After 5 or 6 minutes, he gently pushed her up. Longzhen moved her head close to his breasts a few more times before following his hands and sitting still. But his chest and shoulders were still heaving, and he was panting as if he had just run dozens of miles. His eyes were half closed, his face became even redder, and he snorted softly after a while. Xiang Bai Ping stared at it for a while, then jumped down to the ground. He walked to the dressing table, pushed his hair back in front of the mirror, raised his head and thought for a while, then jumped back to Bai Ping and said respectfully, teacher, let's start from today. Ping nodded and said, it's up to you. But you are not allowed to do what you did just now. If you break the charter in the future, you will erase all the past ones and start from scratch. Longzhen Onuo said repeatedly, it's natural. I understand too. As long as I follow you for 1 year, there will be days when you follow me in the future. Why don't I pull the long fiber but the short fiber instead? Bai Ping also smiled and said, isn't this clear? Longzhen slowly sat back on the chair and looked at Bai Ping, her face bursting with joy. When Bai Ping saw that it was almost midnight, she stood up and said, "Let's talk about everything. It's over, I'm going to take a rest in my room. I still have to listen to the door for them. Longjun still wants to keep him." Bai Ping waved her hand and said, "Stop being so clingy, I'm getting annoyed." Longjun didn't dare to say anything more and watched him walk out. Suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Bai Ping stopped and saw her take out 2 packs of cigarettes and a box of candy from the cabinet. She came over and stuffed them into Bai Ping's pocket and said, "Save yourself boring." Bai Ping didn't push it. But he thanked him and walked back to his room. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion, put on his clothes and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up and opened my eyes, the red sun was already filling the window. Bai Ping stared blankly at the roof for a long time. Looking at the scene in the room again, I remembered what happened yesterday. Then he sat up, holding his head, thinking about the past 2 days, as if he had a strange dream. 2 days ago, I was a happy person with a family and a job. I don't want the situation to change. We've ended up in this situation. Single guests stay in such homes. Named teacher. In fact, they are not just slaves. Although I kept a low profile and pretended to be cynical on purpose, I didn't want to get involved in Longjun's case again. It can be seen that if a person is not lucky, he will encounter unpleasant things everywhere. After thinking about it, he walked down to the ground and opened the door. I wanted to call someone to get some water to wash up, but the courtyard was completely silent, no sound could be heard, and no one could be seen. Just when he wanted to call, he suddenly thought about it and said with a smile, "I still think this is my own home. If you call a slave, don't bring shame on yourself." Then he looked for an old wash basin in the house. Taking it out, I wanted to look for the kitchen to get some hot water. Unexpectedly, the kitchen was not in the backyard, so I had to walk to the front yard. Find the kitchen in the southeast corner. Taking it out, I wanted to look for the kitchen to get some hot water. Unexpectedly, the kitchen was not in the backyard, so I had to walk to the front yard. Find the kitchen in the southeast corner. He filled some warm water and carried it back to the backyard. Just as I walked to the window of the west wing, I suddenly heard the sound of the bamboo curtain in the upper room. The fearful wife walked out strutting her head and waved to Bai Ping, but said nothing. She just stood under the eaves and smiled at him. Bai Ping was confused for a moment, so she stopped and called Mrs. Qian. Mrs. Wei Xian covered her mouth with one hand. One hand pointed behind him, and then waved it towards Bai Ping, as if to tell him that Wei Xian was in the room and not to raise his voice. Bai Ping saw that her appearance was not good, so she carried the wash basin and walked into the backyard. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Wei Xian followed her. Behind Bai Ping said, "Let's go. Come to your room and tell you something." Bai Ping's heart skipped a beat, thinking that it would be somewhat inconvenient for her to come to her house so early in the morning for no reason. But she was the housewife of the family, and she had no choice but to follow her. When she got to the house, Mrs. Wei didn't wait for anyone to let her go, and sat on the bed. Xiang Bai Ping smiled and said, "How can you thank me? I have done so much for you." Bai Ping was confused and just stared at the ground. Mrs. Wei Xian smiled again and said, "I don't understand if I don't tell you. Yesterday you were lazy on the first day of work yesterday and didn't answer the door for us." Wei Xian was so angry that he jumped so high that he immediately taught you how to walk. Fortunately, I tried my best to persuade him. Why do you think I expend so much effort? As he said that, he just smiled at Bai Ping. It looked so ugly. Bai Ping's heart immediately jumped again. I thought it was impossible to live here for one day. Long Zhen's incident was still unresolved, but Mrs. Wei Xian came out again. This one is even more impossible to do. If she presses me too hard, I might as well take this opportunity and walk away. I deserve to clean myself up. Save yourself from this stinky pit. Even if Long Zhen's hopes were dashed, it can still be regarded as her sister-in-law's fault. She can't blame me. Thinking of this, she said to Mrs. Wei Xian, "Of course I am grateful for Mrs. Qian's kindness to me. But I don't have to be here. I'm working in Qianzhai, and Mr. Wei Xian wants me to leave. I'm done." Mrs. Wei Xian said with half annoyance and half smile, "Look at what a big temper you have. Whether you do that or not is another matter. I've put all this effort into doing this for you, and I'm just going to leave you with these few words. If I hadn't looked at you differently, I would have scratched your ears a few times." As he spoke, he looked at Bai Ping with his charming eyes, looking even more embarrassed. Bai Ping couldn't help it anymore, so she said proudly, "Mrs. Qian, you don't have to tell me this. I have decided to leave this place. When I see Wei Xian later, I will leave immediately. This is my way of thanking my wife." Just teach your wife to be quiet in front of her. Mrs. Wei Xian couldn't help being surprised when she saw him like this. She smiled and said seriously, "Mr. Lin, I shouldn't make you anxious. She told me everything about Long Zhen and you last night. I only have this girl, and it's easy to find a place. Just teach your wife to be quiet in front of her." Mrs. Wei Xian couldn't help being surprised when she saw him like this. She smiled and said seriously, "Mr. Lin, I shouldn't make you anxious. She told me everything about Long Zhen and you last night. I only have this girl, and it's easy to find a place. Why don't I like it? But she told me. You always seem a little stuck, probably because you are afraid of being with me first. Now I tell you from my mouth, you don't have to be afraid of anything in the future. As long as you and Long Zhen are on good terms, I will be your protection. Don't even take Wei Xian seriously. Do you understand? And what you and Long Zhen said yesterday sounded a little strange to me. As long as the two of you are good, why bother waiting for a year and a half? In my opinion, it's better for me and Wei Xian to explain that if the happy event is held as early as possible, you can still live here. For a smart young man like you. Can't you still feed her?" After saying that, she looked at Bai Ping and waited for his answer. Bai Ping realized that she had no evil intentions here. But she also didn't have good intentions. She always wanted to take the opportunity to push Long Zhen to herself. It seems that what Long Zhen said yesterday is true. Thinking of this, she felt a little pity for Long Zhen. Then he said sternly to Mrs. Qian, "Now that I have told you everything that Miss Long Zhen asked me to do yesterday, it couldn't be better. I was hoping that you would know, so that no one would be suspicious in the future. But the agreement I made with Long Zhen yesterday was finalized. No matter what, it cannot be changed. If you push me too far, you will simply teach me to leave your house." When Mrs. Wei Xian heard this, she exclaimed and said, "My young master, don't use me as a step to get down the slope. I forced you away, and Long Zhen came to me to ask for someone. How can I compensate her? You can still do whatever you want, just pretend I didn't say anything." After that, they chatted with each other for a few more words and hurriedly walked out. Bai Ping sat in the room blankly, really unable to guess what the purpose of this lady's visit was. Although it looked like he was working as a lobbyist for Long Zhen, it was more than that. It's probably always an unconscious move on the part of inferior women. He stopped thinking and went to wash his face. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Wei Xian had been fooling around for a long time, and the water was already cold. Fortunately, the weather was very warm, so I finished washing indiscriminately. I just sat down and wanted to rest for a while, when I suddenly heard Wei Xian's voice shouting in the front yard. Bai Ping didn't mind at first, but later she heard that he seemed to be calling her name, so she had no choice but to walk out in a hurry. I saw Wei Xian standing in the courtyard, with his bare feet and shoes on, his eyes wide open and shouting. I saw Bai Ping coming. Gung jumped to his feet and shouted, "Mr. Lin, what do you want? Last night I taught you to listen to the door, and you fell asleep. This morning you didn't sweep the yard. Why did I hire you?" Bai Ping listened to his tone and actually took the servants treated him and couldn't help but feel angry. I was about to open my mouth to contradict him. Suddenly I thought that sweeping the courtyard and listening to the door were all included in the treaty. It was obvious that he had made a mistake and was taken advantage of by him, so he said patiently, "I'm sorry, it was my negligence." As he said that, he wanted to find a broom to sweep the floor. Unexpectedly, Wei Xian refused to give up and said in an impure voice, "A born lazy dog. Nowhere can I touch hot shit and eat it. It's really something that can't be held up to the wall." Bai Ping couldn't help it anymore. "It's not my duty to be scolded. I've really suffered enough from this torture. Why don't you take this opportunity to turn against him?" She thought about straightening her waist and raising her eyebrows slightly vertical. Just when he was about to speak, he saw Long Zhen coming out of the bedroom behind Wei Xian. His face was so frightened that he waved his hands to himself, as if to persuade him not to turn against Wei Xian. Bai Ping couldn't help but be startled. Then I saw her clasping her hands to her chest and standing in the pose. Kowtow to yourself repeatedly. That's very ridiculous and very pitiful. Although Bai Ping lost half of her anger when she saw her in this state, she still couldn't help it. He also said to Wei Xian, "Mr. Qian is a lawyer, so he should know that it is sinful to curse people. I am because you are a high-class person. So it's inconvenient to retaliate. Please be careful." Wei Xian didn't expect Bai Ping to speak so harshly, so he was stunned for a moment. Then, "So it's inconvenient to retaliate. Please be careful." Wei Xian didn't expect Bai Ping to speak so harshly, so he was stunned for a moment. Then he turned red, jumped up and cursed, "Asshole. You are paid by me to hire you. If you want to retaliate if I scold you, you are a slave to your master. It's your mother's treason." Bai Ping was so angry that she almost laughed out loud, so she clenched her fists and asked him, "What is a slave bullying his master? When was it the law?" Only then did Wei Xian realize that this was an old saying from the Qing dynasty, so he said it angrily, not like a lawyer, but still roared, "What is a slave? You are a slave. When was the law? The law of the present time, the law of our family." Bai Ping was so angry that she turned pale, but she still managed not to get angry. Seeing that something was wrong, Long Zhen came over and dragged her into the house while advising, "Brother-in-law, why don't you go get some snacks? What are you doing with a fool like him?" Wei Xian saw Bai Ping clenching his fists and opening his eyes. He knew that he had scolded him bitterly. If he didn't find a way to deal with it, he might offend him and suffer immediate consequences. Then he followed Long Zhen and dragged him away, still mouthing refused to show weakness. She cursed in an official tone as usual. You bastard, get out of here as soon as possible. Before she could finish the sentence, Bai Ping couldn't bear it anymore and jumped behind him in one step, raising her leather boots to shine at his back. She cursed in an official tone as usual. You bastard, get out of here as soon as possible. Before she could finish the sentence, Bai Ping couldn't bear it anymore and jumped behind him in one step, raising her leather boots to shine at his back. The heart is a kick. Wei Xian pounced forward, and in panic Zhong Yuan wanted to pounce on Long Zhen. Avoid falling. Unexpectedly, he couldn't catch it and fell straight to the stone steps of the upper room. There was a thud and a big purple pimple immediately appeared on his head. Because Long Zhen held his hand, he also fell to the ground. Avoid falling. Unexpectedly, he couldn't catch it and fell straight to the stone steps of the upper room. There was a thud and a big purple pimple immediately appeared on his head. Because Long Zhen held his hand, he also fell to the ground. He was afraid that Bai Ping would come over and hit him again, so he hurriedly struggled to get up. He rolled and climbed up and ran into the house. When I ran to the door of the house, I couldn't hear the footsteps behind me, so I dared to look back. Bai Ping was still standing there, looking at him with angry eyes and frowning eyebrows. Thinking that he didn't come, I think he was discouraged. My courage immediately became stronger again. Then he stamped his feet and called to the maid, "Come here, take my film and send this bastard to the police station. Wait for me to slowly sue him." He really did the opposite and beat the barrister for no reason. And Wang Law? If not shot, he should be imprisoned for life. Bai Ping suddenly sneered at him. But he didn't speak anymore. Long Zhen got up from the ground, winked at Bai Ping with pleading eyes, then walked up to Wei Xian again, trying to push him into the house. Unexpectedly, Wei Xian ran into the house by himself and ran out again in a flash, holding a business card in his hand. He called the servant girl again and again. Long Zhen was in a dilemma and was too anxious to do anything. He called the servant girl again and again. Long Zhen was in a dilemma and was too anxious to do anything. At this moment, a Mrs. Wei Xian ran out of the women's restroom in the corner of the courtyard, fastening her trousers. As he walked away, he yelled, "Don't make a noise. Don't make a noise. Why are you fighting so early in the morning? It's making everyone shit. I almost got a pocket full of pants. Are you lacking in virtue?" As he said this, he walked up to Bai Ping, pushed him with his hand and said, "You go to the back and rest first. Everything depends on me." After that, he called Long Zhen and said, "Come here and drag your teacher to the backyard. I was afraid to see my wife. I almost got a pocket full of pants. Are you lacking in virtue?" As he said this, he walked up to Bai Ping, pushed him with his hand and said, "You go to the back and rest first. Everything depends on me." After that, he called Long Zhen and said, "Come here and drag your teacher to the backyard. I was afraid to see my wife coming." He was even more courageous, and jumped to his feet and shouted, "Don't worry about it, I have to teach him a taste of his skills. The fooling around is getting to my head as a lawyer. Let's see if he can live long." At this time, Long Zhen had already grabbed Bai Ping, desperately pulling towards the backyard, whispered in a low voice, "My little ancestor. You just need to accumulate virtue in me. Go back to your room first, and speak slowly. You just need to accumulate virtue in me. Go back to your room first, and speak slowly." Bai Ping couldn't help but follow her, but turned back and said, "I should have left here immediately, but since you said you wanted to sentence me to life imprisonment, I will wait here for now. Either by legal force. I can accompany you. At this time, Mrs. Wei Xian also rushed over to persuade Bai Ping. Go quickly, I will teach you to be gentle later. Seeing that Bai Ping was still arguing with Wei Xian, she hurriedly used one hand to help Longjun push him, and used the other to cover his mouth. Unintentionally, it was as if she was holding Bai Ping in her arms. Wei Xian saw his wife and Longjun, both of whom tried their best to comfort Bai Ping, but left Bai Ping aside, feeling angry in their hearts. When I saw my wife and Bai Ping not avoiding suspicion, I couldn't help but get furious. He slapped the door frame and cursed. You two, get out of here, you shameless things, what are you planning to do? The hired stinky beggar also used this to maintain him. What are you worried about? You see him as a pretty boy, and you are afraid that he will be wronged, so damn shameless. He cursed and ran past angrily. He pulled his wife away. Not wanting to use too much force, my wife staggered. Although she didn't fall, she hit the wall. Bai Ping only suspected that he was still coming to deal with her, so she stopped again. Unexpectedly, Wei Xian had already walked back, still calling her a shameless, natural-born bitch. At this time, Longjun had rushed over to help her sister. Mrs. Wei Xian had just stood up, and suddenly took advantage of Longjun's hold, stepped back, and sat down on the ground. His face turned green with anger, he slapped his hands on the brick floor and said, "You don't need to fight. Qian, let's do it today. I love pretty boys." The man named Lin has a pale face. Not bad, I love it. We all love. He rolled on the ground again, sat up again, pointed at Wei Xian and cursed, "You are not made by a human being. In the past few years, I have made you fat, and your heart has been clouded by fat. I dare to scold your own mother. You said I love pretty girls. You must want to be a cuckold, this one is ready, don't waste your heart. This will give you a look." As he said that, he stood up and rushed towards Bai Ping, about to hug her. Bai Ping was so frightened that she couldn't avoid it and ran around the courtyard. "You must want to be a cuckold, this one is ready, don't waste your heart. This will give you a look." As he said that, he stood up and rushed towards Bai Ping, about to hug her. Bai Ping was so frightened that she couldn't avoid it and ran around the courtyard. He could only follow Mrs. Wei to persuade her. It really caused a stir among friends. Wei Xian didn't expect to frighten the foal by beating the mule, and he felt angry, frightened, and regretful, which made him freeze there without saying anything. Longjun managed to hold her sister back. Mrs. Wei Xian was panting and crying, then turned around and ran towards Wei Xian Lai, and unexpectedly brushed his mouth. I was afraid because Bai Ping was there. He couldn't help but show some authority, and glared, "You bitch, you are so crazy, how dare you hit me?" Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, his wife grabbed his hand again and opened his mouth to bite him. He was so painful that he screamed in fear. When Longjun took his hand out of her mouth, Mrs. Wei Xian sat down on the ground again. He grabbed Wei Xian's legs and wrists with one hand, not letting him run away. He cried as if he was frying beans again, "Don't persuade any of you, I will get out with whoever persuades me. Mr. Qian, let's calculate the general ledger today. Give me what is mine, and let your mother's rabbit party go. The surname is Qian. Money, if you don't have me, you still deserve to live in a big tile-roofed house, wear Qixia satin, and take a monthly car. People who are pretending to be your mother outside. Grandma understood today that raising a man is worse than raising a chi bag. This home is mine, and it doesn't have anything to do with you. Get out of here right now. You said I loved the man named Lin, so I went with him. The more Wei Xian listened to what she said, the more outrageous it became, and he could only stamp his feet anxiously. He didn't dare to make a fuss, and he didn't have the shame to persuade him. He just looked at Long Zhen and hoped that she would come to the rescue. I don't want Long Zhen to just pretend he didn't see it. Mrs. Nowixian took a few breaths, and then shouted, I tried to stop you from fighting, but I tried to persuade you to say shameless things. You are shameless. I don't even need to be ashamed. I am not an eldest daughter, and I still follow whoever I want. The guy named Lin is good. I slept with him for 2 nights, and you just watched. But I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to deal with my sister, so I didn't have any evil intentions. You gave me a reminder. Good. I just go astray. My 2 sisters are all named Lin. You surnamed Xian, get out of here as soon as possible. Bai Ping felt embarrassed when she heard this. She didn't expect that such a woman could be so shameless. She wanted to avoid it, but she couldn't bear to part with this lively drama. But Wei Xian knew that he was stroking the tiger's beard. I was inevitably going to make a big embarrassment today, so why not try my best to embarrass myself and quickly stop the lion's roar to avoid making the noise worse? He lowered his head and pulled his wife over and said, You got up because you were complaining that I said something wrong. Let's go up to the house. Go ahead. Don't teach outsiders to laugh. At this time, the wife stood up in a hurry following his hand. Wei Xian thought that the wife really listened to his advice and actually didn't make a splash and hit Gulu. I was feeling happy in my heart, but I didn't want my wife to stand up, and instead of running into the house, she ran towards the door and shouted, You have to go up to the house to talk, for fear of being laughed at. I'm not afraid of Grandma, boy. Let's meet on the street. At this time, Wei Xian couldn't help it. He rushed forward and grabbed her, and begged her in a low voice, If you blame me, please save my face. Long Zhen saw that the commotion was too much and hurriedly ran to the front to block it. Mrs. Wei Xian saw that she couldn't get out. He stopped and hit Wei Xian a few more times. Be respectful and bear with fear first. Some dare not hide. My wife is a little less angry. He was supported by Long Zhen and walked into the house. He even took a few steps while scolding himself. Suddenly he frowned, groaned several times, complained of chest pain, and slid down. Just rolling on the ground. I don't know if it hurts like this or if it's intentional. Wei Xian was frightened, but his face turned yellow. He quickly grabbed Long Zhen and carried her into the upper room. He immediately started clamoring for boiled water and a doctor. The war is finally over. Seeing that Wei Xian was punished, Bai Ping suffered a lot, and her anger disappeared. I just find it funny. He walked into his own room in the backyard. Sitting on the chair, I was so angry that I laughed for a long time. I really didn't expect that all these weird things happened to me in the past few days. It seems that we can no longer live here. It's no good if I can't miss you any longer. That was really funny even to myself. I wanted to leave quickly, so I took this opportunity to leave them without saying goodbye. To avoid being bothered by Long Zhenxi again. Having made up his mind, he stood up, packed his luggage, and prepared to leave. That was really funny even to myself. I wanted to leave quickly, so I took this opportunity to leave them without saying goodbye. to avoid being bothered by Longzhensi again. Having made up his mind, he stood up, packed his luggage, and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, when I was cleaning up my room, I suddenly heard a sound from the door outside and a groan. It seemed like the door was closed. When she hurriedly looked up, she found that the door of the house had been locked from the outside. Bai Ping was greatly surprised. It seemed like the door was closed. When she hurriedly looked up, she found that the door of the house had been locked from the outside. Bai Ping was greatly surprised. She rushed to the door and asked outside, "Who? Why did you lock me? Are you being unreasonable? I have committed a crime." Before he finished speaking, Longzhen's voice outside was heard saying, "I knew you were leaving, why can't you keep calm? I only care about you leaving, but you should also think about me. Just wait with peace of mind. I'll have something good to say to you later." Bai Ping still wanted to speak, but she had already walked away with a squeak. Bai Ping was so angry that she had nowhere to vent her instincts. When I pushed the door, it was locked tightly, so I had to retreat and sit on the bed. Leaning on the luggage, looking at the roof, I was stunned for a while. About an hour passed before I heard the sound of. When I pushed the door, it was locked tightly, so I had to retreat and sit on the bed. Leaning on the luggage, looking at the roof, I was stunned for a while. About an hour passed before I heard the sound of footsteps walking in from the front yard again. Then the lock clicked and the door opened. Bai Ping thought it was Longzhen. Not wanting to stand in front of the door, it was Qian Weixian. Weixian, with his hands on his hips and a livid face, looked at Bai Ping but did not walk in. Bai Ping thought he was coming to provoke again, so she still sat silently, waiting for him to make the first move. Na Wei stood there for a while, then gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward. He actually sat on the edge of the bed. He sighed again and said, "Mr. Lin, let's not talk about the past, and blame me for being reckless." After that, he stamped his feet and sighed. He actually sat on the edge of the bed. He sighed again and said, "Mr. Lin, let's not talk about the past, and blame me for being reckless." After that, he stamped his feet and sighed. Bai Ping really didn't expect that he would come to apologize, so she could only perfunctorily say to him, "It's also half of my brother's fault. Let's not talk about that. I'm going to say goodbye to you now." Wei first glanced at Bai Ping and didn't reply, just taking a long breath. After another long while, he said with a grimace, "Let's argue casually. Who has a deep grudge against whom? I don't think Mr. Lin will offend me. Please don't talk about it when I say goodbye." After saying that, he hesitated again. After a while he said, "Since my brother lives and eats with me, he is considered a member of our family. You don't have to laugh at my family's jokes. Now, you don't have to be polite, this is not good luck. It doesn't count as my bad luck, it's simply." Bai Ping listened for a long time and didn't understand what he was going to say. And with such eloquence, he didn't look like a lawyer anymore, so he didn't say anything and just watched him go on. Na Weixian suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had just woken up from sleep. Hua Di stood up, stamped his feet again and said, "You brought me into trouble, and I am completely defeated. This is not a lawsuit. It can only make you proud." Bai Ping still didn't understand, and couldn't help but ask. At this time, Mrs. Wei Xian and Long Zhen had come to the room at some unknown time. Mrs. Wei Xian pushed Wei Xian away and sat on the bed. Said, "My surname is Qian, can I ask you to tell me? You still endure it? Can this be tolerated?" Then he turned back to Bai Ping and said, "Let me tell you everything. This family property is all mine. If it is mine, my sister will have a share. You are fearful and encouraging first, trying to squeeze Long Zhen out. I almost didn't fall for his trick. Now that this guy has turned against me and is so heartless, I understand everything. It broke my heart to tell him. Even if you drive him out, he will remain stubborn and refuse to leave, so it's okay not to leave. From now on this home will be under my control, as I wish. Long Zhen and I are the same. Long Zhen will definitely follow you. Just like Wei Xian, you will also be considered the head of the family from now on. If someone dares to bully you first, don't be afraid that he is a lawyer. The handle of his knife is all in my hand. I had made arrangements with him just now, so I taught him how to do it. An apology to you. One of these words shall come to you from his mouth. Now he refuses to say. I said the same thing. After Bai Ping heard her confusing words, although she understood in her heart, her mind became confused. She didn't know what rules were followed in handling this lady. And how could Wei Xian be so obedient? So he said to Mrs. Wei Xian, "How can we do this? I'm not close to you, so why?" Mrs. Wei Xian had already rushed to say, "What kind of relationship is this?" As the saying goes, it is said that relatives come from climbing up, and friends come from making friends. Who are the relatives and friends in this world who are born in the first place? I want to marry you. After that, he said with his eyes fluttering, I think he is not good, so I will cut off the relationship with him immediately. Mr. Qian, please wait for me to say it again, not yet. Wixian didn't dare wait for her to finish speaking, so he hurriedly turned to Bai Ping and said with a wry smile, Brother Lin, you only treat me as a guard. Stop saying no. Who taught me to ask for trouble and cause big trouble? If you don't follow them, they will say that you don't want me. Or if you drive me away, then you will harm me. Come on. From today on, we are brothers-in-law, and our family fortune is half of yours. Pick whichever house you want to live in. Furniture, money, whatever, what's mine is yours. As soon as he said this, the wife immediately stopped him and said, Hey, I don't need you to give me anything as a favor. I will distribute it myself. It's none of your business here. Take a walk. Pick whichever house you want to live in. Furniture, money, whatever, what's mine is yours. As soon as he said this, the wife immediately stopped him and said, Hey, I don't need you to give me anything as a favor. I will distribute it myself. It's none of your business here. Take a walk. Wei Xian frowned. He slipped out in a hesitant manner. Mrs. Wei Xian smiled at Bai Ping and said, Today our family. Then she immediately changed her words and said, Our family's affairs are in a mess and become a stinking mess. Maybe you are confused. Originally, our family was more complicated than before. Others are special. Teach Long Zhen to tell you slowly. After saying that, he turned to Long Zhen and said, You can tell him even the house rules I have established. It will also teach him to feel at ease. You tell him carefully, I'm leaving. Don't mention that Mrs. Wei Xian left on her own. Here Long Zhen saw her sister coming out of the door, and immediately fell on the bed, rolling around with laughter. Tired of rolling. He held Bai Ping's hand and giggled. Bai Ping knew that she was complacent at this moment and ignored her. After Long Zhen had laughed enough, she got carried away and said, Brother, teacher, you said that God has eyes, marriage is destined, and you can't beat me back with a stick. The fortune teller said earlier that I was blessed. It is really efficacious and efficacious. As he said this, seeing Bai Ping's stern face and not answering, he calmed himself down and said calmly, Wei Xian has received his retribution today. I told you yesterday that my sister married him with her own money. Until nowadays, they have not worshipped heaven and earth. My sister has never changed her mischievous temper. Chang Tongwei first said that a Du couple should get together when things get better, and break up when things get bad. Moreover, the handle for all the outrageous things Wei Xian has done in the past few years is in the hands of my sister, so Wei Xian is really afraid of her. Recently, she and Wei Xian seemed to have a close relationship. They bickered every now and then. I knew something was going to happen, she said in a low voice. She often goes out to the theater now, and when she saw a singing booth of Laosheng, she changed her mind long ago. It's funny that Wei Xian, this idiot, often accompanies her to the theater. I still don't understand that I am waiting for her to hang my arms. I won't mention it, but it happened that Wei Xian fought with you today, and the ghost pushed him to his misfortune, and he actually pulled her in without being clean. She got into her heart and took advantage of poor to overturn the car. Don't think she's just fooling around. She really wanted to drive Wei Xian away. However, he is still afraid of the opportunity, and his petition is pitiful. She also softened a little and wanted to hold you up and torture Wei Xian. Wei Xian naturally said and responded at this time. I didn't want her to just follow the lead, but she opened the way for us. Bai Ping heard it funny, so she smiled and said, You don't quite understand, how can you take her words seriously? Longjun said with a smile, Then you don't know my sister's temper. I'm sure she won't regret it. Just now she told me behind my back that she would be beaten for 3 or 2 days if she catches him. He squeezed out. Otherwise, he will be reported to the official with proof for all the outrageous things he has done over the years, and he will be sentenced to 10 years in prison. Bai Ping frowned and said, They have been married for several years. Why are they so cruel? Longjun rummaged over and thought. Oh. I think she has probably already gotten involved with that so-and-so pavilion, and there is no room for fear in her heart. You are a well-behaved person, but you don't understand the temper of someone who has been a kiln sister. You are willing to risk your life if you want to be friendly with someone. When he gets bored, he immediately turns his back, showing no mercy at all. Bai Ping smiled after hearing this. Longjun's heart changed and she quickly said, Don't think of me as the same as her. Bai Ping smiled and said, You are overhearted. Longjun said, It's not overhearted. Longjun's heart changed and she quickly said, Don't think of me as the same as her. Bai Ping smiled and said, You are overhearted. Longjun said, It's not overhearted. You may have misunderstood me. Where can I appeal this grievance? Then he sat up and continued, My sister's new family rules, let me tell you, starting from today. There are only 3 people in this family, including us sisters and you. Being afraid of being first is just to survive the time, it doesn't count. Whatever you want, just tell your sister. Don't feel wronged yourself. Besides. As she spoke, she blushed and muttered, That's what she said too, just to teach us to hurry up. During this month, Bai Ping thought for a while and said sternly, We still can't do this. No matter what happens to your family, our affairs must be based on what we said yesterday and cannot be changed. Otherwise. Longjun continued, Otherwise you will leave, right? You really have a road to darkness. Bai Ping also felt that it was funny, but she held back and said, "I have told you the truth over and over again. You want to cause trouble sincerely, but you still blame me for being stubborn?" Longjun said, "Of course you have enough reason for this matter. I will never say it again, otherwise it will be boring. But you can always follow my sister's family rules." Bai Ping thought to herself that things had come to this point and she couldn't escape even if she ran. Just hang out with them and watch some weird news. When other people explore unexplored places, they are often eaten by wild beasts. I live here only as a priest preaching among the savage tribes. I only regard Mrs. Wei Xian as the savage queen, Long Zhen as the savage princess, and Wei Xian as a ghost witch. Fortunately, I have lost my life, lost my name, and have no worries. No matter what the situation is, it is not considered a loss, so he nodded in agreement after thinking about it. I only regard Mrs. Wei Xian as the savage queen, Long Zhen as the savage princess, and Wei Xian as a ghost witch. Fortunately, I have lost my life, lost my name, and have no worries. No matter what the situation is, it is not considered a loss, so he nodded in agreement after thinking about it. Longjun just likes to dance. From then on, Bai Ping looked upon her like a lotus that could be viewed from a distance but not played with. In the evening, Mrs. Wei Xian took over Wei Xian's office in the front yard and used it as Bai Ping's bedroom and Longjun's study. Although Wei Xian was unwilling, he was a lawyer whom few people consulted. There was no need for an office. Under the pressure of Hao Wei, he had to hide and seek peace. From then on, Bai Ping actually responded to the orders and became the talented consort of this savage country. Mrs. Wei Xian often treated him with many unreasonable favors, which made him feel flattered. Although Wei Xian hated him deeply, he was very flattering and behaved like a villain. Not to mention Long Zhen, a middle-aged resentful girl and Chad's lover, who doesn't know how to be gentle, considerate and warm. Even though her lover was always cold, she only had the fire of desire. I didn't dare to complain at all. As a result, Bai Ping enjoyed unexpected happiness, which was beyond her expectation. Moreover, Long Zhen and Bai Ping studied etiquette and followed the rules, making progress day by day. Bai Ping was also very happy. A week passed. Bai Ping saw Long Zhen working hard. I really couldn't bear to make excuses and break the promise, so I praised him. Long Zhen only smiled at her, as if hoping that Bai Ping would fulfill her promise and award the prize. I really couldn't bear to make excuses and break the promise, so I praised him. Long Zhen only smiled at her, as if hoping that Bai Ping would fulfill her promise and award the prize. Bai Ping had no choice but to talk to her at home for half a day, and Long Zhen liked her very much. In this hot summer, when I had a little free time, I helped Bai Ping measure autumn and winter clothes. Bai Ping was deeply grateful. Time flies. Bai Ping has lived in Qian's house for a month. Long Zhen studied to learn from others and cultivate. When I had a little free time, I helped Bai Ping measure autumn and winter clothes. Bai Ping was deeply grateful. Time flies. Bai Ping has lived in Qian's house for a month. Long Zhen studied to learn from others and cultivated her moral character. She first established her ambitions and made Bai Ping blameless for her. On a Sunday, Bai Ping asked her to come up with ideas for a day of fun in the morning, and she was willing to accompany her. After Long Zhen won this special award, she immediately seemed to have a different world in front of her. She was overjoyed and said to Bai Ping, "I have been dreaming about this day in the past few days. I have already planned it." We went out after lunch and went to Jomtien to watch a movie. Went to Central Park. Went to Jiaing for dinner. After eating, where should I go? As she spoke, she began to ponder. Bai Ping picked up a newspaper, read it and said, "Tonight there happened to be an entertainment party on the first stage. How about?" Longzhen rushed to say, "That's great. I regret that you only gave me the idea and didn't ask if you were willing. Since you are happy, I am even happier." After discussing it, the two of them had lunch casually. At this time, Longzhen was taught by Bai Ping and no longer dressed up in such heavy clothes, but only lightly dressed up. It was a lot less ugly than before, but she paid great attention to Bai Ping's clothes and made him look elegant. Longzhen looked very happy and contented. She stayed up until more than 2 o'clock and only gave a false invitation to Wei Xian and his wife. Naturally, they couldn't excuse themselves. Longzhen took Bai Ping in her arms and walked out together. The road was not close, but they refused to take the car, so they walked slowly arm in arm with each other, as if he wanted to display the activities of his beautiful lover to passers-by. When we arrived at the movie theater, we still didn't notice anything in the dark place. By the time the movie was over, entering Central Park, just as the sun was setting, many pairs of wandering couples were traveling together hand in hand. Although Longzhen didn't realize that these women were thousands of times more beautiful than herself, she only saw that among the many men, none of them could compare to Bai Ping. The pride in my heart was reflected on my raised chest. Whenever a man looks at me, he secretly hates that such an ugly man deserves to look at me. You don't even look at the person I'm holding my arm with. Whenever a woman looks at Bai Ping, she will feel sourness arising from her pride. Curse shamelessly secretly, look at what my man does. Of course you love him. But how can you be so lucky? I am the lucky one. He wanted to get closer to Bai Ping, as if he was afraid that others would not see that they were a couple, and that he would not arouse the envy of others. The two of them walked in a circle. The sunset was already setting at the elbow, and the figures were in the trees. More tourists came up. Longzhen took Bai Ping and walked deep into the willow shade again, and chose a quiet place to sit down. Call the waiter at the tea shop and bring him 2 bottles of soda. Drink and talk slowly, just as the breeze carries the fragrance of flowers and trees. Longzhen cuddles up to Bai Ping, sitting side by side. Looking at the twilight of Fengyuan in front of me, I watched the wishful husband beside me. Drink and talk slowly, just as the breeze carries the fragrance of flowers and trees. Longzhen cuddles up to Bai Ping, sitting side by side. Looking at the twilight of Fengyuan in front of me, I watched the wishful husband beside me. She intuitively felt that not only Bai Ping was her own. Even this beautiful morning seemed to be just for her. The pride in my heart is simply indescribable. Suddenly, she leaned towards Bai Ping with her right arm and said, "Hey, brother, teacher." Then he smiled shyly and said, "I won't call you teacher today, okay?" Bai Ping nodded in confusion. Longzhen took the empty cup in his hand and said with a low smile, "Brother, don't laugh at me. I feel as if I'm drunk and comfortable at the moment." Bai Ping said, "What's the matter? You go. Are you tired?" Longzhen shook his head and said, "No, you, cough. I only know what happiness is today." However, in the past year and a half, it was also the ghost of Barya who died. Bai Ping listened and looked at her as she spoke. Longzhen said again, "Brother, how are you feeling right now?" Bai Ping smiled. However, In the past year and a half, it was also the ghost of Barya who died. Bai Ping listened and looked at her as she spoke. Longzhen said again, "Brother, how are you feeling right now?" Bai Ping smiled. Longzhen saw that a thin lock of hair on his head was shaken out of place and fell on his forehead. Then he flicked his fingers and gently picked it up. Bai Ping was about to speak to her when she suddenly heard someone behind her snort angrily, and then something seemed to fall to the ground. Immediately after, a woman's voice shouted in panic, and another man shouted, "What's wrong?" When Bai Ping looked back hurriedly, she only saw a woman in white lying on the ground next to a bunch of grass and flowers about 10 steps behind her. Next to her, a young man in a suit was kneeling on the ground to help her sit up. Another girl in a lake-colored robe, bent over and looking down in astonishment. Bai Ping also hurriedly looked at it. She just lowered her head and came out. Fong was about to reach forward, when the young man shouted, "Are you fainted?" Bai Ping hesitated for a moment, glanced at the young man in a suit and jumped back, hastily took out $1 and threw it into the cup. He pulled Longzhen and walked out of the garden. Chapter 3 keeps cutting, and the reasoning remains chaotic. It is said that the fainted woman Bai Ping saw was his beloved wife Xihua. When they met unexpectedly, I had no time to think and wanted to rush to rescue him. But when she saw a very beautiful young man in a suit kneeling next to her, her heart immediately moved, and old memories were brought back to her mind. I thought that although this young man was not Zhongying, but judging from the situation, this young man must be Jihua's lover. Otherwise, how could he be so intimate in appearance, and how could he be so concerned in his thoughts? Moreover, a woman's misbehavior is only for the first time. Since there is a first time, it is easy for a second time. Since she can betray me and not fall in love with Zhongying, how can she not abandon Zhongying and fall in love with someone else? Just this moment of thought immediately forced him to retreat again. He hurriedly pulled Longzhen away. The young man here hurriedly helped Jihua sit up, but saw that she was still shaking and fainting. The girl in the lake-colored robe also squatted beside her, calling out to Sister Jihua. The young man raised his head and looked around, and hurriedly called to the female subordinate. "Shu Min, look in the soda bottle on the empty table in front of you. There is still cold soda in it. Take it and spray it." The girl didn't care to agree, and hurriedly ran over to get half a bottle of soda, drank some and kept it in her mouth, and was about to spray it on Jihua's face, when Jihua already groaned. Shu Min couldn't help but swallow all the water down her throat and asked the young man, "Shu, do you still need to spray?" Shu shook his head. At this moment, Jihua had already opened her heels, struggled to turn her head and looked forward, and suddenly shouted, "Ah! He's gone again. No! I have to find him today." As she spoke, she held her hands on the ground and was about to stand up. She panted and said, "It's not easy for me. I just saw him today. He was so cruel. He left again." Shu Min supported her and asked, "Who are you talking about?" Jihua pointed to the empty chair in front of her in a daze and said, "He, Bai Ping, is sitting with the same woman. It will be gone in a moment." Shu Min didn't quite understand it yet. But Shu understood it and said hurriedly, "I have seen it. It doesn't take much time to walk. I'll chase him." With that said, she ran away in a blur of flowers and willows. It will be gone in a moment. Shu Min didn't quite understand it yet. But Shu understood it and said hurriedly, "I have seen it. It doesn't take much time to walk. I'll chase him." With that said, she ran away in a blur of flowers and willows. Shu Min helped Jihua sit on a chair and comforted her. She calmed down and thought about it. Recalling the time when I walked here with Jihua Shu, there was a man and a woman sitting on the chair in front of me. Although I didn't know who they were, they looked very beautiful from the back, and their expressions were very intimate. Jihua actually stood up and stared blankly, then suddenly fainted. He was screaming in fear. I remember that a man came running towards me, and he seemed to be leaning down to help Shu, but then he turned around and hid for some reason. I didn't pay attention in the rush. When Jihua woke up, the man and woman were gone. Thinking about it, I can't help but hate myself for being so confused. Jihua once told me after she got sick. Her husband, Lin Baiping, once left home in a fit of rage due to some idle business, so she rushed out to look for him, thinking that their relationship must not have been bad. If that man was her husband, how come he didn't come to help his wife when he saw her lying on the ground, but hid instead? This is really confusing. Or maybe Jihua admitted someone wrong. Shu Min was thinking this. Jihua, who was sitting on the chair, gasped and stood up suddenly and said, "He must..." Or maybe Jihua admitted someone wrong. Shu Min was thinking this. Jihua, who was sitting on the chair, gasped and stood up suddenly and said, "He must not have left the garden yet, I will look for it myself." Shu Min hurriedly persuaded, "As long as he has not left here, Shu will definitely be able to find him. You are so weak. I was stimulated again just now, so don't move yet. I'll go for you." Jihua said, "No, you don't know him." Shu Min said, "How come you don't know me?" I could see it clearly then. He pointed to the empty chair in front of him and said, "Isn't that a man and a woman sitting there?" Jihua heard this. The color of the ground suddenly changed again, and he lowered his head and muttered to himself, "A man, a woman, and another woman, who is that? He really abandoned me." As he said that, tears welled up. His body went limp, and he fell down on the chair again, holding his head in his hands and sobbing. Shu Min quickly advised her not to cry. "It's so ugly to see here." Being anxious, Shu has hurried back. The reports said that they searched all over the garden and even chased them out of the garden, but no two men and women were found. Shu Min was pointing at Jihua on the chair and waved her hand at him anxiously. Unexpectedly, after listening to Shu's words, Jihua stretched out her hand to wipe away the traces of tears. Unexpectedly, after listening to Shu's words, Jihua stretched out her hand to wipe away the traces of tears. She looked up to the sky and lost consciousness for a while. After a long while, she let out a long sigh, and then smiled miserably at the empty chair in front of her. Jihua concentrated for a moment, saw Shu Min and Shu beside her, then she stood up and said, "Let's go back." Shu Min whispered in her ear, "Sister Jihua, you don't have to be sad. Now that you know that your brother-in-law is in Beijing, as long as you search patiently, you will never fail to find it." As Lu Mei Yining spoke, the little boots under his feet suddenly jumped on the ground and said, "We are all idiots. We never thought these days that in the newspapers like Beijing and Tianjin, we would forget to advertise when we were looking for people. Sister, when you get back, make a plan and send it to a major newspaper for publication. My brother-in-law will come looking for me tomorrow like a storm." Jihua smiled bitterly and said, "I've already seen him, but he's still hiding. Do you still want him to come back?" Shu Min turned around and saw that Shu had already walked away for more than 10 steps, and then said again, "Brother-in-law probably has some misunderstanding with you. You just explain it to him earnestly in the ad." Is there any unresolved grudge? Jihua felt very sad after hearing her words. Huadi turned his pale face into a light red, and pretended to wipe his eyes and covered his face with a handkerchief. After a while, he sighed. My sister is very considerate for me. But you forgot that he already has a beautiful girlfriend next to him. Cough. Do you know if she is his girlfriend or my stand-in? It's over. All is lost. My heart can be cold. Shu Min just wanted to speak. Jihua has held her hand tightly and said, Sister, you are so kind to me. From now on, I ask my sister to love me more, and I just ask you not to talk to me about this matter again. I will die. Thank you too. She cried again. Shu Min quickly wiped away her tears. He held her jade arm, comforted her, and slowly followed Shu out of the garden. The three of them took the car back to Shu Min's house. As soon as Jihua entered the door, she excused herself from having a headache and went to her dormitory to sleep. When dinner was served, Shu Min went to call her. Walk gently into Jihua's house. Then a very faint cry was heard. Knowing that she was extremely sad, he called out twice. Na Jihua heard the call and stopped crying. But he pretended to be asleep. Shu Min responded repeatedly, so she could only cover her with the bed quilt, get out, and have dinner with Shu. What happened to his brother and sister towards Jihua? All I know is that they turned against each other and her husband abandoned the family in anger. This is what Jihua said when she recovered from vomiting blood. As for the details, I naturally don't understand them at all. When I saw that scene in Central Park today, I felt very sorry for Jihua. I felt very sorry for her. Both of them are emotional people, so they are so anxious that they don't even care about eating. As long as Dai Jihua thinks of a way. The brother and sister discussed for a long time whether they should implement the advertising policy. It took a lot of time to draft a very sincere and vague announcement. Brother Pingjian. Since my elder brother left home, my younger sister came to Beijing after him and was seriously ill. We ran into each other in the park yesterday, but we avoided each other again. The younger sister only misses her old talent, and dare not call her elder brother unkind. Brother, if you take pity on your fate, please save. Even if she is not pardoned, she will be able to express her personal feelings and die in peace. Jihua. The address of Shu Min's home was added below. Shu Min made her own decision and sent it to the newspaper office by Shu without informing Jihua. Here Shu Min goes to take care of Jihua. The next day, Shu Min got up early and waited for the newspaper to be delivered. I saw that the notice was posted in an important position on the cover. Shu Min made her own decision and sent it to the newspaper office by Shu without informing Jihua. Here Shu Min goes to take care of Jihua. The next day, Shu Min got up early and waited for the newspaper to be delivered. I saw that the notice was posted in an important position on the cover. I read it again to myself. I feel that the purpose of the poem is very sincere. I thought that if Jihua's husband still couldn't bear it after seeing this explanation, then he must be having another affair. A bad conscience abandoned Jihua. This person is not very human anymore. I held this newspaper as I thought. I want to tell Jihua, so that she can relax temporarily and give her some hope. When he approached Jihua's room, it was so quiet that he heard no sound. When she was still asleep, she gently lifted the curtain to look, and saw that she had a thin quilt draped across her body, her head tilted to the pillow, and her jade arms were bent to cover her forehead. It's still the same scene as last night when I went to bed. Shu Min couldn't bear to disturb her good sleep, so she sat on the edge of the bed, flipping through the newspaper and waiting for her to wake up. After sitting like this for a while, she still didn't turn slightly. Feeling bored, I put down the newspaper. Turning around, he slowly removed Jihua's arm that was covering her face, wanting to see her color. Without moving her hands, Jihua's pale face like platinum paper had already appeared in Shumin's eyes. Shumin's heart immediately jumped with fright, and she was confused by her narrow-mindedness. Or something has happened. When he quickly touched her face with his hand, he felt that it was still warm, only the tip of her nose was slightly cold. After calling out twice more, Jihua could still agree in her hazy state. Shu Min felt a little relieved, put her arms in place again, and straightened the corners of the quilt. At this time, I accidentally glanced down the bed along the corner of the quilt, and suddenly saw a spittoon next to the bed curtain that had a red inside. I hurriedly lowered my head to look carefully, and it turned out that there was less than half of the spittoon filled with blood. Shu Min was so shocked that she almost screamed again. But he was afraid of scaring Jihua, so he held himself back. Pay close attention again. Only then did I see that the corners of the bed curtains and pillows were slightly stained with blood. Shu Min tiptoed out warily. Went to the front to find Shu and anxiously told him that Jihua had vomited blood again. Shu was lying on the sofa reading a book. After hearing Shu Min's words, he suddenly threw the book away and said casually, "Yes, is." Shu Min said anxiously, "Why not? I vomited half a bowl again." Shur-O stood up and stamped his feet and said, "It's my life, it's my life, it's my life." After that, he stretched out his hand to scratch his hair. The parted hair that had been combed smoothly and evenly just now was like a mess of grass. Shu Min pulled him and said, "What are you making a fuss about? Look at you, you are so afraid of others with your frown on your face. I was just startled by her, and you are here to scare people again. Why are you doing this?" Shirayu's face turned red after hearing this. He quickly calmed down and pretended to smile. "How can I come? But you were making such a fuss that I was engrossed in reading. It scared me." Shu Min sighed and said, "Are you a child? Did it scare you out of your wits?" Shu couldn't help her talking anymore, so he pulled her out and said, "Stop gossiping and go see the patient quickly." Shu Min was pulled away by him and ran into Jihua's room. Shu calmly looked at the symptoms of the disease, listened to the pulse, and then came out with Shu Min. They went to the front and said, "Jihua was stimulated again yesterday and her old illness relapsed. She was already very weak last time. This time is very dangerous. I am not sure that I can cure it myself. We can only invite a well-known Western medicine doctor to come and discuss diagnosis and treatment together." Shu Min was only anxious at this time and had no idea at all. She just urged Shu to cook quickly. Shu immediately went out and invited a friend of the same religion to make a recipe for Jihua. After eating, everyone felt a little more at ease. Jihua was very depressed due to her illness, and she felt groggy all the time. After more than 10 days, although the bleeding stopped and I didn't vomit, my nerves were still not clear and my mouth kept wandering. Shu Min served in front of the bed day and night, never looking tired or complaining. Shu is very devoted to treating Jihua. The amount of medicine and food is even more careful. After Jihua fell ill, Shu Min noticed that Shu's complexion gradually lost color and his eyes were sunken. At first, she suspected that he had occasional insomnia. Later, I saw that his complexion was getting worse and worse, almost like the patient on the bed, so I asked him if he was sick. Shi just shook his head in denial. After Jihua had been ill for more than half a month, she was indeed getting better day by day. Na Shumin accidentally caught a cold and fell ill. Although it is not serious, it is no longer possible to take care of Jihua. Shi-O was suddenly extremely busy, having to serve as both a nurse and a doctor for 2 patients. After being confused for more than a week, Shumin's illness has recovered. As long as you stay in your own room away from the wind, you don't need to take medicine. Jihua is also conscious but cannot sit up yet. In daily life, except for special things for women, which are served by a maid, everything else has to be done according to European standards. Jihua was very sorry and grateful. When I was very bored, I wrote a short message with a pencil and sent it to Shumin, and Shumin responded in the same way. Shi once again became the postman who couldn't leave the house. Time flies, and it's the Mid-Autumn Festival in August. There is 1 guest and 2 hosts in a family. However, 2 of them were sick, so they were not happy to celebrate this festival. After dinner that day, Shi stood in the courtyard feeling depressed. After watching the rising full moon for a while, I felt that the surroundings were quiet. However, 2 of them were sick, so they were not happy to celebrate this festival. After dinner that day, Shi stood in the courtyard feeling depressed. After watching the rising full moon for a while, I felt that the surroundings were quiet. The distant sounds of the city and the gongs and drums of the theater, occasionally blown by the breeze, also sounded a bit desolate. The moonlight covered half of the courtyard and shone on my body, making it as cold as water. Taking a few steps slowly, leaning down and leaning up, I felt my loneliness. Suddenly my heart was filled with confusion. Not wanting to stand in the courtyard for any longer, he walked into Shumin's room. I saw Shumin leaning on the bed, reading a book. Shi spoke to her, but she didn't respond. When I looked closely, it turned out that she was taking a nap with a book. Shi smiled to himself and backed out. Still strolling in the courtyard, he accidentally walked into the backyard and heard Jihua making a slight noise in the house. Looking up, I saw that the lights were on in her room. But the moonlight reflected on the window made the lights dim. After walking a few more steps, I heard Jihua sighing loudly. Shi listened and immediately felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. It seemed that my whole body felt numb, and I just stood there, unable to move. It was as if the sorrow of the people in the room's life had affected his heart. Don't know why. I felt very sore. He secretly thought that when Jihua came to his home, she was just a girlfriend of his younger sister. Because of her illness and difficult circumstances, she felt sympathy for mankind. I can't help but take more care of her. But I somehow managed to care about her so closely for no reason. What's even more extraordinary recently is that her little shadow fills up the entire space of my heart. She and I are neither relatives nor friends, and our relationship as friends is indirect. Apart from the usual greetings, they didn't even talk much. Why is this making me so uneasy? I stared at the moonlight and thought for a while. Suddenly, Jihua was heard sighing loudly and sadly in the room. Shi felt like his heart was being cut with a knife. Do-Ran had an idea and couldn't help but raise his hands to the sky and said, "Oh my God, it's obvious that I have fallen in love with her." Thinking about it, from the first day after we met, to the first day she fell ill, I was so confused. I didn't know myself. Just fell in love. He did his best for her and cared for her, until he drove himself like a slave and devoted himself like a loyal minister. These are all controlled by the word love. I was just confused and confused before, but now I suddenly realize it. Immediately I felt anxious again. I thought that Jihua was originally a married woman, and she was forced to live in our house because of circumstances. I took advantage of her situation and took advantage of this opportunity to have sex with her. What a sin! It is also very harmful to one's own conscience. Thinking back again, when she first got sick, I seemed to have noticed the bud of love in myself, and I wanted to escape in a hurry. Unexpectedly, after she recovered from her illness, she couldn't do anything without me for her sister, so we met her often again by accident. Even now, I still tie myself into a harness to trap myself. Isn't this asking for trouble? You should try your best to restrain yourself and avoid her in the future. I thought I couldn't stand in this courtyard for long, so I walked out. But when he glanced at the door of the house where Jihua lived, he seemed to tell himself that there was a sick and sad person suffering inside. When I think about it again, I suppress it in my heart and out of sight. Why should I be like this and I can't trust myself? Moreover, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon was full, and she was alone during her illness. I don't know how to feel sad. Even as a doctor and nurse, I should comfort her. Anyway, I just need to keep my mood steady. The self-checking point is ready. In just this moment of thought. Then he walked gently into Jihua's room, and first called out through the window, "Miss Jihua." Then Jihua responded in the room, "Brother Shu? Please sit in the room." Shu said softly, "Walk in, lift the curtain and enter the house." I first smelled a medicinal fragrance in my nose, secretly sighing that Jihua has also been ill for a long time. At this moment, Jihua was seen hugging the quilt and sitting leaning against the bed rail. He only wore a silver-gray rubber woolen jacket on his upper body. The thin face that was newly ill, lined with plain curtains behind and illuminated by the light in front, really looked as clear as water. Seeing Shu, he smiled and offered his seat. The circles under his eyes were slightly dizzy and red, as if he had shed painful tears just now. Shu had just left the moonlit courtyard and entered Xiao Rant's ward where there were several beds. Seeing this beautiful woman with autumn flowers after illness, I felt an infinite sense of loneliness in my heart, filling my heart. He obviously came here to comfort Jihuali, but he didn't want to sit there, so he was speechless for a long time. Jihua had just cried and didn't want others to see the tears on her face, so she hurriedly moved to sit with the light behind her. So I didn't pay attention to Shu's expression. It sank for a while. It was Jihua who asked about Shumin's condition first. Shu thanked blankly and greeted Jihua again. The two of them had met several times during the day, and they didn't want this to turn into a normal social interaction. After saying a few words, he became relatively silent again. Seeing Jihua's pitiful look, Shu knew that she had endless worries in her heart. But if she doesn't tell her true feelings, how can she start to comfort her if she wants to comfort her? When I was feeling nervous, I suddenly looked up and saw the moonlight on the window. My heart moved and I said to Jihua, "I'm very sorry today, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, because you are sick and didn't prepare anything for the occasion. So that you can be wronged." Jihua smiled and said, "You didn't give me anything to eat when I was sick. I should be grateful for your care. How can you say it's a humiliation?" Cough. I have been seriously ill twice. If I hadn't met the Sien brothers and sisters, I might have been dead for a long time. I can't even say the words of gratitude right now. She hurriedly said, "Why do you need to talk about this again? If you don't say these words several times a day, I'm tired of hearing them." As he said this, he felt a little reckless and couldn't help but blush. He lowered his head and peeked at Jihua. She didn't seem to mind seeing her. Jihua originally knew that she had always been very sincere to her, and she couldn't be more grateful, and she wouldn't mind these little details. But when I saw she blushing, I felt embarrassed and had nothing to say. He also looked at the moon's shadow on the window and said, "It's rare to see the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Unfortunately, I can't even touch the moonlight." As he spoke, he smiled and said to Shu, "With the permission of Dr. Ho, can I go to the hospital and stand for a while?" Shu shook his head and said, "The moonlight of this year's Mid-Autumn Festival. Please give it up for once. You haven't recovered yet, and it's windy outside today, so you must not go out." After saying that, he felt uneasy and warned again, "No matter what, you must not leave the house. If you go out secretly." Jihua didn't wait for him to finish speaking, then smiled to herself, "I will go out secretly." What a little kid. Suddenly, he thought again and sighed sadly, "I have to teach my eldest brother to be worried again. It's really an unfortunate fate and it's only tiring." As he spoke, the circles under his eyes turned red again. She looked very sad and was about to speak. At this moment, what a little kid. Suddenly, he thought again and sighed sadly, "I have to teach my eldest brother to be worried again. It's really an unfortunate fate and it's only tiring." As he spoke, the circles under his eyes turned red again. She looked very sad and was about to speak. At this moment, the lights in the room suddenly went out. I suddenly felt darkness in front of my eyes. After a while, the moonlight on the window lit up. A little later, the whole room was filled with white blood. The walls and curtains were originally white, so the light and shadow were reflected clearly. She shouted, "This damn electric lamp has this problem again. Wait until I call someone to take care of it." Jihua suddenly clapped her hands and said with a smile, "No need. This is because God took pity on me because I couldn't see the moon, so he sincerely sent me into the house. This is God's wish. If I don't know how to enjoy it, I'm not too stupid." Oh, Zai just realized that he had feelings for Jihua. So after meeting Jihua, I felt awkward and uneasy. At this moment, the light went out for no reason, and my heart started to beat wildly, thinking that I shouldn't sit in the house for too long anymore. It's best to hide out on the pretext of finding someone to clean up the lights. So after meeting Jihua, I felt awkward and uneasy. At this moment, the light went out for no reason, and my heart started to beat wildly, thinking that I shouldn't sit in the house for too long anymore. It's best to hide out on the pretext of finding someone to clean up the lights. But when the darkness came from inside the room, it seemed as if it was coming from Jihua. It emits a numbing gas that reaches itself. The center of my body was intoxicated, and my legs were numb, as if I couldn't bear to move. And it seems like someone is telling me in my heart that even if we live together in a dark room, are we still afraid of any wrongdoing? If he hurriedly escapes, it seems that he has evil intentions. I just wanted to think like this, but I couldn't help but feel uneasy in my chest. My body couldn't help but move, and I heard Jihua shouting, "Brother, don't leave. I'm afraid." She couldn't move anymore after hearing this sound, and said, "Miss, don't be afraid, I won't leave." Then he thought about the fickleness of women's moods. Just now he was proud that he could enjoy the moon with the lights out, but now he became afraid and had to sit with her for a while longer. In this silence, I could only feel the popularity in Jihua rushing towards me like an electric current. Because the realm in front of me changes from light to darkness. The state of mind couldn't help but change, and I felt that my heart was filled with panic and confusion. Suddenly, there seemed to be a general passion filling the center, followed by another wave of coldness, which went from the bones of the ribs to the neck, suddenly as if after drinking. I feel cold, but my heart feels hot. But his body was so cold that he was trembling slightly. It was easy to calm down. I gritted my teeth and suppressed it for a while before my heart felt at ease. There was a lot of cold sweat on the back. She still doesn't understand that this is the state found when emotions are most intensely activated. I wonder if I have any illness. I also felt that the air in the room was extremely tense, as if it was so oppressive that my breathing was suffocated. I wanted to step out of the room to take in a few breaths of air, so I leaned forward and immediately felt my whole body feel soft. I'm feeling dizzy in my heart. When all the functions of the 5 senses and body were at a standstill, he suddenly heard a sudden sound on the bed rail. She seemed to wake up from a dream. He raised his head and looked to the opposite side. He saw the moonlight passing through the window paper and window lattice and reflected between the bed curtains opposite. Half of the house is bounded into grid patterns from the underworld, because this house has old-style square lattice windows, making Jihua look like an immortal in onyx, swaying slightly in this cold light, looking blurred. If you are confused, don't stare. That head. The boundary is in the middle of the square grid illuminated by the moonlight, like the round light emitting from the top of the immortal. Although it is not round or square, it vaguely reveals infinite tranquility and tranquility. Her black and shining star eyes were shining brightly in the shadow of the moon. In Shi's eyes, he seemed to see a great fairy face looking towards him kindly, comparing himself to being as small as a child. Moreover, from the dark shadow next to the immortal, a lot of suction and passionate gases were sprayed on him. Wrap yourself immediately. That great power seemed to be sucking itself to her feet, and then annihilating itself in the soil under her shoes. This is the season. She seemed to be driven by some kind of divine power, and his entire body was trembling. All nerves are numb. I no longer know who is sitting across from me or where I am. Both his body and his mind were leaning forward, and at that moment he was about to unconsciously throw himself directly into the shadow of the moonlight, and indirectly into Jihua's arms. As a result, in the fairyland created by his brain, he unconsciously caused sins that would be condemned by his conscience in the future. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Jihua remembered something and suddenly took a long breath that seemed not to be a sigh. Just this tiny voice. In the silence, it was like a thunderbolt that shocked Shi's confused mind and suddenly woke him up. Then he stretched his waist and let out a breath of air. Immediately I felt like I was sweating profusely, soaking my clothes all over. Now that my heart is clear. I couldn't help but think of what happened just now, like waking up from a dream and reliving it. I was walking on a mountain road at night, and suddenly there was a flash of lightning, and I saw a cliff in front of me. I barely missed a step. This fear made him tremble so much that his chair vibrated. When he looked up at Jihua again, unexpectedly, 2 strings of pearls were added to her plain face reflected by the moonlight. They hung straight down from the starry eyes, shining brightly in the white shadow, and she was clearly weeping again. Seeing this scene, Shi felt dizzy again. Originally, he had forgotten that he was in the human realm. And I felt like I was in a different fairyland. Seeing her tear stains at this moment, her mood suddenly changed. It seemed that Jihua was gradually shrinking, while she was getting bigger. It seems that in a world without people, there is only Jihua, a helpless and weak girl, crying bitterly on the cloudy seaside. But he was falling from another planet. The only two people in the world met in a world where there had been no one since ancient times. In this deserted world, this small house, I really can't bear to see this weak girl miserable anymore. Without comfort. Without comfort. Although Shi's mood changed at this time, his passion was burning even more fiercely than before. So it becomes increasingly unstoppable. He was still trembling all over. He tried to speak several times, but his lips and teeth vibrated uncontrollably. Finally, with great difficulty, he managed to find his words and said, "Sister, no. Why are you crying? No. Crying." This strange voice came out. The person on the other side should have been deeply surprised when he heard this, but Jihua somehow didn't seem to hear it. He tilted his face, held his hands on the bed rail, and rested his head on the frame made of his jade arms. Shu immediately lost Jihua's face in the moonlight, and there was a loud bang in his head. He was so comatose that he forgot everything. He just felt that she had grabbed his soul very quickly and hid in the darkness. He had no choice but to stand up and chase after him. At this moment, he didn't know what was driving him, but he stood up and walked to Jihua in 2 steps without hesitation, touching her hand. As soon as the muscles of her hand touched Shi's hand, there was an immediate surge of electricity that passed through his arms and shoulders and pierced into his heart. It made the passion in his heart even more intense. Love drives away the concept of shame and fear and eliminates concerns about reputation and morality. The whole body was trembling like a dying person. When he wanted to speak, his lips and tongue seemed to be out of control. But Jihua's body was already trembling. After about 10 seconds of this, Jihua said in a breathy and trembling voice, "Brother, how did you?" As she spoke, Shi felt that her jade wrist seemed to move slightly. Although I didn't have the strength, I knew I had to push myself away. At this moment, he seemed to see a sinful net falling in the darkness in a trance, wrapping himself in it, and he felt the ground beneath his feet. It seemed as soft as cotton and seemed to collapse. Shi's legs and feet felt weak for a while, and he couldn't help but kneel down along the edge of the bed, under Jihua's knees, with his head tilted between Jihua's knees. That mouth also seemed to be talking in sleep. He spoke sarcastically like delirium, causing him to fall in love with Jihua when he first met her, and to the distress of not being in love with her until they had been together for several months. As well as the situation I felt today, and the repeated force. He spoke sarcastically like delirium, causing him to fall in love with Jihua when he first met her, and to the distress of not being in love with her until they had been together for several months. As well as the situation I felt today, and the repeated forced passes, it was like a flood opening the floodgates. At the end, he took a breath and said, "I know that it is impossible to have affection for the lady, and it is a great sin to have affection with the lady. But now I can't control myself. Ahem. I can control it. I was with you back then, when vomiting blood for the second time. I haven't slept for more than 20 days. I want to get sick and die for you. It's pity that only I know it. I knew that today would happen at that time. I want to hide from you to avoid today. Who knows that if I can't hide, I will still be here today. Miss. Sister, damn it, I'm not a human being. Oh, God knows, don't blame me for this. After the lights were turned off, Jihua already had the same feeling as Shu, but what she felt was still more of sadness about her personal life experience. It seems that such a big in this world, I am the only one walking alone, looking at the moonlight in the darkness. I even feel that my heart has no owner and this body has no owner, so I just feel empty and fluttering in my heart. Then I think of the sweet time when I and Bai Ping lived together. When the cold moon filled the window, they happened to lean against each other. Now, as a weak girl, she is sick in a foreign country and suffers all kinds of desolation. Who can you blame? It's not something you bring upon yourself. Thinking about being transported to another place, I shed tears without knowing it. It seemed that I had forgotten that there was a Shu in the room. When I came back to my senses and saw Shu in the dark shadow, I couldn't help but feel grateful again. I feel that Shu is always gentle and considerate towards me. Very much like Bai Ping. Bai Ping treats me well. He was my husband. Not much to say. Shu did this to me, is there any way I can repay him? But what are they doing? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but arouse the suspicion shared by ordinary women. He immediately thought that Shu treated him with concern, which was exactly why he showed affection to him. Just thinking about this thought, he felt an indescribable heat coming from Shu's body opposite him, rushing. He immediately thought that Shu treated him with concern, which was exactly why he showed affection to him. Just thinking about this thought, he felt an indescribable heat coming from Shu's body opposite him, rushing toward him. Jihua's body suddenly felt soft and her heart was beating wildly. I don't dare to face Shu anymore. He leaned sideways on the bed rail, secretly hating his mistake of leaving Shu when the lights went out. At this moment, she couldn't ask him to leave. At this moment, she seemed to hear the chair Shu was sitting on vibrating, fearing that he was about to come towards her. He almost stood up and ran away. But the half of the body that consciously rested towards the posture seemed to be as soft as mud and could not move. The beating in my heart caused my whole body to tremble. Not wanting to be in this sad time, I suddenly felt that my hand was in Shu's grasp. Although I couldn't tell whether I was shocked or angry. Either sad or happy, I almost fainted from the nerve stimulation. After concentrating for a moment, he just said one sentence in a hurry. He tried to move his hand back, but somehow he had no strength. Then I heard him say many love words incoherently, and every word was painful to listen to. He was so angry that he couldn't even use his thoughts, let alone think about how to deal with him. Suddenly a thought came to my mind. I gritted my teeth and prayed to heaven, teaching myself to die at this moment, so as to avoid the difficulties in front of me. But the feeling of death has not yet been discovered. But first he felt a damp and hot air penetrate into his thighs through his pants, which suddenly turned cold again. This happened several times, and I suddenly realized that he was lying on my lap, crying and talking, with tears staining both layers of cloth. He clearly loved me to the extreme. I had been suppressing it for many days, and finally got the chance to let it out. This man is so pathetic. I hurt him too. As soon as this thought of compassion moved, the other hand unconsciously touched Shu's head, as if he felt his hair jumping. It also made his arms feel numb. The moonlight in front of Jihua's eyes has disappeared, and her whole body seems to have fallen into darkness. I forgot where I was now and who was kneeling in front of me. I just felt that there was a big, soft and strong hand. He hugged himself and sank straight into the dark abyss. He was so groggy that he didn't know that the fall was several thousand feet away. It was like a person falling from a tall building. When he was about to fall, his mind was completely numb, and he couldn't predict his life or death after landing. Shu was lying on her lap crying. Suddenly she felt her hot and trembling hand on her hairline, and immediately there seemed to be a stream of hot air from her head going straight to her heart. When it collided with the hot blood in her chest, she actually felt an indescribable coldness, and she couldn't help but shiver. Trembling. My heart suddenly became clear and I thought to myself, "It's over, it's over." This grave crime, with her consent, was about to be carried out. He quickly thought that his actions just now were entirely due to his inability to control himself. Although we are heading down the path of evil, there is still a glimmer of hope for redemption. I just hope that if she gives him a blow in the middle, this evil can be eliminated invisibly. Now she actually reaches out and pulls me along, walking along this path. Sin is inevitable. At this critical moment, I want to rein in my horse and run away. She almost struggled to stand up and ran away, but just when she wanted to move, she couldn't feel where her feet were. The air between her and herself seemed to have turned into a very sticky liquid, and the two bodies where the glue is so attached that it cannot be separated even slightly. In this season, he also felt that the muscles on her legs were softly attached to his arms through his pants, and his nose smelled a fresh and greasy scent from a woman that he had never experienced before. His mind was confused again, and he naturally turned to this fairy beauty that had always been beyond his reach. Today I actually got a chance to get close to him, and I happily expressed my long-depressed feelings. With this alone, he would not be wronged even if he died immediately, not to mention that she did not refuse him and actually showed mercy to him. Unexpectedly, I gained hope when I didn't dare to hope. And the most satisfying thing in the world is to win the true love of the person you love. I got this kind of happiness so easily, how could I give it up so easily? If you don't enjoy the true enjoyment of your bones and muscles, you can only enjoy it for one day today, and you may die tomorrow. Thinking of this, he immediately narrowed the scope of his thoughts and focused his will on the love between his children. He tremblingly stretched out a hand behind Jihua, hugged her slender waist, threw his head into her arms, and murmured, Sister, Sister Jihua, I don't care whether I should or not. I want a sister. If you don't give it to me, I will die. Give it to me today and die tomorrow, I am willing. Sister, my God. You know me. As he said this, he just rubbed his head towards Jihua. Jihua and the pair felt that she had turned into a pitiful little animal. He was begging for the things he needed from himself, but in an instant he turned into a great handsome man and wanted to put his poor self into his arms. In addition, the whole body was warmed by the heat of his passion, and the soft and fragile heart was also shaking unbearably, in the hazy moonlight. Looking at Shu's pitiful appearance, he knew that he could no longer support him unless he died immediately. I really wanted to pull him into my arms, but my hands were unable to move, and I wanted to open my mouth to tell him, but I didn't have the strength to open my mouth. I felt anxious. Suddenly he wanted to slip out of bed, so he fell down next to Shu, closed his eyes, and let him do whatever he wanted in the future, in order to get rid of the uneasy pain in his heart. At this time, although Jihua had lost some of her strength, it was still easy to slip down. He was softening his waist. The body took advantage of the situation and leaned downward. Suddenly, I saw two figures in front of me. I vaguely saw that one was Bai Ping and the other was Zhou Ying. Unconsciously, my heart was racing again, and when I took a closer look, the poor Shu was still kneeling in front of me. Jiwa leaned against the bed rail again and sat firmly. My heart is just numb and disturbed. Suddenly, I thought about it. I had lost a layer of personality when I was in love with Zhongying. How could I make the same mistake again and again? If a man came to court me, I would be a slut if I couldn't bear to refuse. When she thought of the word slut, her face felt hot. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, and his whole body became energetic. He wanted to push Shu away and give him stern advice. She didn't want to make up her mind before that sad European voice rushed into her ears again. Shu then continued in a trembling voice, "This is the first time I know how to love someone. I happened to meet my sister. Heavenly sincerity teaches me to suffer. Sister, please don't hurt me. If you hurt me, I will definitely not live." As he spoke, he pressed his hand on her waist. Jihua's heart softened again after hearing these words. He pressed her so hard that her waist bent, and her pink cheeks actually rested on his forehead. She groaned unknowingly and seemed to utter 2 words vaguely. She didn't hear it clearly, so he raised his face and said to Jihua, "How dare I have any evil thoughts towards my sister? Now I just ask my sister, do you really love me? You only say 1 word. Even if you ignore me from now on, it will be enough for me to think about for half a lifetime." Xingxing fell towards Shi's head. His face moved downward again, and the 2 lips were less than 2 inches apart and were about to touch. At this moment, Shi had really lost all his soft soul, and his whole body seemed to be enveloped by the thick mist of love. Change yourself from active to passive. Only one can bear this sweet taste with closed eyes. However, Xihua has already vented the emotions that women have always been unable to express without restraint. She has forgotten the past, the future, people, and the past. She only feels that the scene in front of her is her destination. I don't know where the strength came from, and I hugged Shi's head tightly, and my vocal cords trembled dryly. The word love just came out of my throat. Shu also raised his face slightly, and just waiting for her to say a word, he rushed towards her. At this moment, unexpectedly, the electric light in the room suddenly turned on. Both of them were startled and closed their eyes due to the light. When I looked away again, I felt that the light was extremely bright, turning the beautiful scenery in front of me into a shameful scene. Jihua suddenly let go of her hand, and the 2 looked at each other. It's like waking up from a big dream. As soon as his mind cleared, he immediately knew that there was a world with people in the distance. At the same time, my heart was shaken, and I felt that what I had just done in the darkness was evil. It's like waking up from a big dream. As soon as his mind cleared, he immediately knew that there was a world with people in the distance. At the same time, my heart was shaken, and I felt that what I had just done in the darkness was evil. When they looked at each other again, one bent down and hugged each other, while the other knelt down and hugged each other. Such an attitude. It seems completely ugly. Feeling guilty and regretful again, both of them blushed. Jihua quickly thought of Bai Ping Zhongying again, and even more of Shi's sister Shumin. She couldn't help but feel as dirty as if she had eaten flies, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. He closed his eyes and did not dare to look at the light of the lamp. He just waved his hand towards Shu, then fell back, tilted onto the bed, rolled to the left and hid his head in the corner of the quilt. Seeing her like this, Shu felt an added layer of boredom from shame, and hid his face on the edge of the bed. He seemed to have fainted. After sinking for a long time, I finally raised my head. Seeing Jihua still lying there, he didn't have the guts to talk to her anymore, so he could only stare at her silhouette. Seeing her thin and timid waist, the situation he had just embraced changed in an instant. It has become unattainable again. Unconsciously, all these thoughts have aroused love, and I think that my mistake is already a mistake. Even if I commit a crime today, I will be punished by conscience and law tomorrow, and lose my life as a result. It will still be tomorrow. How many hours do you have available today? Get a little closer to the person who has been in my heart these past few months. So she only had one sentence to show her love and pity to me, which was enough to make up for the pain of missing me these days. Let's not think about what happens next for now. Thinking of this, he shamelessly stood up gently. Move closer slowly. Her trembling hands were about to pull Jihua's lapel before she called out the word, sister. Unexpectedly, Jihua suddenly turned over and sat up quickly, with a miserable and frightening look on her face. The tip of the nose and eye circles are red, and the black and long eyelashes are red. All covered with tears. He looked at Shu with his tearful eyes, then jumped out of bed timidly, holding on to the edge of the bed, lowering his pink neck, and knelt down softly towards Shu. Shu was extremely surprised. He never expected that she would be like this. At this moment, he was really panicking and didn't know what to do. He scratched his hair and flicked his wrist, forgetting to help her up first. At the end, she raised her hands and said, "Sister, miss, what's wrong with you? Get up, don't make trouble." Jihua suddenly put her hands together and worshipped him, with a sore nose, and cried, "Sure brother, oh, I understand your heart. I am grateful to you. Even if I die for you, I can't repay you. But, I can't love you. God knows, I am not a man of character. But, gosh, teach me what to say." As she said this, she felt anxious for a while and burst into tears. "Even if I die for you, I can't repay you. But, I can't love you. God knows, I am not a man of character. But, gosh, teach me what to say." As she said this, she felt anxious for a while and burst into tears. Seeing her like this, she stared with anxiety. There was no time to explore the meaning behind her words. He just bent over and begged, "Sister, don't cry. It was me who made you sad. You hit me and scolded me. Why do you think so? Why?" There was no time to explore the meaning behind her words. He just bent over and begged, "Sister, don't cry. It was me who made you sad. You hit me and scolded me. Why do you think so? Why?" Jihua held back her tears, looked at him and said, "You didn't offend me. It was you who provoked me, little brother, people like you. If you love me like this, how can I refuse you? But I really can't love you. I'm not allowed to love you either." Shu understood for a moment after hearing this. He hurriedly said, "Sister, you blame me for this. You are married. If you love me like this, how can I refuse you? But I really can't love you. I'm not allowed to love you either." Shu understood for a moment after hearing this. He hurriedly said, "Sister, you blame me for this. You are married, I shouldn't woo you. Because I am messing around, I make you angry. I know it's wrong. I'll change it, don't cry again." Jihua felt even more moved after hearing these words. She couldn't help but grabbed his hand and said, No. I don't blame you, you are not wrong. He only blames me for being bad and hurting people everywhere. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the current situation first. You are only allowed to love me, but I am not allowed to love you. If I were to love you, I would no longer be human. Shu felt so sad when he heard that. He realized that he had been making trouble for a long time and was actually trying to seduce a married woman. Now that he had made someone say such a thing, he felt very guilty and regretful, and wished he could beat himself up. But he couldn't say anything else. Talk. He only opened his mouth and started crying with her. Jihua continued sadly, "It's not that I don't love you, you should also understand that I can't love. But you are so clingy to me, how can I run away from you? It's a pity that I can't control myself now." He only opened his mouth and started crying with her. Jihua continued sadly, "It's not that I don't love you, you should also understand that I can't love. But you are so clingy to me, how can I run away from you? It's a pity that I can't control myself now. It's all up to you. Do you really have the heart to harm me? Little brother, please spare me." As he spoke, he lowered his neck and knocked his head on Shu's feet. Shu was so frightened that he almost jumped up. He held her shoulders tremblingly and gasped, "Sister, don't do this. You said, teach me what to do. I will rely on you. Do you really have the heart to harm me? Little brother, please spare me." As he spoke, he lowered his neck and knocked his head on Shu's feet. Shu was so frightened that he almost jumped up. He held her shoulders tremblingly and gasped, "Sister, don't do this. You said, teach me what to do. I will rely on you. Sister, say." Jihua took his hand and kissed him on the lips, then let go and pointed at the door. "If you avoid me, you will forgive me." Shu responded with a pitiful voice, turned around suddenly, jumped towards the door, and jumped out of the room in 2 steps. In his ears, he could still hear Jihua's wailing voice. "Shu, please forgive me, it's not that I'm cruel, but I can't help you being in front of me anymore." Shu's heart trembled again after hearing this, and before he wanted to look back, he gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and ran out. When Jihua saw Shu resolutely walked away, she immediately understood this poor young man. "It brought infinite sadness from myself, and I will fall into a state of distress from now on." My heart softened and I almost called him back. I calmed down again, closed my eyes tightly, and tried to get on the bed, but I didn't have any strength, so my waist buckled and I fell asleep on the floor. Then I became so confused that I lost the ability to use my thoughts, and fell into a sleepy state. I don't know how long it took before I slowly woke up. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the light had gone out again. The moon's shadow has moved halfway across the window. But it illuminated the room with a faint light. Jihua felt very tired, as if she had done something tiring. Shivering with cold again, he struggled to sit up. Touching the edge of the bed, he climbed onto the bed panting. He pulled the quilt over the bed and rested for a while, half lying and half sitting. His mind was still in a coma. Suddenly, I felt dizzy, and I seemed to see a dark figure kneeling in front of the bed. Immediately, the past events came back to my mind, and Oh Shang was still confused and confused. I panicked and almost rushed towards the black shadow. When I looked carefully, there was no one there. It turned out that the old tree in the courtyard was pushed against the window by the moon's shadow. Reflected into the room again, it was suddenly dark. It turned out to be bad. Jihua was suddenly hurt, recalling the scene just now. But I was very frightened, thinking that I had gone through a catastrophe and escaped from all dangers. I didn't feel my hair was frightened, but when I thought about Shu again, I felt a blazing fire rolling in my chest, burning my heart and liver. Thinking of Bai Ping and Zhou Ming, I feel ashamed and sad. At this moment, her mood, except the word happy among the 7 emotions, was all experienced in this moment. It's so sad beyond words. So I secretly prayed to God to help me temporarily become mentally numb and stop thinking about these things. Unexpectedly, I tried my best not to think about it, but after 10.5 minutes, I didn't know why it came to my mind again. Those many scenes came to mind again in my eyes. Scenes unfold. Jihua's mood changed again with these scenes, and she thought about it for a while. Suddenly he sighed slightly and said, "This is really the time for Yang to teach others how to behave." After saying this, he hated himself and said, "Why should I talk about this again? It seems that I am still sincerely falling into the devil's barrier, and I think like this again. Even I can't save myself." While thinking about it, I came up with a wonderful method. I fell asleep gently and bit my lip with my teeth. When the pain was very painful, I only thought about the pain and stopped thinking about it. This method actually worked. After working hard for half an hour, he fell asleep peacefully. When I woke up the next day, it was already noon. He saw his servant Wu Ma, who usually served him, wiping the table on the ground floor. Jihua fell asleep for the first time, confused and remembered last night's love affair. I was very worried about Shi-O. Without thinking at this time, he blurted out and asked, "Where is your young master?" Only halfway through saying this, he suddenly became conscious. Knowing that the question was inappropriate, I hurriedly swallowed the second half of the sentence. Mother Wu had already heard Jihua making noises on the bed, but she didn't hear her clearly, so she turned around and asked, "Miss, you're awake. What did you say?" Jihua had nothing to say in her haste. He only smiled at her and then changed his words thoughtfully. "Is your lady feeling better today? Have you gotten up?" Wu Ma's expression changed. She scratched her head and said, "Our lady is crying." Jihua was startled. Then he sat up and said, Why are you crying?" Wu Ma said, "I don't know why either." Early this morning, our young master took a leather bag and went out. Before leaving, he handed me a letter and told me to leave it to Our Lady. When she woke up just now, I handed it to her and started crying after reading it. I asked why, but early this morning, our young master took a leather bag and went out. Before leaving, he handed me a letter and told me to leave it to Our Lady. When she woke up just now, I handed it to her and started crying after reading it. I asked why, but she didn't tell me. Jihua only heard this, and there was a bang. The real soul is gone from the top. Then Wu Ma continued, "It's a pity that Miss can't leave the house, otherwise you can still persuade her. We are clumsy." At this point, Jihua made a sound and fell down. His face changed, his eyes stared, and he stretched his neck to breathe. Wu Ma was surprised and said, "What's wrong with you, miss?" Jihua didn't say a word, just pointed at the door and told her to go out. Wu Ma wanted to speak, but Jihua had already frowned and looked very sad. Wu Ma didn't dare to stay, so she walked away as she was told. Jihua waited for her to leave. Fang thought carefully, she must have left. I obviously forced him to leave. Could it be that he misunderstood what I said yesterday? If you avoid me, you will spare me, and he really avoided me? But Shu would never be angry with me like that. It must be that he knows that he will never let me go. I obviously forced him to leave. Could it be that he misunderstood what I said yesterday? If you avoid me, you will spare me, and he really avoided me? But Shu would never be angry with me like that. It must be that he knows that he will never let me go, if we are still together. On the one hand, his unrequited love cannot be harmed, and on the other hand, he is not sure that he will stop pestering me. At that time, I couldn't bear it anymore, and I was afraid that I would make the same mistake as last night again. Therefore, with sorrow and lovesickness, he left his family behind and moved away from home. Sacrifice his personal happiness. But just to take care of me. What a pitiful kid he is. But when I was staying in other people's homes, I was disturbed a lot, and I felt uneasy. Now they have driven away their master and forced them to separate their flesh and blood. Shumin's parents were in a foreign country, and she was the only brother who relied on each other. Shu is gone. Teach her how a young lattice family supports the portal. This disaster was entirely caused by me. How could I face Shumin? Thinking about the truth, I feel ashamed and my heart is about to break. I also regretted the situation I had with Shu last night. I couldn't stand it anymore and almost threw myself into his arms. Suddenly he changed his mind again and only cared about my nonsense of kowtowing and begging. Do you know how embarrassed the child is? With this trace, he naturally thought that everyone would be bored when we meet again, so no wonder he avoided me. What's more, every word I said yesterday was like a needle point. Thinking of this, I kicked the bed rails with my feet and made the bed rails tremble. I gritted my teeth and said with self-hate, I still feel that I am a chaste and fierce woman. Why do I resist others like this? Last night was, ahem, does it still stain my innocence? Now that something has happened, what should I do? Jihua was anxious for a while, and she was sweating all over her body. She pushed away the quilt and sat up again. She wanted to cry but couldn't. Then she thought about Shu secretly. You love me like that, even if I have the heart to reject you, I can't. I shouldn't be given such a big punishment. I only care about you leaving for me, what should I do for you? He couldn't help but secretly pray, gods and Buddhas have spirits and urge Shu to come back. I will endure the shame, forget my reputation, and accept my fate with him. I only care about you leaving for me, what should I do for you? He couldn't help but secretly pray, gods and Buddhas have spirits and urge Shu to come back. I will endure the shame, forget my reputation, and accept my fate with him. I just pretend to have forgotten the two people I have harmed before, but I can't then harm the third one. Come back soon. When you come back, you will definitely see your obedient sister Jihua. Whatever you want from your sister will allow you. If you are angry, even if you come back, you will beat me first. Even if you beat me to death, you won't cry out in pain, ah. Shu, where are you now? You should know that my sister has already made every possible decision and is just waiting for you to come back. You should know that my sister has already made every possible decision and is just waiting for you to come back. She was praying like this, and her mind was transformed. Suddenly the curtain opened, and someone came in. When Jihua looked at it intently, she saw that it was Mother Wu. She came in with a basin and put it on the small table. After saying, Miss, wash your face, you will retreat. Jihua was stunned, and then called her and asked, Are your ladies still crying? Wu Ma said, I'm not crying anymore, I'm in a daze. Jihua lowered her head to meditate for a while, then raised her head again and said, You go. After saying, Miss, wash your face, you will retreat. Jihua was stunned, and then called her and asked, Are your ladies still crying? Wu Ma said, I'm not crying anymore, I'm in a daze. Jihua lowered her head to meditate for a while, then raised her head again and said, "You go. Bring me the letter your young master left, and let me read it." Wu Ma responded, and just as she was about to move, Jihua stopped her again. "No, don't tell your lady that I know about this when I see her." Wu Ma looked at Jihua, nodded again, and walked out the door. Jihua suddenly frowned, put her hand on the bed and said, "What else am I holding back on? Don't beat me to death." Then he shouted again, "Wu Ma, Wu Ma." Then Wu's mother came back again. Jihua said, "You'd better ask the lady for the letter." Wu Ma stood still and just rolled her eyes towards Jihua, with a look of surprise on her face. Jihua urged, "Go." Mother Wu muttered and left. Shin came over after a while and said, "Our lady said that there is nothing in the letter, so you don't need to read it." Jihua felt even more hesitant after hearing this. He said anxiously, "Go and tell the lady and ask her to show it to me. Otherwise, I will go to her room." Wu Ma said with a sigh, "That's incredible. You are not cured. It's cold outside today. Don't go out, I'll get it." With that said, he ran away again. This time he came back very quickly, holding a letter in his hand and handing it to Jihua, saying, "Our lady said, please read the letter and don't feel bad." Jihua took the letter and saw that it was just a folded piece of foreign paper. Fold the writing inside. First, he waved his hand to Wu Ma to go out, and then stared blankly at the piece of paper, as if there were many sharp knives hidden inside. "Once unfolded, it will fly into your heart." I didn't know how much pain I was going to suffer, so I touched it with trembling hands and didn't dare to move for the time being. But he knew that he couldn't bear it, so he could only calm down and comfort himself. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. She loves me, so how can it make it difficult for me to go through it? The words in the letter are naturally not a big deal. It is not a big deal. It's the original matter now that I'm here. What am I still afraid of?" Thinking of this strengthened my courage. Like a child looking at a snake, he wants to see it but is afraid of it. It took infinite effort to unfold the small piece of paper. I saw a running script written in blue ink on it, saying, "Min Mei, when my sister got the book, my brother had already traveled far away. Our flesh and blood depend on each other, so we have no choice but to part ways. Brother Guy is here, traveling far away to avoid crime. Fortunately, don't miss me. My heart breaks for Ms. Jihua, and I can't calm myself down. Last night I offended her dressing table and stepped on her rudely. Fortunately, Ji saw the rules with correct words, which made me wake up from my dream. When we meet again, how will we look again? If I can't do it, Ji may move to my house. I can't catch the wind because of my illness. There is still something wrong, which will increase my sin. Therefore, I carry on with shame. The date of return is difficult to determine, but it will be returned when it is due." This word should be used as a metaphor. Don't be anxious. A message for me, Ms. Jihua. I love her even more since last night. As time goes by, this will never change. It should only be contained internally but not expressed externally, and I should do my best to avoid it. She has been engraved deeply in my heart and there is no need to see her again. Seeing this will only increase your sadness. I hope that my sister will have fun with him day and night, and I will love him as much as I love him. God knows me, I would like to become a sister. Europe. Jihua read it in one sitting. I felt that this letter had injected immeasurable blood into my blood chakra, which was so swollen that I couldn't contain it. I felt that this letter had injected immeasurable blood into my blood chakra, which was so swollen that I couldn't contain it. As a result, his nerves were so excited that he seemed to be going crazy, so he sat up with his eyes straight, turned around and fell over there again. He sat up again and put his bare feet on the ground. He walked around in a circle blankly and jumped on the bed again. He threw the quilt on the ground, picked up the pillow, kissed it on the face, and threw it outside the bed rail. I felt my heart was itching in my chest again, so I scratched my chest with my hands. After arguing like this for a while, my mind became clearer, and then I shed tears. He walked around in a circle blankly and jumped on the bed again. He threw the quilt on the ground, picked up the pillow, kissed it on the face, and threw it outside the bed rail. I felt my heart was itching in my chest again, so I scratched my chest with my hands. After arguing like this for a while, my mind became clearer, and then I shed tears. Opening the letter again, he whispered to himself, "Shirou took all the blame on himself." He spoke extremely badly of himself and complimented me so much that I looked so pure. Oh my God, he really loves me. What he said next is so pitiful, I can't bear it. Does God love me or harm me? How can I avoid meeting such a person? How could I bear it if he was like me? I have to be able to deal with him. Anyway, when he comes back, I will wait for him to die. When he comes, hold him in your arms. He used the sweat towel as a whip and beat him hard. Ask him that since you love me, you are just acting recklessly and using force, and I am really annoyed with you. Why do you have to make such a fuss and make me suffer all this? As he said this, his heart was obsessed with emotion. He only thought about Shu, wishing that he would be blown back by a gust of wind and she could immediately change her name to him. But this burning emotion gradually cooled down after some time, and I thought of everything I should be concerned about. He leaned on the bed rail for a while, and suddenly sighed sadly, "I'm shameless again. I've hurt 2 people, but that's not enough. I want to hurt a 3rd one. I forced them to run away." You shouldn't be thankful yet. Give me a good chance to get away with it, but I will still be obsessed with it and wait to harm people to the end. Shu is back, how about coming back? Should I marry him? Do I steal from him? Pooh! Stop being shameless. Thinking of this, I felt that the hot spring scenery just now suddenly turned cold. Throwing away the letter in his hand, he crossed his bare hands and began to ponder. After a while, he picked up the letter and read it again. After reading it for a long time, he suddenly smiled and read, "He will return when he should return. He will return when he should return. When is the time when he should return? Oh, this sentence is easy to understand. He will come back when I leave." It seems that he will not go far, probably not even leaving Beijing. Why should I tell my brother and sister to separate? If I don't leave, he won't be able to come back. I'll leave quickly, and there's no point in not leaving. I thought about it and clapped my hands, made up my mind, and stopped thinking about leaving Shu behind. I felt relieved. I also gained more energy. So he went to the ground to wash up, and opened the bed curtains. He saw that the small leather bag he had brought with him was covered with dust. He took it out, wiped it clean, took out a stack of banknotes, closed it and put it in its original place. After lunch, I also gained more energy. So he went to the ground to wash up, and opened the bed curtains. He saw that the small leather bag he had brought with him was covered with dust. He took it out, wiped it clean, took out a stack of banknotes, closed it and put it in its original place. After lunch, Zhihua knew that there were 2 servants in the house. Just go to a place far away to buy powder. Shen immediately sent Wu's mother to the street pharmacy to buy headache medicine. After they left, only Zhihua and Xu Min were left in the house. Zhihua also wrote a farewell letter, put it on the table with the banknotes, and got dressed. Wearing a hat and carrying only a small leather bag, he slowly slipped out of the house and left without saying goodbye. As for her cold jade and walking alone despite being sick, will she have to suffer? Where to go? What happened? All will be discussed later. Now let's talk about Bai Ping's hasty encounter with his old wife in the park that day. Cruelly, she pulled Long Zhen and ran out of the garden in one breath. Long Zhen saw that he was behaving abnormally, so she wanted to ask him what was going on. Bai Ping just looked straight at him and waved her hand, then hailed 2 cars, jumped on first, and directed the driver to go quickly. Long Zhen had no choice. I had to get in the car and follow. Unexpectedly, Bai Ping only urged the coachman to go home. Long Zhen's heart suddenly brightened, and she was still looking forward to the handsome couple's leisurely trip at night, so naturally she didn't want to go back. He was so anxious that he called out to Bai Ping in the car, but Bai Ping didn't hear her. The car was going faster again. The more Long Zhen was reluctant to go home, but within a short time she was already in sight. Bai Ping paid the fare and hurriedly walked to the inner courtyard. Long Zhen could only follow closely. He didn't want Bai Ping to walk into the door of his bedroom, so he closed the door and blocked Long Zhen outside. Long Zhen couldn't push the door open, so she cried in anger. I wonder why Bai Ping suddenly changed her attitude. Still doubting that she had offended him, she held back her breath and asked through the window, "Brother, why aren't you happy?" After asking twice, there was no answer, and I had no idea. Looking back, I saw no one in the courtyard. He called out in a low voice, "Brother, are you angry with me? I didn't offend you. Hey, hey! Open the door. Let me in. I made a mistake. You treat me like a child. Who makes me your younger sister? Good brother. Open the door, open the door." After finishing speaking, there was no sound. After a while, Bai Ping sighed, "Ahem. I'm not angry, please don't pester me and let me be quiet for a while." Long Zhen said anxiously, "You are making trouble for no reason, which makes people uneasy." "Why? Tell me." Bai Ping also said anxiously inside, "Why are you so inconsiderate? Everyone has something on their mind, shouldn't they be allowed to think about it themselves? Please spare me for now, Mississippi. Please do it first." Long Zhen heard the sarcasm in his words, and felt that she had good intentions, but she provoked him to say these unpleasant words. "Please spare me for now, Mississippi. Please do it first." Long Zhen heard the sarcasm in his words, and felt that she had good intentions, but she provoked him to say these unpleasant words. She felt very sad, and couldn't help but vomited. "You are just thinking about something, why does it matter if I go in? Are you going to see outsiders like this? Good. If you don't ask me to come in, I will wait here and wait for you to be merciful." Bai Ping was already in a state of confusion, and all the old grudges and new hatreds were suddenly brought to mind. When she entered the room, she fell on the bed and wanted to cry for a while. But Long Zhen only pestered her outside, adding another layer of worry. When I heard the last few words, I knew she was angry. Even if he thinks she is angry, he can just stand outside if he wants to, and ignore her. First, He concentrates on thinking about the scene when he met Jihua just now. When she passed out, her pale white pear-shaped face seemed much thinner than before. Did she lose weight because of me? Thinking of the kindness we have spent together for several years, how could I bear to abandon her? Why should we ignore danger in the park? I'm so lucky. Did she lose weight because of me? Thinking of the kindness we have spent together for several years, how could I bear to abandon her? Why should we ignore danger in the park? I'm so lucky. When I think about it, I only regret that I walked too fast. Kneel before her to apologize. But when I thought about it again, I hated myself again and said, don't let this woman be an infatuated man. First she had Zhongying, and now she is with a beautiful young man. How can she still think about me? She is so abusive. How can you pretend to be infatuated? It seems that a woman who is too handsome will never be suitable. Still as ugly as Long Zhen. He thought of Long Zhen and then remembered that she was still standing outside the window. It seems that a woman who is too handsome will never be suitable. Still as ugly as Long Zhen. He thought of Long Zhen and then remembered that she was still standing outside the window. When he looked out from the window, he saw Long Zhen still standing in front of the window with his head bowed, but not use a small hand towel to wipe your eyes. Bai Ping secretly pitied her. It was a shame that such an arrogant person could be treated so coldly by me without even daring to complain. It was a shame she endured it. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw Long Zhen raising his head and quietly walking towards the front yard. Bai Ping smiled secretly. She couldn't help but be angry. Bai Ping secretly pitied her. It was a shame that such an arrogant person could be treated so coldly by me without even daring to complain. It was a shame she endured it. Who would have such patience, being locked out of the door, and still not leaving? Let her go. Let me reminisce about the past and experience some sadness. Then he turned over and turned inward, closing his eyes and remembering Jihua again. Thinking of that day when the adultery broke out and the sad night of farewell, I feel sad and sorry for myself. Tears welled up involuntarily. I wish I could vent all the sorrow I had accumulated in my heart in a heart-wrenching cry. But he was afraid to speak out. Just as he was sobbing, he suddenly heard the sound of fingers snapping on the glass window. He turned around and saw Long Zhen holding a biscuit box in her right hand. There was a coffee cup on top, steaming from inside. He smiled and said to the room, "If you don't open the door, you should eat something. The rice will be cooked for a while, so you should eat some coffee biscuits first." "Good brother. Don't be angry, I won't go in. If this thing digs open the window paper, you can reach out. Take it in." As he spoke, he cut the window paper to put the food in. Bai Ping saw that she was still treating her kindly, without any resentment, and she was so gentle to him, as considerate as a loving mother to her beloved son. My heart was moved. As he spoke, he cut the window paper to put the food in. Bai Ping saw that she was still treating her kindly, without any resentment, and she was so gentle to him, as considerate as a loving mother to her beloved son. My heart was moved. On top of that, I just went through extreme sadness. Suddenly receiving this unexpected favor, my mood suddenly changed and I was stunned. Just staring out the window, Long Zhen saw him like this through the glass window, and urged with a smile, "You can take it." After a while, the coffee became cold, and my chest hurts after drinking it. Bai Ping felt this powerful touch at this moment and couldn't bear it anymore, so she sat up hurriedly. He muttered to himself, I'm stupid. Why can't I think about it? She doesn't love me, and there are still people who really love me in the world. Longzhen, I almost failed you. After that, he raised his head and said loudly, Wait, I'll open the door. So she ran to open the door. Longzhen only approached the door and wanted to hand the food to him, but she wanted to retreat. Bai Ping had already grabbed him and dragged him into the house. Longzhen shouted, What's wrong with you? Look, coffee spilled all over the floor. Bai Ping couldn't care less. He snatched the things from her hand and threw them away randomly, pushed Longzhen to sit on the bed, and stood in front of her, looking at her with his whole body trembling. He felt that he had a belly full of things to say, but he seemed to not know where to say it first. After a sentence, she couldn't open her mouth. Instead, she was startled. Seeing Bai Ping's sudden change of attitude, Longzhen was puzzled at first. Then she saw that he was suddenly breathing heavily, his face was red, and his muscles were bulging. She wondered what kind of disease he had and became afraid again. Then she stood up and grabbed him and said, What's wrong with you? Why are you like this suddenly? Bai Ping didn't answer. Then he pushed her to sit on the bed. Still gasping and staring. Longzhen didn't dare to say anything anymore and could only look at him with panic. After a while, Bai Ping suddenly jumped forward, took Longzhen's hand first, then knelt under her skirt and laid her head on her knees. Longzhen didn't understand this new style of love ritual. She was immediately frightened and said hurriedly, how? Bai Ping had already hugged her tightly, lowered her head and said in a voice, I understand today, before I was too cold to you. Longzhen still couldn't understand what he meant, so she still retreated and said, You get up. What is this like? How could you treat me coldly? How come I didn't feel your cold treatment? Bai Ping raised her head and said, I just realized today that you are the only one in the world who loves me. Everything is gone for me now, only you are left. You can't leave me again. Tears welled up as he spoke. Longzhen was originally a person who could not woo Bai Ping, but now she suddenly saw him in this state, and she begged for mercy. Although I couldn't guess what his reasoning was, I was so proud that I almost went crazy. He forced himself to be reserved. Holding Bai Ping's shoulders, he said, You, get up quickly. What will it look like to let people see you? Aren't you talking stupid things? I'm still chasing you, how can I abandon you? God knows, I will throw you away as long as you don't abandon me. I will recite the Buddha's name, Bai Ping said sadly. It's a pity that I am already a lonely person with no one to care about me. Now I am fully aware of it. Since there is still someone like you in the world who loves me, I have no choice but to give my body and heart to you. You have to give your heart to me. At this time, Longzhen had already desperately pulled Bai Ping up. She snuggled him into her arms and said, You are so petty, why don't you trust me? I gave you my heart from the first day I met you. Bai Ping said sadly, Okay. I also know your heart. From then on, the two of us swam together and lived together, neither of us allowed to leave the other. I beg you to be more patient with me in the future. Unfortunately, my heart is broken, and I am pointing at you to mend it. Longzhen wiped his tears with a handkerchief and said, Don't say more about this. Although I don't understand everything you said, I understand the meaning. Your heart is broken. I beg you to be more patient with me in the future. Unfortunately, my heart is broken, and I am pointing at you to mend it. Longzhen wiped his tears with a handkerchief and said, Don't say more about this. Although I don't understand everything you said, I understand the meaning. Your heart is broken. Of course it should. I'm 1 year older than you, so you only think of me as your sister. If you have any grievances, just throw yourself into your sister's arms and complain. My sister will definitely coax you and make you happy. No matter how unhappy you are, I will follow you no matter what you tell me. If you lose your temper and give me a good beating, as long as you like it. I do too. My dear brother, please stop crying. After hearing these words of deep love and affection, Bai Ping felt as if a surge of heat poured into her heart. She never thought that she, an unlearned person, could have such an understanding of love. She usually calls me brother. You see me miserable today. She didn't even bother to hide her age, and actually used her identity as a sister to comfort me. I used to treat her as a fool, which was really unjust. Looking at Long Zhen's face at this time, it seemed that he was not ugly anymore. The eyes covered with red silk seemed to be bright. Even the pockmarks on his face seemed to glow with infinite jewels. The kiss on the corner of the big mouth seemed to reveal a lot of affection. Looking at her amiable and gentle attitude, she really looks like a kind nanny. He seemed to have turned into a 3 or 2-year-old ownerless orphan, and he wished he could fall into her arms immediately. Use the skirt of her clothes as a midge and hide in it to have a long and sweet dream. I also thought that I shouldn't think too highly of myself and always deliberately use tricks on her. Not manipulation. It was just a joke, and he underestimated her status. Now that I have been stimulated, I come to tell people my heart. This is really disrespectful to the Buddha in ordinary times, but cringes at the Buddha's feet in times of emergency. I feel so ashamed in my conscience. Thinking of this, I felt ashamed and almost didn't dare to look at her again. At this time, Long Zhen shook him again and said, "What kind of grievance have you suffered? Tell me, what happened in the park just now? What did you see? Just drag me back and run back." At this time, Long Zhen shook him again and said, "What kind of grievance have you suffered? Tell me, what happened in the park just now? What did you see? Just drag me back and run back. Tell me, good brother." Bai Ping lowered her head and said nothing. After a while, she said, "We will talk about that later. Now let's talk about it." Long Zhen rushed to say, "What do we have to say? Don't get into the bull's horns again." Bai Ping said sadly, "It's either me or I ask you to forgive me first." Long Zhen said anxiously, "Where did the bald man come from? Follow the moon, why is it so round and so bright?" Bai Ping said with tears in her eyes. "I didn't know you loved me that way back then. I'm not afraid of annoying you, to be honest, but I really don't love you. Even if I was beaten to the point of being helpless by you later, I would still be just pretending to be in love with you." After saying that, he looked at Long Zhen. Unexpectedly, she looked as usual, and then continued. "I really love you today. Since I truly love you, I will naturally confess to you the things I felt sorry for you about. If you can forgive me, my heart will be at ease. I don't want to see you feeling sorry for myself in the future." Long Zhen laughed and said, "Fool, you think I don't understand. I really love you today. Since I truly love you, I will naturally confess to you the things I felt sorry for you about. If you can forgive me, my heart will be at ease. I don't want to see you feeling sorry for myself in the future." Long Zhen laughed and said, "Fool, you think I don't understand. At the beginning, I could see that you didn't love me, and I also knew that I was not worthy of you in terms of talent, appearance, let alone knowledge. But I don't know why, I can't control my heart, and I have to marry you. At that time, I gave this life to you. If you want me, it will be my lifelong blessing. If you don't want me, I will have no choice but to fight for my life with you. Now God has paid off and we have today. You know how much I love it. It's a pity that my parents' graves have been lost long ago, otherwise I would definitely go to the graves and burn paper. Tell them. The ghosts who called them also liked it. Wasn't what you just said nonsense? As long as you are good to me from now on, I don't mind even if you killed me before. Bai Ping sighed. What you said makes me even more sad. From now on, every day I am with Bai Ping is your responsibility. Elder sister. Just look behind you. After hearing this, Long Zhen suddenly put Bai Ping's head on her arm, lowered her head and took a look. Her head moved down, then stopped, and her face turned purple again. Bai Ping understanding, he reached out to hug her head and pulled her down. Immediately the two lips touched each other, and Long Zhen's body immediately trembled as if being electrified. Bai Ping also seemed to be filled with passion. It's like meeting a beautiful lover after a long absence, but you still don't realize that the person you are meeting is an extremely ugly woman. This went on for a while. Both felt very sweet. Long Zhen had her first taste of love, and was temporarily confused. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Bai Ping with a purple smile on her face. Bai Ping sat up and said, "Since we are united from now on, we must treat each other honestly in everything. I should tell you about my past, to avoid misunderstandings in the future. We just saw the woman who fainted in the park. Who do you think she is?" Long Zhen said, "Oh. I said you ran so fast." Sure enough, there was something wrong. Although I didn't really see that woman, she looked very good to the touch. Is it your lover? Bai Ping said with a sad smile. Not just lovers. She is simply my wife. Long Zhen's expression immediately changed, and she said in a daze, "Hey. Your wife." Bai Ping sighed, "My wife is my wife, she is not mine now." Long Zhen wondered, why? As if she was afraid that Bai Ping would run away, she pulled him hard and said, You still have a wife, what should I do? Does your wife still want me? Bai Ping couldn't help laughing and said, "Look how stupid you are. Didn't I just say that my wife no longer belongs to me?" Long Zhen said in surprise, "I don't understand, why doesn't your wife belong to you? If it doesn't belong to you, who does it belong to?" Bai Ping said in awe. "Listen to me slowly, what a pity I have encountered is rare in the world." As he spoke, he recounted everything in detail from the time he got married to Zhihua, until he broke up the affair, let his wife run away, and what he saw when he met Riley in the park. He continued. "When I ran away from home, I thought I had lost all interest in life and could die at any time. I don't have any hope for the future. I didn't expect to meet you again. When I ran away from home, I thought I had lost all interest in life and could die at any time. I don't have any hope for the future. I didn't expect to meet you again. Since you treat me like this, I can only put all the past behind me. Cheer up and become a person again, and help you through this life. But you have to understand that from now on, I live entirely for you. I'm not saying that to be unmanly. If you are like that, Zhihua, you don't have to make me suffer again." Long Zhen was listening to him blankly. When he heard this, he immediately said anxiously, "You said this again, what do you want me to do? If you still don't believe me, take a knife and dig out your heart and see. Bai Ping looked at her and said, I believe you. I believe you. But now I have been greatly stimulated and my speech is abnormal, so I can't help but babble. You don't have to rush. Longjun nodded and said, as long as you don't worry, why should I worry? If others treat you badly, that is a thing of the past, you don't need to take it to heart anymore. If others treat you badly, that is a thing of the past, you don't need to take it to heart anymore. From now on, you will only look after your sister. I will definitely make you feel comfortable for a while. As he spoke, he remained silent for a long time. After a while, he rolled his eyes again and said, I really don't understand, that lady before you. A good man like you is not enough for her, so why should she continue to sneak around? Maybe he is not serious at all, he is always used to being wild and can't control his heart. Bai Ping shook her head and said, that's not right. She is a serious female student, and her foundation is much better. Longjun wondered. Are female students still like this? What if we had lived in a brothel? Bai Ping sighed, this is just an injustice in the past life. Although she can't forgive me for what she did, I still forgive her. Longjun pouted and said, this can still be forgiven. I made you a bastard, and you still forgive me. It's really relaxing. Bai Ping said, you don't understand this. Longjun said with a smile, I don't understand anything. You just can't let her go. Bai Ping sighed and didn't answer. Longjun was afraid of making him unhappy again, so she used gossip to distract him. Shen soon served Bai Ping for dinner. The two of them sat down and talked about their future happiness and their own thoughts. It wasn't until the end of the third watch that they went to bed separately. Longjun returned to her room, filled with indescribable joy. She looked at the quilt pillows, all of which seemed to be smiling flatteringly at her. The same electric light as usual. It seemed to be even brighter at this time. When I lay down on the bed to sleep, I felt my heart beating wildly in my chest. I was tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and sat up again in anger. I thought about the way Bai Ping had courted me just now, and I felt like my soul was wandering. Later, I thought about what Bai Ping said, and laughed to myself that Jihua was really lucky to have a good husband like Bai Ping, but she was still not satisfied and made him angry away. On second thought, I secretly thanked Jihua. She smiled and said, she loves Bai Ping in a well-behaved manner. They are still a couple now, how could it be my turn? I was thinking so wildly that I couldn't fall asleep even after midnight. By the next morning, I was still in high spirits. I think the old saying is true, people really feel refreshed during happy events. He stopped sleeping and sat there by himself, feeling bored. He got up and got out of bed and walked around the courtyard. After walking to the patio, I suddenly heard what sounded like a quarrel in Wei Xian's room. But he was chirping so hard that he couldn't hear clearly. He thought to himself, what are they making trouble so early in the morning? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tiptoe to the window of their room. Listen carefully. The sound stopped again. After a while, I heard Mrs. Wei Xian's voice saying with hatred, I hate it, I'm causing trouble to your mother so early in the morning. Get out of here. Stay away from me. Then Mrs. Wei Xian begged, good man, what's wrong with you? The sound stopped again. After a while, I heard Mrs. Wei Xian's voice saying with hatred, I hate it, I'm causing trouble to your mother so early in the morning. Get out of here. Stay away from me. Then Mrs. Wei Xian begged, good man, what's wrong with you? Continuously, why are you so cruel if you don't let me get close to you for more than 10 days? Mrs. Weixian still said angrily. Come closer and watch me spit on you. Such an adult is shameless. As he said this, he heard another slap, like a slap in the mouth. Wei Xian